What are we talking about? Come on, man. 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 How many push-ups you want to do here, pal? Oh, come on, man. Why the hell would I take a test? Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. What is he doing? Come on, man. Give me a little break here. But everybody knows who this guy is. Come on, man. Come on. Come on, man. Get a life.
Come on, son.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Come on, man. I mean, come on, man. Come on, man. You're making money. Come on. I mean, come on, man. Come on.
Don't do drugs. If you're doing it, stop it. Get some help.
Almost started talking muted. I'm learning. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to Critically Drinking. I am your host, Rashawn. And we got to start off real quick, man, with the come on, man, for the bros, man. Come on, man.
I mean, come on, man. Come on.
Come on, man. Where y'all at? Where y'all at? But like Thanos, if I got to, I'll do it myself. For the people who showed up early, I'm trying to do something for the openers. I want to continually start doing things for the openers. People who are here to open the bar with me. I got something special for y'all. Little treat, little quick treat.
What the hell is this? The dumbest boy alive. All right, let's watch this. The dumbest boy alive. Okay.
Yeah, but you know what? All right, can I say this real quick though?
Of course, yeah.
We talk about the negativity though, and then we support people who are negative, like Yella. Yella ain't pushing marriage or togetherness. He was saying that he want his son to fuck everything moving. I was on a panel with him one time, and Yella said, I want my son to fuck everything. Put a condom on sometimes you don't have to. Beat them all up, fuck them all.
The show we just did the other day was about cheeks need to be clapped. I ain't saying cheeks don't need to be clapped. What I'm saying is use a condom. I've always said that, like,
put a condom on sometimes you don't have to.
No, you got a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law.
Use a condom. I've always said that.
Use a condom. I've always said that, like,
With great power comes great responsibility. It's not a fucking corny ass line. It makes fucking sense.
my thing is, I'm over here saying, son, put your penis up. This is the negative thing that's going on in the world. And then we're quoting what Yella's doing, playing a game, but he's telling his son to do the very thing that's causing the problems in our community.
You have a right to attorney. If you do not have an attorney, one will be provided for you by the courts.
My thing is, I'm over here saying 12 inches of penis because, having sex with me is like throwing a hot dog down a hallway.
Here you go.
Put that coffee down. Coffee's for closers only.
All right, everybody. Hope y'all enjoyed for being here early. Being in the door when it's time to open. I appreciate all of y'all. We got Bree in the building, hand waving. We got Anania. Hello. Thank you, ladies, for both being here to open up with me. I am going to do something because we do have somebody here. I'm going to play a little quick clip, a little teaser, kind of stuff we're talking about today.
I say stuff like that because I care about gay and queer people too. Well, no, let me back up. Black, Hispanic, and Native American gay and queer people. Yeah, I care about you guys. So
What is up, Rico? Man, how you doing today, my guy?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Doing pretty well. I wanted to let everybody know what we're talking about today, but again, I want to do the order. Let me do the order. Let me allow Kevin Samuels to tell the people.
Tonight's topic is going to be one that is going to be contentious. So I'm going to say it right off the bat. Moderators, if you start to see people get out of hand, getting ignorant, getting ugly, we don't do that. We don't do that. This subject is going to be sensitive, but it needs to be discussed. Why does this subject need to be discussed? So I think it's only fair that I actually give you guys my opinion on this subject. And what is that subject matter? Glad you asked. Let's get into it.
The subject matter today is Black men need to quit worrying about leading and worry more about their reading, because the illiteracy rates are running. It's so palpable. It's visible in some of these conversations. We need to definitely talk about that. So let's talk to Better Black Life. Brother Clarence, hello. And JP is in the building. Peace in the panel chat. JP, it is good to see you as well. Now listen, what started this was, matter of fact, this is who started this. This man right here is the one responsible. This man right here is the one responsible. He decided to invite Conscience TV and Reckless over to Black Man Unfiltered's channel on a Wednesday. It was a Wednesday for him and Shoo Shoo's Unapologetic with Mandrell and Shoo Shoo. Great conversation. Freezy was a little bit of a hang up, but that's because his brain is a little bit of a hang up. Now, caveat, everybody, I know a lot of you are familiar or alike, or maybe even friends with, and maybe even work with a lot of the content creators we're going to discuss today. If you're uncomfortable with it, go wherever you need to go. But we are going to talk about some of the ignorance that they said. We're going to talk about them directly because it does bother a lot of the people that are going to be here today. Me, Rico, Mandrell said he'll be in a minute, and Yellow whenever he gets here. Because this stuff kind of triggered us, we might come in hot. Might be some name calling. It might get a little ignorant, might get a little ignorant. I got petty up in the corner to let y'all know what kind of type of time we on. This is where we're going to be today. We're going to be in our petties. We're going to be in our petties. So just understand that up front. If it's somebody just take it with a grain of salt. Or, you're uncomfortable, Rico?
No.
Got you.
I'm sober.
Hey.
Oh, Lord.
Brother Clarence is uncomfortable with you, Brother Clarence, because I like you. You ain't got to worry about Rico. Rico's gone.
Tell him take it to HR.
Take it to HR.
On my check.
Absolutely. But it is an uncomfortable conversation we have to have. The Black community, as it is, the Black collective, whatever word you want to use for the body of Black people who are not a monolith, and the homophobia that we seem to possess. So we're going to talk about that, especially from the lens of Black malehood, Black manhood, Black masculinity. That was the conversation. They were talking about the emasculation of Black men, but the conversation kept going to homosexuality, trans issues, and protecting the children. Wasn't even about that, but they couldn't stay on topic because there were two gay men up there. So we're going to talk about that panel. I do have, and yes, I know you had a stream schedule, so you got to go. Appreciate you. I hope you have a great stream as well. Appreciate you for stopping through.
Hit the likes on the way out the door, bro. See.
Everybody, if you could go ahead and drop the likes, I do appreciate it. This conversation I got started on Tuesday because I am Courtney Michelle decided to have she reacted to this very same live stream and had some things to say. So we discussed that on Tuesday. So please go back and check out that live. A lot of people enjoyed it. It is one of my most liked lives, so people do like it, and most viewed lives as well. So people really enjoyed that, or at least they were engaged with it. I won't say they liked it, but they engaged with it. So go back and check that from Tuesday. And then tonight, the men's got to catch. The men's got to catch them hands. Men's got to catch them hands. So we are going to get started. I'm going to ask Rico, though. I know you saw the stream. We've talked about it a little bit. I'm number 8 on the likes. Hit that like button. That's what's up, man. Appreciate that. Rico, what was your original opinion? And for anybody, let me drop the link. Anybody that actually wants to go back and check out the original Black Man Unfiltered conversation, I'm putting that in the chat now so that you can check that out at your leisure. You check it out now, come back to this replay. However you want to do it, I just want you to have all of the information that's available to you. But go and check out the conversation. It was quite contentious at parts. It had its moments, and they even tried to get it back on track a few times. But we did want to talk about it. That's the link to the Black Man Unfiltered conversation. Go ahead and click on that. Add it to your watch later if you want to. But again, we're going to talk about that conversation today. It was about the emasculation of Black men in regards to Jonathan Majors and A$AP Rocky, where they had him holding Rihanna's hand and holding the baby. We're going to talk all about that. Got a lot of timestamps, so I'm going to be clipping up the video. This is going to be quite a long stream for me. I believe so. So please understand, if you got to come back, I'm not even tripping today. We just want to take apart the conversation bit by bit. Maybe 5 hours. Can we get a timestamp maybe? No, we're going to be going timestamp by timestamp. So if you're watching it with me or watching this replay, no, it's cool. I'm going to be going timestamp by timestamp. Yeah. It's cool. But anybody just wanted to watch the whole conversation, please. But I am going to do this. Please, the shout out to the mods. I love the mismatch. I love seeing all the blue in the chat, the people I'm familiar with. I'm going to give my shout out to the Misfit Mods. We'll be right back.
Ooh.
Yeah, man. Block anything that y'all don't like. But listen, if anybody that we're talking about happens to come into the chat, please do not jump the gun. Allow them to speak their piece, because I want anybody that comes in that has conflict with us, I want to be able to take that challenge on. Anybody that has anything, whatever they want to say about me, let them say about me. I'm not that sensitive. They can say whatever. They can come in, call me fat, gay, broke, dick, whatever they want. I don't care about that. If they are attacking anybody else on the panel, give them a warning.
I'm a big boy too.
Rico too? Okay,
I'm a big boy too. I'm in that same space that you in, Arshawn.
All right.
I ain't running from shit.
Okay, so
Cool.
if anybody
All
on the panel, we're fair game.
All right. Anybody on the panel?
Their critique and criticism, don't let them attack other people in the chat.
Right. So no chat attacks. We do try to protect the chat. I did have one pushback one time from the chat. I feel a little bit guilty about, but anybody on the panel, Mandriel can speak for herself when he comes. Anybody that comes in from the group we're talking about, if they feel away and they want to call us names, let them call us names. Don't block them. Don't time them out. If they attack anybody in the chat, y'all feel free. If y'all got a wrench and y'all want to time out somebody that's talking about y'all or disrespecting y'all, y'all have that power. Y'all the Misfit Mods. Y'all control the room, because y'all have to be comfortable here too. Now, I do want to catch up on the chat real quick. Wow, good to see Rico here for the show. Yes. Thank you, Yella. Great show today from Dawn Harden. JP said, "Let me load up." I don't like none of that kind of talk. Can I listen? And if they're coming for us, allow them to speak their piece, because we're going to be speaking our piece about them, and that's only fair for me. If we're going to talk about, because I'm going to call them, I'm going to name call. Me too. And cathartic. It's going to be cathartic. It's going to be very cathartic for me.
So I'm gonna need y'all to ban Summer then, because I changed my mind. I ain't ready to get talked about.
She already got her shot in.
So since Bree said, again, if they come for the chat, if you guys are coming in, if y'all get hot too, like, oh, they're stupid, they're idiot. If y'all want to get some name calling in and they come for y'all have the right as Misfit moderators to block them, like Bree said.
Don't get lost. Don't get yourself on my mind.
But throw a warning in the chat first. Give them that exclamation sign warning. I'll notice that. I'll notice that somebody is being warned. If Nightbot is on the job.
Come on, man.
Got to look. Yeah, come
on, man. Come on, man. That's the today's show is, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, come on, man. Come on.
Come on, man.
What are we talking about? Come on, man.
Hey,
Come on, man.
but Arshawn, the panelists are not exempt from taking shots at fellow panelists, are we?
Oh, we can take all the shots.
Hey, shoot all, take all the shots you want. I don't care.
Yeah, that guy there.
Yeah.
No, but what I was gonna say when you asked me, I'll tell you this: I got praise and punishment for Mandrill. I give you the utmost praise for having the courage to have that conversation, to want to have that conversation, to bring forth that conversation. And the two young men that you picked to have that conversation, you knocked it out the park. Where I'm going to give you punishment is the platform you chose to have that conversation on. You were a motherfucking fool. You were a fool. A blind man could have seen the outcome of that conversation on that platform. There is no, and I know, and I had this conversation with Bro C too. I'm like, bro, your subs are your subs. If you don't know who they are, because even as much as we're going to talk about, as much as I know it was the panelists, I was watching the chat.
Chat was
the
in
bigotry
too.
and homophobia within the chat.
Yeah.
And I don't blame those young men for the position that they've taken, saying, fuck y'all.
You can't blame them.
I don't blame them.
You can't blame them. I don't blame them at all. Because normally I don't watch the chat like on any panel that I'm on. So people will say hello to me in the chat. And if I miss you, my apologies. I like to focus on the conversation on the panel. You know, yeah, I got you. But here's the thing, Rico. All of that bigotry and homophobia you saw in the chat, that night I did look at some of the chat. And I look at it for a few seconds. I read like 3 or 4 of them. I'm like, yeah, back to this. You know what I'm saying? I was like, and then like 30 minutes later, I look at it again. I'm like, huh, that's still going on. Back to this. You know what I mean? But that's why the platform I chose to do it on, that's why I did it there, because they need, here's what I thought about it.
Mm-hmm.
They're the ones who need to hear their message the most because they're ignorant. They're ignorant. And the thing is, a lot of people are homophobic but don't know it. Like, they don't know they're homophobic. Here's the thing, Rico. Here's the thing, Rico. Of course, there's plenty of them that don't care that they're they don't care that they're homophobic.
Yeah.
But I chose that platform in particular because that audience has a lot of people who claim to be pro-black this and all for black people and stuff like that. But then, as you saw on Wednesday night, once you're put to the test, the real shit comes out.
Right.
So so I knew several things were going to happen. Number one, I knew that the guys, the two gentlemen that I chose to have that conversation with, they would reach people, and they did far better than I ever thought they would. I thought they reach a lot of people, but they reached a lot of people.
But here's the thing, though, man, Drill. They shouldn't have had to endure the disrespect that they did. And that's why I would go even a step further and say, one, no way in hell. I won't come over there at the shit throwing monkey circus with you guys. And I got very thick skin. I'm like, I wouldn't be caught dead over there with them fucking shit throwing monkeys. So I got very thick skin and can hold my own. So it was unfair that they came from their place of safety to your space and was disrespected that way. So I said the platform was wrong. And if you still insisted on doing it, because I agree with you that maybe those subs need to hear it, your choice of panelists was equally as awful. I give it to you, Mr. Bennett, Bro C. That's it. That's it.
And here's the thing. The panelists that for Wednesday's show,
your panelists was out their depth. They were ignorant. They were equally ignorant, uncaring, uneducated, misinformed, and what's your new favorite word, Yella? Stupid.
Well, the thing is, it pointed out to me what it did was I allowed those people to expose themselves, right? Like me, I don't care if a person's sexuality is irrelevant to me. Completely irrelevant. I care if you're a good person or not. What kind of person are you? Because you got jerks, serial murderers, ex-murderers, and just super children of God no matter what the sexuality is. Yeah, good. So yeah, good and bad people in no matter in every sector of humanity. You know what I'm saying? And to me, that's the meat and potatoes of a person, your character. And sexuality has nothing to do with character. And it didn't fall off the handle until Friday. And here's the crazy part, because I talked to Black Man about this after the fact. He said, I said, you know what the sad part is? He said, what? We're gonna catch heat for this. And he brought them on the panel that Friday night because that's a question that comes up a lot. Like, what is masculinity? What's femininity? Is this a proper representation of a Black man? This, thus and so. That question comes up a lot. And so we've never got the opinion of people from the queer community. We have no idea what they think about it. So Black Man Unfiltered was like, he would like to know. You know what I'm saying? And I think and after Friday night show, he and I talked about it. He said, I think it would have been better if I'd have just called and asked. Like the question that he wanted to know, as opposed to having him on the panel. You know what I'm saying? I think he would come up a lot better if I just called him up and asked him their opinion. Because you got people who are just stuck in their ways and stuck in the way they think about it, and they're unwilling to move or budge on it. We've been conditioned to dislike homosexuals or people from the LGBTQ community. It's largely society has been conditioned to not like them. You know what I'm saying? And that showed on Friday night. Wednesday, not so much. Wednesday, everything went a lot better. You know what I'm saying? People, because if you remember, right before we dropped the link, Black Man Unfiltered stopped the show and made his announcement. Listen, you can come up here, you can ask your questions, you can talk, but you come up here with disrespect, I'm dropping you immediately. I don't care who gets mad about it. You are not coming up here and disrespecting our guests, right? You come in here with that BS, you're getting dropped. Get mad at you, don't care. Well, no one really got disrespectful. Now, what happened? Now, the part that they'll say that didn't go as well as what went live is what happened backstage, and that's when some people who had questions came back there. Like Jay Speed came back there, and they loved him, and he loved them. Right? Brilliant. That's when I wish we were recording, and he would allow us to broadcast. That was Jay Speed when he came backstage and talked to him. That was a fantastic conversation, and he made them laugh. You know what I'm saying? And it was really good. But we don't record what's going on backstage. We don't violate privacy like that. But you had other people who came back there, people that I'm on panels with quite often, and the stuff I heard them say, my reaction, Rico, was this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I couldn't say anything. I can't defend it. I can't defend you when you're wrong. If you're wrong, I can't defend you.
And what's problematic is they're wrong, they're harmful, and they're hurtful. It's one thing to be wrong about a thought or an idea, and it doesn't hurt anybody but maybe yourself. It's like, okay, well, just let them be happy in their own self-enforced ignorance. But when your refusal to treat people with a level of empathy that you want yourself to be treated with,
exactly,
that's harmful. And then that idea gets spread out to other people, and it's hurtful. I hurt for those two young men watching that shit Friday. And as a Black man, I have never been more embarrassed.
That was embarrassing.
I was mad as hell. That was my only joy. My only sense of pride as a Black man was watching the two gay guys.
Yeah, watching how they I was proud of
the rest of y'all.
And the thing is, like, there's one guy like who's mad at me. I don't know if he's still mad, but he was mad at me for like days because he thought, oh man, he's going soft on him. He's taking it easy on him. Like, well, what? It was did you not pay attention? And I'm sitting here wondering, did he not pay attention to the conversation? Why didn't you ask him this? Why didn't you ask him? I'm like, well, again, was he not paying? That's not the conversation. If that's something you wanted to know, why didn't you come up and ask? We dropped the link. Why didn't you come up and ask him? But at the same time, that question would have been irrelevant because it was a philosophical conversation. Like, a lot of people just don't want members of that community around their children. And what I want to do is, because I've talked to Conscious last night, what he would like to do is have the conversation that's, on the difference of philosophies and stuff like that, but take the children out of it. Let's say children are not influenced by this. Let's say that it can't be children can't be influenced, because in my opinion they can't be. You know what I'm saying? You can lock me up in jail for 50,000 years. I'm never gonna look at a dude and say, yeah, I want that.
So can I ask you?
Because I'm not gay, but people fall back on children, Rico. Oh, it's the children, it's the children. I'm like, okay, let's say we take that element out of it, and let's have that conversation. What are you left with?
That's just a scare tactic. That's all. That's
it
all
is. It's a scare
tactic. That's why I don't
tactic.
even listen to that red herring about the children. But my question is, would you think you and that same panel would have the courage to go to conscious platform?
I would. I've been on conscious platform.
I know you would.
Oh, them?
Well, how would they feel? You see what I'm saying?
You know
they
what?
Stepped out of their space of comfort, came over there, and that's how they were welcomed. But these same masculine dudes don't have the fucking cojones to go and take them same dried ass talking points over on a panel in that space, because they would be 10 times embarrassed and ridiculed without disrespecting them, just with the intellect.
Yeah,
so I would say, other than I said you, Bennett, and Clarence, none of the rest of them, they were outside of their depth. They were just way in over their head. They shouldn't have never been on the panel. So I fault you for that. You picked a bunch of fucking shit throwing monkeys to put up on the panel.
But no, with them, I just dropped the. I dropped the link and allowed them to come up there. I didn't pick them. I picked Freezy, and Freezy.
That's one.
Mr. Bennett.
Okay.
My sister was there for Wednesday's show, and then there was me, and because I didn't want to overcrowd the panel with a bunch of people and have like
whoever else invited all of
no, the other people who came up. That's when we dropped the link, and people can just click the link and come up. You know what I'm saying? They can just click the link and come up to the show.
It was a big panel from the get-go on Friday. It was like maybe.
Well, no. Friday.
I'm talking about Friday.
Yeah, if you're talking about Wednesday. Okay, now Friday. You're talking about Friday. Yeah. Fair enough.
I haven't seen Wednesday. We are strictly today on Friday.
You should go back and watch Wednesday. You should go back and watch Wednesday's show.
No, because I ain't giving you cutting you no quarter. Hell no. The mess was Friday.
Okay.
You're trying to soften us up.
The mess was
Wednesday. We were good.
You talking about Friday? That's good, and all, Mandrell, and you was good with that. But let's talk about Friday. I gotcha. We'll stick to that.
Yeah.
That turned into like seriously. Even like if you notice that Black Man Unfiltered took myself and him down at times during that show, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was trying to figure out what to do, how to get this under control.
Fucking plug.
That's what I took.
Yeah.
Right. I was like.
Okay. Now, see, this one I'm gonna jump in with all the shade of the motherfucking show. Nigga, you hold on. This nigga want to give us all the ideas on how to run a community, but you can't run a panel. You don't know how to manage a panel?
It's not that.
It absolutely, Mandrell. It absolutely.
Wait, pause. Everybody, pause real quick.
It absolutely is that.
Mandrell.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I told you before. What we're not gonna do today, is vouch for people. We ain't gonna be no Freezy's a great guy. He saved my child from a burning building.
Freezy is a great guy.
Ain't gonna be no black man saved me from a raging river. Ain't gonna be no
great guy.
JT is my godfather. None of that.
None
of that today. None of that today.
Okay.
They get to catch the smoke.
Hey, give them the smoke. They're grown. The way I look at it is they're grown men. They can stand on their own 2 feet. They can answer for themselves. All I can do is tell you what, as far as having that panel, what the intent was. Now, what it turned into, it turned into what it turned into, and it happened the way it did because it couldn't have happened any other way. Lesson learned. You know what I'm saying? But all I can tell you is that the intent was nowhere near that. The intent, like I said, the question comes up, when people ask, okay, is this a proper representation of black men? And we never had the opinion of the queer community. And we just wanted their opinion. We wanted to invite them to the conversation, have the conversation about that. But it seemed like to me when they did, there are certain people on the panel who sought to, and I'm choosing my words very carefully. So when I say they sought to, meaning they intended to invalidate and cast aside everything that they said, their opinions and their points of view. But Black Men Unfiltered wanted their point of view. He was curious to hear what they thought. That's his intentions. Now, what it turned into, different story. And everyone who on that panel who's at fault is at fault. If you say I'm at fault and black man is at fault, we'll eat that one. Hey, it was black man's panel that night. If he was here, he would say the same thing. He said, hey, what it turned into, I'll eat that. You're right. You know, as far as me being there, just kind of being silent, what was I going to do? God, I mean, I saw what was going on. I'm like, God damn. Like, I didn't think people thought that way so vehemently about it.
Yeah, and real quick, man, I want to
I didn't think people...
Sim Simma, thank you for coming through. And we saw Notorious AR, Notorious Lucas Media. And now again, I just wanted to just real quick, everybody on the panel. People are allowed to have opinions about us. Now, Mandro, you weren't here when we said it. We all agree if somebody that disagrees with us comes up and has something hot to say about us, all three of us agree we're going to take it. We don't want the misfit mods banning them, blocking them, or putting them on timeout. What we're not going to do, though, is attack people in the chat. Now, Ruthless Media says something that most people will be offended by. He said he's not going to allow homosexuals in his house. That's his opinion, and that's his house. So we ain't going to trip over stuff like that. If people have their own personal opinion about how they operate in their own spaces, we're not tripping. I know Mandro came over like last time. Hold up real quick. I know last time when somebody came in and said something, when they said men should not do this, Yella spoke on it. So if people do start coming in and they start projecting what everybody should do based on their worldview, we can speak to that. So, put a warning in the chat if we need to address something, or if you feel we need to address something, go ahead and throw, the exclamation mark warning. Anybody that's coming in now that wants to have a link to the live that we're talking about from Black Man Unfiltered, put in exclamation mark BMUN, Black Man Unfiltered, an acronym, and that link will come up so you can click on it. Real quick, Rico, you was getting ready to say something?
I was going to tell Mandrell that you, I, and Yella and Mandrell, we all agree, since we're going to be up here on this panel speaking about people, that we don't have any problem with anybody speaking about us in a derogatory fashion. We don't care. I'm built for the smoke. That's fine. So are you in agreement with the other three of us that we're okay? Because we're going to talk about their asses. So
like I said, they can say that they're on too.
For all the shots, because I'm built for it, I can stand it. We're good to go. But again, mods, boot out people who are abusing people in the chat, but they can abuse us all they want, because we're going to talk about shit they said.
Yeah, I just think, like, for the record, I didn't know.
Conscious and Reckless.
Yeah, shout out to Conscious and Reckless.
Shout out to you. For
the record, also, I like to say I didn't know that the people on that panel that night were that homophobic. Like, I didn't know. I didn't know that was going to come out. I thought they were much more reasonable than that. Yeah, because I've heard them say things about the LGBTQ community before, and at the most they said was, "I don't care. That's their business." You know what I'm saying? But then again, what happened was, once some people from that community actually showed up and you were forced to have a conversation with them, now
it gets a little tight.
Different story. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh,
your boy JT was.
And I got to go. He's going to do a breakdown Friday show. He asked me to come up on the show tonight.
He broke down on
that nigga
show.
Malfunctioned.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. And he's doing one tonight, and I'm going to be on this panel doing that tonight.
Where did you see open-mindedness in them?
Wait. Mandrell can't help himself. Mandrell is an apologist. He can't even help himself. He automatically go to defense mode for his.
Only see. I think it is. I think you only see the good. Only. So everybody has a little bit of good. I could be 20% good and 80% shit. You only gonna see the 20%.
Well, you have to at least consider it, Rico.
I'm just saying.
You got to at least consider it, Rico.
I'm being open-minded.
All right, real quick. From now on, when Mandrell gets on apologetics, he's getting one of these.
I mean, come on, man. Come on.
All right, so from now on, do not entertain it. Do not entertain it. If he starts apologetic again, because Mandrell be tap dancing for these dudes. So, I mean, Gregory Hines, Savion Glover.
They got a little Sammy Davis.
Yeah, he got that Sammy Davis. He got that
Sammy Davis. Yeah.
Hey, but Yella, you might have missed. Yella, did you get to see your treat? Were you watching? Did you get to see your treat?
No,
I made some. You missed it. It was for the early people. I'm gonna go ahead and play it again. I need you to see it. This one's for you, my guy.
What the hell is this? The dumbest boy alive.
All right, let's watch this. The dumbest boy alive. Okay.
Yeah, but you know what? All right, can I say this real quick though?
Of course, yeah.
We talk about the negativity though, and then we support people who are negative, like Yella. Yella ain't pushing marriage or togetherness. He was saying that he want his son to fuck everything moving. I was on the panel with him one time, and Yella said, I want my son to fuck everything. Put a condom on sometimes you don't have to. Beat them all up, fuck them all.
The show we just did the other day was about cheeks need to be clapped. I ain't saying cheeks don't need to be clapped. What I'm saying is use a condom. I've always said that, like,
put a condom on sometimes you don't have to.
No, you got a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law.
Use a condom. I've always said that.
Use a condom. I've always said that. Like,
with great power comes great responsibility. It's not a fucking corny ass line. It makes fucking sense.
my thing is, I'm over here saying, son, put your penis up. This is the negative thing that's going on in the world. And then we're quoting what Yella's doing, playing a game, but he's telling his son to do the very thing that's causing the problems in our community.
You have a right to attorney. If you do not have an attorney, one will be provided for you by the courts.
My thing is, I'm over here saying 12 inches of penis because, you know, having sex with me is like throwing a hot dog down a hallway.
Here you go.
Put that coffee down. Coffee's for closers only.
That was for you, my guy. That was for you.
That's open-minded.
No, here's the thing. Okay.
I'm just asking.
I'm not being apologetic for anybody.
I get you.
I don't have my cape on. You see, I ain't got no cape on. However, I think that was a situation where Yellow was probably being sarcastic about something. Because the Yellow probably heard something on the panel that was ridiculous. Yellow decides to be sarcastic about something, and then Black Man took it as him being serious.
I mean, come on, man. Come on.
That was an apology, right?
Come on, man. That's not an apology. I'm just saying, it's nothing that can't be fixed without it's nothing that can't be fixed with a conversation.
Bro, I don't look, bro. You are military, and thank you for your service. So you should know not to negotiate with terrorists, nigga. I don't negotiate with bitch ass niggas. Right, for real, right, and that's real ass shit. Because the whole, because if you go back and watch that clip, the whole reason motherfucker reacted like that is because somebody spoke on my name in a positive way. Motherfucker got his panties in the bunch. You know what I'm saying? Because my name was brought up in a way that's showing the contradiction to all this stupid ass shit. That's why he talking about the game shit was the Manosphere Bingo, which will be coming soon, y'all. Manosphere Bingo coming soon. We're gonna play around. You know what I'm saying? Coming soon to your homes. Play with your kids. It's family friendly. Don't worry about it. You know what I'm saying? But that's the whole point. You want to speak on somebody's name and talking about I'm promoting negativity because I'm not necessarily promoting what you promoting, but everything about what you promote is negative. Everything about what you promote is negative. The problem is I'm not promoting what you want to promote. Because how is me promoting clapping cheeks and everybody getting some with protection? How's that negative? We grown. We fuck. I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? The problem he always talking about is single mothers this and single mothers that. Well, look, I guarantee you this. Due to field study and years of practice, I figured out how to only make kids on purpose. That's why I got one. And you know what I'm trying to tell you is I learned that by using condoms. So why would I tell anybody not to use condoms When that's how I did my thing. So the son that he talking about I advised was here on purpose because when I shot at the club that night, nigga, I went in with no mask on, with a shirt that said it's yellow in this bitch, and I'm in that motherfucker firing up some shit. I ain't had no oops babies. Ain't nobody gonna come to my door in 10 years mad at me because I ain't took care of them. You weren't there for me and my mom. Ain't none of that gonna happen. So my thing is this: if you gonna quote me, bitch ass nigga, quote me right. Cause this why you got smoke coming for you now. He's always had a problem with me. Long time ago, always had a problem with me. So I've been letting it slide. I ain't really been saying shit. But now you want to get mad because I got 1% of the fucking followers you got and twice as much impact across this fucking app. Don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me. Check yourself, bro. Look at the reaction. You got people on your own fucking panel going in on you, telling you that all you do is drag black women. You got to the point to where you frustrating the people that's dealing with you.
Yeah, okay, not to cut you off, but Arshawn.
I mean, come on, man, come on.
I'm not trying to give you an idea. I know. I'm not trying to give you an idea. It's a question.
Okay.
I got one for you, and I got one for Yella.
All right.
You don't have that clip of what my sister said on Tuesday night, do you?
I reacted to that shit this morning.
Somewhere, yeah, he reacted to that earlier.
Okay.
Absolutely. I reacted to it.
You have it, but Arshawn is not going to play that today, is he?
I wasn't
scared?
Okay.
You scared?
No, I agree with everything she said.
Oh, you got in front of that.
Right. I agree with everything she said.
You got in front of that one.
Right. That's the truth. That is the truth. I agree with everything she said. So did my lady. Okay.
We both did. She was right.
My sister was right.
You agreed with it.
Right. She was right. Absolutely right. 100%. I was there. My lady was there. You know what I'm saying? Yella and Arshawn knows who she is.
Actually, I don't.
Yeah. Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
I probably just told you, but anyway, no. Okay, fair enough. Anyway, she started going off because she got frustrated because she not, of course we talk all the time, almost every day we talk, and so a lot of this stuff she gets frustrated with, because it's like, okay, well then if we're doing this, then won't y'all do something about it? Y'all leaders, right? Yeah, but you can't lead anyone who doesn't want to be led. Okay, then lead that chick where she is, and then focus on the ones who can be. You can make an impact on. But bottom line, she went off that night, Tuesday night, because she got tired of hearing all this stuff about black women. She's okay. Why do you take one picture and paint it like the vast majority of women do this? Mm-hmm. You don't go to Walmart every day and see women dressed like that. You don't. It doesn't happen. I was like, yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's to the point where you couldn't deny any of it.
You know why most black men can't lead? Because they're not going no fucking where. Mm-hmm. You got to be going somewhere.
I think the panel. I think the panel showed that. Like, those guys have no thought process. How can you lead anybody if you can't think 2 steps in front of you? That was the most illiterate, illogical display of personhood. I've heard better discussions between toddlers. Like some of the discussions I've heard between toddlers were more insightful.
Oh, sure.
And a child shall lead. No, let's go. Look, again, I got clips.
I know you do. I know you do.
Hold up. Again, before we even get to the B-Mun, I got those 2 clips from Reckless. I'm gonna play those 2 clips from Reckless because Freezy. I know a lot of y'all probably like Freezy. Like I keep saying, he's a likable guy, which is what makes that kind of person dangerous. Because he's likable, we'll overlook a lot of fuckery.
That's the Trojan horse.
We'll overlook a lot of fuckery. But Freezy is an idiot.
Freezy?
And
why
again,
Freezy?
Hold up, there we go.
I mean, come on, man, come on.
Now listen. The problem with Freezy is he doesn't know he's a problem. Nobody knows because he's like George Bush, who was reading the children's book upside down. That's the president. You can't have leadership. That's an idiot. Stupid people, again, scientifically, when we were talking about stupid is somebody that does not benefit themselves and does not benefit others. Everything that comes out of Freezy's mouth is a net loss to everybody. Everybody loses brain cells. Here's a display.
What's the rapper's name that was with Sierra? I keep forgetting his name, but no, I think ASAP Rocky. Yeah, ASAP Rocky.
Rihanna. That's Rihanna.
ASAP. Now, I would say maybe ASAP Rocky didn't exude femininity. Maybe he just looked like a puss ass nigga carrying the baby while she leading him across the damn beach. Right? That's just my opinion. But
this man is calling a father holding his son with his wife, holding his wife's hand in one hand, holding his baby in the other, kissing his child. He looks like a pussy ass nigga. And taking care, being with his family.
That ain't the part that got me on, Sean. The part that got me is that he was asking, and the directors told him the answer, and then he still went with the wrong name.
Because he's an idiot.
That's why you saw me up there laughing too. I mean, he told him the correct answer, and he still went with the wrong name.
Because, man, I promise you. And yes, the wife leading was intentional because it was her photo shoot. It was her photo shoot.
And Arshawn, that's the part that for me that made me think about it. I'm like, literally, ASAP Rocky was probably even in the photo shoot at the request of Rihanna, because I'm sure that magazine, nobody knows or gives a fuck about ASAP.
Nobody from Vogue cares about ASAP Rocky.
They probably wanted to do the shoot with Rihanna. But in all likelihood, Rihanna probably said, I want my man and my child in the photo shoot.
The family.
They adhere to her.
Right. And the fact is, Rico, also,
that's the role he had to be in.
Also consider this, Rico. How many photo shoots have you seen Rihanna do with her family?
Right.
And how much are the paparazzi and these magazines chomping at the bit to get a picture of a celebrity and their baby and their family and all that stuff? And she's giving it to him. Now, my thing is, of course the magazine is going to, if it's her idea, of course the magazine is going to jump on that opportunity. And then the amount of money.
With the photo with ASAP leading her. And like people be like, who the fuck is that fool in the front?
And she's a billion. Number one, she's a billionaire.
They'd be lying like a motherfucker.
My thing is,
she just did the Super Bowl. Yep. She's a billionaire owner at 50. I don't know who the fuck ASAP Rocky is.
I don't either.
Most of us don't.
I don't either. If I heard an ASAP Rocky song, it's by mistake. I don't know.
If I was ASAP Rocky, I would forget who I. If I was ASAP Rocky, I would forget who I was. I told you my identity would solely resolve around Rihanna. That's it.
Yeah, I don't want to spend too much time on that because we got a lot to go through. I want to answer this question. Do we ever consider that Black YouTube sees this as some type of masculinity issue in the first place? I'm gonna say it's not. A lot of times we try to put stuff off on just the Black community being the only ones. No, because there's a guy named Destiny, a white guy, a white YouTuber, streamer, gamer. He put blue in his hair and people lost it. He's got to be bi. He must be gay. He must be whatever. But they have problems with his masculinity because he has colored hair.
I think he's married. Does he have a kid?
He might be. I don't know.
I know he's married.
Men do not get time to relax. Why would a more famous, richer woman on a woman's magazine than the man she's with allow him to lead her in a photo shoot? How is Rihanna going to describe those objects to the public? It's just weird. But I don't know why we're being so threatened.
Again,
I know Roberto's in the he's in the notorious Ruthless Media School, so I know they have the same perspective. But it's kind of weird though that we think that that's leading. It's just a photo. It's a photo. It's a still photo.
And my thing is, do you have any idea how much money he got paid to do that shoot?
You
would do it too. Y'all would do it too. Stop lying. Listen, in fact,
he probably ain't get a dime.
No,
I'd do it right now for $50.
I finna say I'd have paid $4 to do.
Vogue,
look at the exposure. Look at the exposure he's getting now.
I paid $100 to be. I pay $100.
Yell, fellas. Look at the exposure he's getting now. Even if he didn't get paid, look at the exposure he's getting now for being in that photo shoot.
But Mandrill, when they
pays for itself.
When they went to Rihanna with that photo shoot request, they didn't ask for ASAP. They asked for her and only her.
She just did the Super Bowl.
She brought his raggedy ass along.
And the thing is, how
they didn't want him. If they wanted him, they could have did a separate. They didn't want ASAP. But she said, "This is my." They didn't want him. He's a fucking accessory in that relationship. Knock it off. He's a billionaire.
Shit.
But like I said, we ain't gonna spend too much time on bracket.
I would gladly be Rihanna Stroller.
Here we go at Friday show.
Let's get into it, y'all, because we've been walking around the park, walking the dog, whatever they be saying.
They say no pussyfooting.
Yeah, we've been pussyfooting for a minute. I'm trying to look at that.
No pussyfoot.
Except slander and quote.
That's
I love
what they
that
said.
Bitch, that's a fucking problem. And yeah, I like to fuck out a fucking problem. I love that. Yeah, that is the quote. I like that song too. I like that song. But listen, I'm gonna just set the stage because Conscious starts talking here. I want people to pay attention to a couple of things. Guy number 2, right beside Information Man, JT. Watch every time Conscious is speaking, every time you hear Conscious's voice, please watch his body language. Watch him cussing out his own computer and his hands get really active. Watch him and listen to what Conscious is saying. And then we're going to listen to the response. I'm going to let this go for about 2-3 minutes. We're at the 43 mark. I'm going to let it go to about 47, 48. I want y'all to just watch and listen to what the points Conscious are making, which are salient points, and then the response. We're going to talk about that.
The black cisgendered capital to get a permission slip like y'all require from the drag queens who come and read bedtime stories to your children at these schools do. Like, I don't like black men don't require that. And what I'm making and establishing, right, is that you don't represent me, right? Like, if we had to base what the image of a black man is, we know that Black men look like Conscious TV. Black men also look like Frizzy. Black men also look like Information Man. Black men also look like JT, Mr. Bennett, John the Baptist, Driscoll, Reckless, etc. So who should be the face of all faces? And I'm asking, why can't men be represented across the board? Who decided that one man is
this is the
for all black and brown men?
This is the problem.
Let me finish this information, man. The only reason I mentioned the wigs because you said that even the wigs served as a as a symbol of status or whatever.
And just like it did in Egyptian culture of authority.
At that time, it was.
Well, even the judges and the barristers, as they called them from the UK, they would wear those headpieces.
But
that's more of an Anglo-Saxon culture. That's not. They ain't got shit to do with black men. That's what I'm saying. So I just want to say, let's keep it in context. Let's not mash all this shit together.
No, we're gonna marry all of it because black men do all of that. Black men are all of that. Black men participate in all of that. And I think it's also funny that there's this divorce and declaration and opposition against homosexuality when you are the same men who make the exception for homosexuality when it comes to your woman inviting other bitches into the bedroom, or when it comes into threesomes and same gender loving in the context of women, but then want to get on here and have damn congressional hearings about black men in wigs and black men sucking dick and black men taking it in the ass and black men being effeminate. Like, bullshit.
I'm trying to figure out, are we talking about the emasculation historically of black men, or are we talking about how black men on this panel feel about people that are gay? Because Conscious TV.
Now, peep Information Man, notice the shift. This conversation started about the emasculation of black men, the ASAP Rocky photo, Jonathan Majors photo that a lot of people have been in the uproar about. Including, I'm sure, Ruthless Media and Roberto's Perspective. They have a problem with it for whatever, their reason is their reason. We don't agree with that. But Conscious is speaking to everybody up here is an image of black masculinity because they're all men. Everybody up there, including Conscious, including Reckless, Freezy, everybody up there is an image of black masculinity. And to keep discounting the variety of black masculinity is a problem. Now, of course, if you look where I said to look, JT was gesticulating. Maybe JT stands for gesticulation. He was doing a lot of blah, 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 blah. Silent. Yeah, he this is early in the conversation. But I'm going to point out to you that this is going to happen a lot every time Conscious talks. He's got some kind of thing for Conscious, and they call him on it later. But I wanted to point that out. But Information caught it. The shift in the conversation, and this is early. This is before the first hour it has even elapsed. They have shifted from the emasculation of black men to gay male sexuality. Like, and every time they try to get it back on track, the straight men go back to gay sexuality. And no matter how many times the gay men, hey, I'm not sure how we keep landing back on our sexuality, but we're talking about the emasculation of the black man. Can we have that conversation? Information Man calls it out a couple of times too. But I wanted to point out where we are. But gentlemen, did y'all have any anything y'all wanted to say from that section so far?
No, I was gonna say it keep going back to that. Like, it keeps going back to their sexuality because that's their one-to-one correlation. They want to blame the LGBT community, the black LGBT community first, as to why you know what I'm saying, the idea of the emasculated black man even exists in the first place. That's why, because they can't talk about it no other way. You know what I'm saying? And that's the whole idea. I think that's the whole problem with motherfuckers' disposition as far as the covers and all this shit do go. Is because they think they look gay. Let's just call it what it is.
But
Like, to them, it look gay.
You know, it's also problematic that I think is the problem with it, why they always bring emasculation to homosexuality. Because as black men, if we can say that you have to be homosexual to be emasculated, then therefore I can't be being emasculated. If the conversation is not about sexuality, then it could be any of us and all of us, even these hetero, which a lot of us are emasculated in spaces due to issues of white supremacy and so on and so forth. So we're all dealing with emasculation through the systems like Information Man did bring forth, but we don't want to talk about us being emasculated. When the white man tell you, your ass come to work late 5 minutes again, I'm gonna fire your black ass. That's a form of emasculation, of control and putting you down and demeaning you in a way that you feel less than a man. Okay, it's not just sexuality. Heterosexual men emasculate other heterosexual men when we get in groups and we start to bully each other. That's a form of bullying. So if we just say, well, because I'm not gay, well, I'm not being emasculated. So
no, Rico, ain't nobody bullying gay people like that.
Come on, man. Come on.
That's the argument that they make. Listen, I sat there and watched that happen. No one's bullying gay people like that. I'm like, I've seen it, but no, like in school and that, you know what I'm saying? Like, coming up in school, if there was a kid who was gay, that kid was bullied and talked about in the whole nine. And it wasn't just here where I live. This is everywhere. And then you hear stories about people. I remember growing up hearing adults saying that they kicked their kid out of the house if they was gay and all kind of stuff like that. So I'm like, okay, so if they're getting crap from white people for being black, they're getting crap from their family for being black and for being gay, you know, they're getting crap from the LGBTQ community for being black. Where do they have to turn? They got nobody. They're getting it from all directions, and no one should have to live life like that. Like when I heard Conscious say that he has to walk out of his house strapped every day out of fear because of his experiences with straight people fucking with him. Like I was like, okay, yeah, no one should have to live life like that. No one should have to live life like that ever. This is a problem, a big one. Because when I look at those two gentlemen, Reckless and Logic, I don't see gay men. I see black people who are in danger.
But they were, to get it back on your shit throwing monkey comrades, they were equating emasculation with sexuality.
They were. There's no denying that. There's no denying that.
What they can do in that way, they're pushing it off of themselves. Oh, I'm not, because that's not my sexuality. Like, yes, they're being emasculated, and we also are being emasculated because the totality of the black population is being emasculated.
Yeah.
Okay, all of us fucking are.
And the argument
more in common.
And the argument we do. The argument that they would make, though, Rico, is that
another wrong-headed
argument. It's wrong, But like I said, I've listened to it and I've digested this whole thing. I'm looking at how they're countering, how people are countering queer people. They say that, okay, but they're using queer people to emasculate straight people. I'm like, okay, how about?
Dumbest shit I ever
But my thing is, and I'm going to bring this up on JT's show later tonight, that, okay, we have an opportunity right now to take control of our image. YouTube. The whole world has an opportunity to see black people in whatever light we choose to show them. Okay, so if you want to take your image back, start here. You got a channel. I don't have my own channel, which much to my chagrin, I should.
He's making it worse.
But
they put forth the image of us being homophobic.
Right. And the thing is, exactly what I'm saying is what they're doing is counterproductive because they do come off as homophobic because they were behaving like homophobes.
So that's what they are.
So they can say, so they can say that no, I'm not homophobic. I don't hate queer people. I'm like, the stuff you're saying, it don't matter what you think about it. It don't matter what you think you are. You got to look at what you're doing and how it's affecting them, because the way they perceive it is what you are. Like a white person can call you the N-word, Rico, and like to you it don't bother you, but you know full well, okay, if you're using that way, if you that cuss, yeah, exactly. And it doesn't matter what he thinks; he can mean it in the most innocent way possible. But it's the way you are going to perceive it. That's what he's going to be labeled.
Okay, real quick, man. Real quick. I want to separate three concepts. There's an act of a thing, like an act of racism or a homophobic act. Now, when you go to the internal, there are two different things. There's the bias and prejudices, like the I don't like those type of things. That's a level of homophobia, racism. But then there's that hatred, that animosity, where you're actively seeking to harm somebody every chance, every opportunity. Now, a lot of people think because I don't carry that hostility. I'm not out here trying to beat up on anybody. I'm not a homophobe. If I saw a gay person, I wouldn't go up and punch them. But every time you have an opportunity to talk, you're talking about erasing them. I don't want to have to see them. They shouldn't be here. They should not be on TV. Why do I have to look at them? Now, what that is an unconscious hostility. But they can't recognize that because they're not actively thinking about gay people, but it's there because we saw the panel. It's about, what was it about? Emasculation of black men, but they keep going to gay sexuality. So there's something there. They're just not aware of it. So, I mean, we have to, their unconscious, subconscious, whatever, their subconscious mind, it's super homophobic. But maybe if they're actively tapped in and thinking about it, like, no, I don't really have a problem with it. But internally, their emotional state, they have a problem with it. But again, if they're thinking rationally, maybe like, I don't really have a problem because it doesn't bother me. But obviously, they didn't spend a lot of time thinking. They were all up in their feelings, especially JT. I mean, I just showed it. He up here all up in the camera because Conscious is speaking. That's weird. That's weird. That's, to me, the two most emasculating things was the inability to control your emotions and the illiteracy of it all. Because I'm going to tell you, there's two dimensions. Everybody thinks emasculation means like going from masculine to feminine. But what a man is an adult male. Adult male. You also can lose masculinization from the age, the experience, that zone. So you go from man to boy, immaturity, underdevelopment. That's what I saw was underdevelopment. They were emasculated because they lost their development of masculinity. That was not present. I'm not going to say they lost it. I don't think they ever had it. Freezy, JT, they've learned to perform macho. I talk real big and they've learned that. And Freezy has learned like the class clown masculine, the jester. I'll perform. I'll make a joke because when he was on Reckless's channel, he kept, I'm just joking. He's trying to be likable, which for the most part, he is likable, but he's also an idiot and a dangerous one because he puts out bad information under the guise of either joking or I really care about you. I care about you, so I'm going to keep telling people bad things about you. That's not care. That's not love. I'm going to play this last clip from Freezy before we get back into this one. Hold up.
I say stuff like that because I care about gay and queer people too. Well, no, let me back up. Black, Hispanic, and Native American gay and queer people. Yeah, I care about you guys. So
how in the world do you correct yourself to wrongness? He was saying, I care about the LGBT queer community. That's the good place to start. If it's true, it's a good place. He stops himself from caring. I care for some of y'all based on color. And we know there's enough racial mixing, biracial, multiracial now that there's going to be some black and Asian, some black and white, which he excluded. He took them out.
Black and Latinos.
But he cared for black. He said he cared for black and Latino or Hispanic. He cared for black and
right.
Latino, black,
and
Hispanic,
Native.
and Native American.
Right.
No white, no Asian, which again, we have a lot of racial mixing.
Mm-hmm.
So why would you even take the time to correct yourself to exclude somebody unless you have some level of hatred?
Mm-hmm.
And when you're hating one person, I know there's an old poem. Nobody probably has read it. It's like, and then they came for me.
Oh, yeah.
I know, like first they came for the socialists and I said nothing.
Nothing.
Then they came for the something.
Next group, I said nothing. All these,
and then they came for me.
So I mean,
cool. You let them come for the white LGBT. Cool. You let them come for the Asian LGBT. Cool. Eventually, they're going to come for you. Whatever group that you say you care about, they're going to come for them. And after they're gone, they're going to come for you. Everybody's on the table. Everybody's up to get served. So people like him are not only uneducated, like the thought process is stupid. Because I have a GED. I'm uneducated, but I don't have a stupid thought process. I think. He could think. I'm assuming he has the capacity to think and just chooses not to, but he hasn't practiced it. It's a muscle. He hasn't rehearsed. He hasn't practiced that muscle.
Was that thought not similar to I have a black friend?
Man, I'm so tired. I'm so tired of that.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I care about, but I have a black friend, so I can't be racist. So I care about a black and Latino queer people, so I can't be homophobic. I'm like, yes, you can. They have homophobic family members. How in the hell do you think you can't be homophobic? So a reluctance to even be introspective about oneself is you putting up a border to further learning. That's the biggest problem for all of them. I don't even think after what happened Friday, when I think you guys immediately knew we shit to bed, nobody reflected or did any introspective thinking to try to say, what the hell was I saying?
We'll see.
They've had enough time.
Let's give benefit of the doubt.
I ain't even want to press it again, but man, I guess I got to.
I mean, come on, man. Come on.
I didn't even want to press it again. Man.
Yellow, you light me
I
up.
wish I had the button. I wish I had the button.
Yellow, you light me up over here.
I wish I had the button.
Mandrell, they not trying to learn.
And to me, that's the most disappointing part. To me, you can't be that stonewall about something like that. You can't, especially when you don't live in that. You don't live in that world. Because to me, it is a whole nother world.
It is.
You know what I'm saying? It's so much to learn about it. It's like a whole nother planet, you know? And I listen to people, you know, of the queer community because I just want to learn because I don't want to be that guy who's homophobic and don't know it. I don't want to be that guy. I don't even want to be homophobic on accident.
And we will be. That's the thing. You gotta give grace to yourself because we're going to be because we're ignorant. We're ignorant of their humanity a lot of times. First, we start off from we don't even consider them as humans. That's the default. That's what the system teaches us. They're not even people to be considered. We want to erase them. We don't want to see them. We don't want to hear them. But the moment we're forced to, we get uncomfortable. Why do I gotta learn these pronouns? Why do I gotta da? Learning the name that somebody tells you they are is no different from the name that was on their birth certificate. We'll call them, if Yellow came to me, hey, my name is Yellow. Like he talked about it the other day. We go by all these avatar names. We go by all these avatar names. We learn these avatars, but somebody comes up and say, "Hey, I'd like you to call me such and such," and we can't do it.
That's what I
all
said.
Of a sudden, oh, that was Rico. I thought it was Yellow. Rico. It was Rico.
No, it was me because I said like you call people king,
queen, princess.
Like, that ain't their fucking name. So we move for pronouns all the time, every day, nonstop. But for some reason, that community, you refuse to respect their pronoun. That's homophobia.
Absolutely.
Get the fuck out of here. It ain't that hard.
Yeah, and I've been saying, like, for me personally, I've been saying that for the longest. You call what you want me to call you? That okay? I'll call you that. Whatever. As long as you know that I'm talking to you. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I want to get to this next part real quick because this is something Information Man says that I think we need to just address because I don't remember how it got addressed here, but we're going to talk about it.
Ourselves by, and furthermore, as I said before, white society has balance. You see all different types of white males. Within black society, they don't tend to show the balance. And I'm gonna be honest with you, Concert TV, because we've had this conversation before. When it comes to gay men, and I've said this myself, I think that Hollywood does a disservice in the way they portray gay black men in particular. And the way they use sometimes you all, this is just my opinion, as mascots and how they stereotype gay black people. They do.
But the first part is what I really wanted to address because, I mean, we don't have any identified gay black men up here. But from us, though, as far as the white people have balance in how they're presented, which I think most of us will largely agree with. When you look out in white media, you see a full representation of white men. But as far as in black media, I think we're just now getting to the place where more dimensions of blackness are visible as opposed to like the I don't even know what to say, like the hyper masculine, like a jock thug criminal, and then maybe the talented 10th, the doctor lawyer black person.
Nerds are becoming big. That's becoming
nerds are coming up. Nerds are coming up now. There are more. I believe there's more LGBT representation, more queer representation in media. I've seen more of it, but it's still not heavy. It's still not as equal. And as far as black people, I don't think we ourselves put it out as much as far as white facing media. What do you guys think about that? White men have more balance in their media representation as far as black people. Do y'all think that's true? What do y'all think about that?
I think it's true, but I think it's because white people look to diversify more. And I think we as a community, maybe that old school thought, fear of, like we talked about yesterday, Arshan, about the talk, the community. In a lot of ways, we felt like we always had to present and be a certain way because we were always more conscientious about what the outside community thought of us. And even within the black community, remember, we've had for generations where don't talk white, don't act white, so we've even suppressed diversity within the community by other black people. Now, fortunately, like I said, the nerds now, they're like, fuck that. I'm proud to be smart and an academic and a scholar and a nerd. And people are really pushing out of that space. And now it's become more accepted. So I just think, I agree 100%. They are more diversified. They are more accepting of it to include the LGBT community. And we're just behind the 8 ball on it. I think we'll get there. We're just maybe another generation or two behind saying, hey, we can be all of these things openly.
Yeah, but white people control the media. So it's they have the ability and power to control their own image. We don't have any kind of media anymore. And we don't because I don't think there's anyone who has any interest in owning anything in media, So who's left with the power to post our image out there? Not us. And they have no clue. The other people, they have no clue as to what kind of image we want to be seen as or what do we want to portray. That's why I say again, here we have YouTube. We have the opportunity to show people who we are. We have the opportunity to paint ourselves in whatever light we want to paint ourselves as. Unfortunately, it was like Friday night. We look homophobic, which we are. Largely as a collective. In my opinion, I think black people are homophobic, largely. Of course, not all of us, but I think the vast majority of us are.
Yeah.
Stop it. Get some help.
And I was gonna say, just to kind of answer the question, just from my point of view, I guess white media does have the diversity. Like I get that they do have the freedom to kind of portray themselves different because they are the ones behind the pen, behind the camera, behind the money going into it. But I think we sometimes throw away our own level of control. Because like I said, people had to go audition to be in 12 Years a Slave. If you don't want to play a slave, you don't have to go take the booking. Like if the movie getting made is one thing. If you want the roles to stop being made, stop taking them. Right.
Well, here's what someone told Louis Gossett Jr. He told it was a role that they wanted him to play. I'm not doing that because of the way it looks. Because of the way it makes black people look. Right, Yella? You know what the director told the casting director told him? It's all right. We'll just find another nigga to do it. And they were right. There's going to be someone out there hungry enough to take that role.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be someone out there hungry enough to take that role, and that's the unfortunate part. We're not on one accord or even one understanding of what's most important to us or what's most important for us.
But
you know what I'm saying?
This though, but Mandrill, why is our image only the media? You know what I'm saying? Like the media can control the images on television, but our images, even like I said, as Bree said, I forgot about those different. Conscious said those different archetypes. I'm like, we got black guys into punk and rock, you know, and some of these alternative ideas. So I'm like, if we just could see that more of that in our neighborhoods, we first must become more accepting of the diversity in our community. And the first barrier is us. Because typically when we see, as Bree said, a different archetype, we'll be the first group to degrade, to demean, to put down, to call, you know, because I told you, I grew up, you couldn't have grown up in a more homophobic, you know, against the counter narrative, you know, counter revolution. If you did if your hair was too long, and even I've had to struggle to break out. Like I still have difficulty with dreadlocks. You know what I'm saying? I'm really? Like, I'm an old Negro. Give me grace. I mean, all my kids got it, like, fuck you, Dad. I'm like, okay, all right, I'm learning. You know, but you know, just mentally in my head, the programming, and I know, so I'm like, I make it a practice not to say things. Because then if the people that they look up to are the very people that are pushing them down, then I'm stopping different black people from expressing their authentic self. And they may want to be something different. They just may want to be something, and that's okay. Leave them the fuck alone. So I get the media portrayal, but I'm like, we're beating it out of them in the house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're reinforcing that. We're reinforcing that suppression from men and women. It's unilateral. Our community and I think a lot of it stems from the long church history we have. Yep. I mean, because everybody, all these, now like on Tuesday, all these Christians keep using the Bible to want to call it sin, but they also show that they have no understanding of the Bible.
And you know the crazy part about it is black men are becoming more fucking conservative, which is more repressive.
Yep.
Which is more repressive. So we can't get that diversity if a community as a whole, we're so conservative, which forces indoctrination, the sameness, and anybody that steps, the liberal, but that liberal communities allow more freedom of expression. And we're choking it out of us. We're doing it. So yeah, blame the white man, but goddamn it, let's blame ourselves too.
No, it's definitely us. But if people were safe, I mean, if women, LGBT, gay people, children were safe around the straight men, most of the conversations online wouldn't even be happening. We'd probably be talking about gardening.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, because almost all the conversations stem from broken, straight, cishet men masculinity. All of these stem from because like even the submission conversation where they're talking and aiming it at women is really about men who don't know how to set themselves up to run and maintain a family. Because because people have talked about it historically forever. Women like to nest. So if there is a nest built and it's attractive, women will be coming to try to get in the nest. They talk about women, if you're dating, they try to leave stuff over to mark their territory. What a lot of guys have, me included, have problems building a nest. Like if you're looking to get married, you might need to build a nest. But a lot of us don't want to do the work on the front end to gain any benefits on the back end and want to blame the women. We want the women to front load all of the benefit. Well, give me everything you have to offer. And if I like it, maybe in a few years, I might marry you.
Well, I'll say this to Rico's point about the black conservatism. I've been saying this for a while now. I don't think black people are now becoming conservative. I think we've been conservative pretty much since we got here, in principle and in practice. I'll specify it that way, in principle and practice, especially when we got introduced to Christianity. Well, it was forced on us, but when that took hold, that's really when it happened. It's just now that we're getting to the point where black people are being vocal about it in politics, which in my opinion is the wrong angle to take, it to be conservative politically.
Gotcha.
Because it's just like Rico says, it's repressive. That's where you get the indoctrinations, and indoctrinations are based on agendas, and agendas change. But as long as they have you indoctrinated within their ideology, which isn't really conservatism, they got you because they got your support. You know what I'm saying? And I think conservatism is what got us here to homophobia in the first place. I'm a person with my own mind. I'm neither Democrat nor Republican. There's some things I'm conservative about. There's some things I'm liberal about. And I think that's the only way to do it, to be honest about it. You know what I mean? I'm very much so a live and let live person. I've never understood the bullying thing.
Yeah.
When it came to, bullying, period. Never understood it, never liked it. But especially when it comes to people who aren't bothering you and you're an adult. Everybody grown. Nobody's bothering you. Why are you messing with them? And so when that gay person beats the stew out of you and I laugh at you, don't get mad at me. You brought it on yourself. You know what I'm saying?
When I add this to the stream, it's going to start auto playing because I had to switch from the YouTube to the one I had stored just in case the live disappeared. But I have to find the timestamp. Give me a second.
Look at my face. Look at my
20.
Rico, Rico, look at my face.
You're looking for an apology. You're looking for an apology. God damn, how I can say I'm sorry.
Look, I can't. I can't. Like I said, I can't defend it.
No,
that's why I said earlier. They can stand on their own too with this one.
As somebody that served in the military, I think
I'm gonna have to let it play to get to 5120 because it will not let me
when
find.
you try to talk about the strength of women, they don't even have to live up to the same standards. So when you
your mic is a little low, Driscoll.
Huh?
Your mic is a little low, bro. Yeah.
Check one. How's it now?
There you go. You good?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, they don't live up to the same standards. They got to do half the amount of everything on the PT test. This idea that women are strong because they're in positions in the job market just doesn't really.
Here we go. Hold on, Rico. It's about 30 seconds.
The facts.
Okay.
As far as representation, I don't really understand the argument. And I'm saying this respectfully because as far as the forward progress of society, I don't see how it benefits us as a community to have representation that can't contribute to the forward progress of society. If more of us were to be homosexual, we're not going to continue as a race. We obviously don't need to keep representing something that is obviously.
Look at my face. Now, look at my face, Rico. Look at my face.
Look, this is what I want to say.
Look at my face. Look at my face.
Let me ask you a question, man, Drill, because they asked on the panel who had served in the military And I know, I think you said you did. JT said he did.
Yeah, he
Maybe one
did.
other person, but I don't think Driscoll did. Right? The guy.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if he has or
I
not.
don't think he answered in the affirmative that he did. And the reason why I say, I always get into this argument, and I served in the military, and I'm like, it's always somebody that ain't served in the military that say really stupid shit about the military. So he started with the position because once again, they're trying to create this division between heterosexual and homosexual, like homosexual men are somehow weaker than heterosexual men. I'm like, so they start with the premise of women. They say women, but women got to do half the push-up. So in other words, they're making the argument that women don't have the same PT or physical standards as men, right? And while that is true, let me tell you what they leave out. Basically, women do lesser push-ups, sit-ups on their PT test, things like that. But what they leave out, I'm like, do you know that even within men, it lowers the older you get? So if you're in the military at 20, you got to do double what a motherfucker got to do at 40. And you're both heterosexual men. So the fact that they make accommodations for women for sex, they make accommodations for men by age on a PT test for push-ups, for sit-ups, for the run, the swim test. They don't make a 40 or 50-year-old soldier do the same amount of push-ups and the same time run and the same number of sit-ups as a 20-year-old because they know he fucking can't do it. They know he can't do it. So science simply says that. So I'm like, why? But it's that again, this red herring that they put out to say. See, so that's why it's absolutely stupid. Because when they say, I'm like, women are flying and fighter jets, they're doing bomber runs, they're in special operation. Get the fuck out of here. So I don't know if the guy Driscoll was in the military, but when he made that narrative, which I'm like, this is where the stupid starts. See what I'm saying? Because you throw out this and you say women are not doing the same thing that men are doing. I'm like, older men are not doing the same thing that younger men are doing. Okay? Because science says, hey, this shit can't be the same. It ain't going to work. We got to keep them in, but they can't do it.
And what he was leading to was that same-sex couples cannot procreate with one another.
Right.
Oh, okay. And then here it comes. Here's where that argument dies, in my opinion. Is that, okay, now with science, especially modern science, you can donate sperm regardless of your sexual orientation. A woman, a female, person born female can donate an egg and have it artificially inseminated, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are surrogates. If the woman was to carry it herself, like the brat just did, she can carry it herself and deliver it herself. You know what I'm saying? There are options now, thanks to scientific breakthroughs. So they can contribute to the forward progress of society through procreation. Now, is it the same old-fashioned way with two people of the opposite sex can get together and do it? Yeah, they can still do that too if they wanted to. That's the sad part. If they wanted to, they have the genitalia. If they wanted to do it that way, they most certainly can. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's one of the why Driscoll didn't think of that before? I don't know. Like before he got up on the panel.
Man, Drill. Come
like,
on.
Why would you
think?
Rashawn.
Man, Drill. I gotta do it.
I mean, come on, man. Come on.
I'm not apologizing for him.
You wanna know why he didn't think of it?
Why?
Because he's stupid, man, Drill.
Man.
He's a fucking dumbass. That's why he didn't think of it. That's why most of them didn't think to say the right thing, because they is deficient in thinking. Brain wires ain't clicking. The brain ain't braining over there, nigga. There is stupid. Lo stupid. Estúpido. Les estúpida. However you say it, in whatever language you gotta put it in. Them niggas stupid.
And you know,
like I said, Rico, did you see the look on my face when he said that shit? Yellow, did you see my face when he said that shit?
Why did they completely discount bisexual people who create regularly?
All the time.
Right. That got brought up. That got brought up at
All
some
the
point. But there's a
time.
whole nother problem though, because I know a lot of those like red pillish. They're very red pillish. The problem with the red pillars, they talk about women in the vein that they're not selecting the average man. You're not taking the nice guy. You're overlooking these men.
Another lie.
And then they'll cite their stat: 51 or 60%
Made
of
up.
black men are single and childless. Well, if they're single and childless, they're also not perpetuating the race.
Right.
And these are straight heterosexual men. And there are a lot of women that are delaying pregnancy and family. And if they choose because I know a lot of women who delayed and all of a sudden like they're 40 and progressing their career and they can't find a suitable man. And they're like, well, I guess I have to prepare myself that I'll never have a child. Well, then they're not perpetuating the race either. So my problem is I find this to be a truth across almost all criticisms. Like from Matthew 7 in the Bible. Again, I'm not a Christian, but I lean to the Bible because it's really got some wisdom in there. Like with whatever you use to judge, it's going to come back on you because we're all flawed in that way. We're all going to do something and not do something. We're all susceptible to the same dynamics and forces. Just because they choose to be same gender loving doesn't mean they actually don't love. They do the same things. They have children. They have the same desires and wants. They're just who they desire to romance and have sex with is different. And their identity might be slightly different. They may see themselves a different way than you see yourself. None of that matters. They're still human. That's what I mean by the dehumanization. We don't see them as people. They still want to have family. They still want to have love. They still want to have companionship. They still want to travel. They still want to have nice things. They still want a meaningful career because they're human. But when you stop thinking about them as human, you start divorcing them from the same life that we have access to, like doctors and IVF and bisexuality, or straight people who just never have children. Maybe they're sterile. You're not perpetuating the race either. Because according to him, me as a straight black man, I'm not perpetuating the race. I'm never going to have kids. I don't ever want to have kids.
I want to have
so
kids.
What is that?
I haven't had any kids yet. I'm 44. You know what I'm saying? I haven't perpetuated the human race yet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So what's that make me? You know what I'm saying? So it's like
homosexuals have not opted out of having kids. See, that's the same thing we're talking about. AR, no, they have not opted out because the brat is pregnant right now. The brat is pregnant right now. So no,
and
they
she's
have
as
not
queer,
opted out.
And she's as queer as it comes.
Yeah, so that's the.
By the way, have you ever seen her in real life? I have.
In
the
person,
brat,
no, I've never seen in person.
The brat is actually,
fine in a motherfucker.
Yeah, in real life, like if you say, and she's thinking she looks a lot taller on camera than she actually is in real life. She is super short. Like I'm 5'8". I'm looking down at Brett. Brett is super short.
But
and very attractive. Like Yellow said, fine. Brett fine in real life, man.
Now, what were you saying, Rico?
I was going to ask the question, but isn't people across the Western world starting to procreation is falling off a cliff anyway?
Down across the board. I think white Americans have a negative birth rate right now.
Right.
And I think most of us are trending in that direction too.
Hey fellas, I'll be right back. Yeah, give me about 10 minutes. Be right back.
Which is why we're pushing for, which is why the argument against immigration is idiotic, because we actually need more fucking people, because whether we procreate or not, we're still dying, maybe a little bit later, but we're still dying and we will continue to die. So how do we replace the population if we don't choose to procreate? It's going to have to come from outside people, immigrants. So the same thing with some other countries are starting to deal with it already, like Japan and countries like that, where they, long before we did, even China went through it when they had their one-child policy, where they wanted to withhold the procreation. It's like, well, and people don't want to have multiple kids because it's a burden raising kids. It's a huge burden. So I'm like, why y'all having an argument about their community when we're literally about to reduce the heterosexual procreation rate to equal theirs? Then what's going to be your problem? It's like you niggas are a solution in search of a problem. Nothing's wrong, but you just make something up and then you go out there and you just make these talking points up and say, see, it's because of these people. Like, no, that's not the problem. So,
right. And I just want to really quickly address AR. I understand what you're saying, but I'm letting you know, man, it's a goofy point, and it's showing that you're thoughtless as well. and I'm not even trying to insult you. I know you get real defensive when people challenge you, but what you're saying is pretty stupid. Like she had to be straight. She had to be straight to get inseminated. That's not the case. The brat, a lesbian woman, is going to have more children than me, a straight man. So at some point we have to accept that gay, lesbian, transgender, bi, non-binary, queer, whatever terminology, they have families. I know multiple people of the LGBT community that have families with children of different types, because unfortunately, you AR had a channel, anti-bastard breeding. Guess what? There are a lot of LGBT adopting those bastards, as you like to call them. So they do have the same wants and needs as us to have family. The methods that they use to acquire the family don't matter as much as the fact that we need healthy family structures in the United States, as opposed to a lot of their bastard breeding. So
can I add one other point? Was also we're dismissing the fact that in these communities, in particular ours, where people have children at a very early age out of wedlock, a lot of times these people come into their sexuality after they've already fathered or mothered a child.
Absolutely.
So there's a large segment of the community that's like, hey, they've grown. I mean, maybe they already were, but maybe because of the repressive society or neighborhood they lived in, they still ended up fathering or mothering a child and then grow more fully into their sexuality. So to create this narrative as if even in the what we would call the normal way of childbearing or procreating, they've done that too. So you have to be unbelievably ignorant and stubborn to thought to pretend like, oh, no, they can't. So just saying it, well, they just can't. They can't have kids. That's the fuck they can, and they do every day. Full stop. They do every day.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to this next point because I thought when Driscoll brought that up, because like Contra said, he want to be Umar so bad. I'm gonna point out something on him later. Because again, that judgment cuts. It cuts two ways. But again, I gotta bring this up. It's gonna auto start, but I'm gonna have to pause it and then find the time. Sam, give me a second. The next one this one's just for fun. This one is just a flash of masculinity, because again, they were talking about masculinity. This is just a little flash. Let me see if I don't know if I can get closer to it than that. I'm gonna have to let it play for about 10 seconds.
Oh, that conversation around the lack of population is completely fear-mongering and a witch hunt, because these type
Can we get back to emasculation of men?
We're going to get back to it when I'm done speaking.
Come on, this is ridiculous. This panel was designed to talk about emasculation of men, not to talk about reproduction. We're not talking about reproduction.
I'm not
We're
talking
talking about the emasculation of men. The emasculation of men.
And I got permission from the host.
Let him get through it, John.
Let him have his say, John.
When we respond to him, that ain't the topic, though.
You need to mute it. I'm not talking to you.
Now, I just wanted y'all to hear when Conscious was talking, just making salient points. You know, all the masculine men. John the Baptist had to interrupt him. Now, first of all, this person couldn't even come up. Whole show couldn't even come up. So they want to put out judgment, but they can't face any judgment. So that's one thing that bothered me with John the Baptist. You want to put shame on people. Want to say stuff about groups of people that you won't even face up. We've all seen Conscious. Conscious got a platform. I don't think John the Baptist does. Let me read this comment real quick. Let me bring this down. If we didn't, it wouldn't invalidate anyone's humanity. No one has to have kids. None of them going to want to. Yeah. That's about the kids thing. Yeah, well, nobody has to have the kids, and whether they do or not, it doesn't change their life experience, because again, a lot of straight people do not have children, will not have children, cannot have children. He comes up on the beef. Okay, cool.
Can I say one thing too, Arshawn, especially since we're on the kid portion? I want to say this too. While it is true that heterosexual couples, and I don't know at what percentage or at what rate, sometimes do procreate, give birth, and raise children who grow up to be homosexual in the LGBT community, you also need to know that probably at an equal rate, I don't know, I know of many LGBT couples who have procreated and raised heterosexual children. So I think for a lot of black men, I'm saying hetero couples can procreate and raise children who in adulthood identify as the LGBT community. The reverse is true as well.
Right. Yeah.
There's nothing that says, so to black men, don't assume that a LGBT couple or family raising children, that their children automatically come out to be LGBT. That is not true.
I mean, but here's the problem. But here's where but that doesn't even matter. Here's where the homophobia comes in.
I know that's one
of
the.
I know you. I'm not schooling you. I'm not trying to school you, but I want to make this point too. Like that doesn't matter because they're their children. They're not your children.
Right.
So it's not even a concern.
No.
If you're injecting yourself in an unknown person's family dynamic, there's a problem that you're so adamant about what their family dynamic is about because you're not feeding these people, you're not housing these people, you're not clothing these people, but you're invested in days and days, weeks and weeks, months and months, up to a year of talking about what their family composition looks like that you play no part in. So I mean that was my
And the only reason I'll say that because the only difference I ever see between those children of those two families is one will be raised more tolerant and the other one generally will be raised more intolerant. Not always, but the majority of LGBT raising children, they're raising their children to be far more tolerant across the spectrum of races, religion, orientation, ideology, everything. And a lot of the intolerance and bigotry comes from heterosexual households. That's just a fact, gentlemen. Put that in your fucking pipe and smoke it.
All right, I'm gonna let this play for Yellow. Go ahead. After that, after you make your point, I'm gonna let this play for about 4 minutes because Conscious is talking about something. And while he's talking, I want y'all to watch JT. So as soon as you finish, Yellow, I'm gonna just hit play.
Nah, I was gonna say it's also kind of weird for them to even play that card when their whole ideals is to teach their children that homosexuality is bad. So if you worried about kids being raised by queer parents and them teaching them to be gay or influencing them to be queer, like what's the difference between you preaching that the Bible is telling them that homosexual is bad? You're teaching them and training them up to be straight. So it's like that same initiative that you putting in to make sure they ain't gay is the you know what I'm saying, that same initiative and objective that you think they got with your kids. And it's fucking weird.
And that's true. They don't even notice that, but
gave me permission to speak.
Yeah, let him have his say.
So, in my final point, what the hell was I even saying?
You see JT
in
down
my
there
damn
percolating.
final point?
JT down there percolating.
Keep working.
Oh no, we're not moving on until I find it now because see, I don't fucked up my flow.
You were saying that you were breaking Conscious TV. You were breaking down how people with GBQ can still have children. They still use their reproductive organs and things of that nature. Go ahead.
Oh! Thank you for saying that information, man. So I was saying that I know that this is a witch hunting discussion because we never have these type of town hall meetings about all the other groups of people who do not participate in reproducing, such as those who choose a life of abstinence, nuns, priests, all of the heterosexual couples who do not want to be burdened with carrying children. They just want to enjoy their marriage and enjoy each other amongst themselves. And we do not witch hunt, indict, prosecute any of these groups of people who choose for religious reasons or because of their own personal free will to not have children. But yet we get into the LGBT conversation and the talking point completely centers around how we allegedly don't reproduce, which I just dispelled that. We totally use our reproductive systems. We use in vitro like the hetero community does. We participate in adopting like the hetero community does. We use our own bodies to bear our own children like the brat is, who's pregnant right now with her wife expecting because she went to see a doctor, not a man. So it's just buffoonery. And so just like in the last panel, I'm always curious to know what is the real issue and why is it that it's queer people who get hung up on that cross when everybody else in this system that I named, those who are abstinent, those who choose not to reproduce of the hetero and queer kind, don't also end up on that cross. There's never this passion for them, but all this heat for us.
Okay,
and I need
so
somebody
to
to
give
make
to
sense.
get back to get
I got a
back on the
I got a
subject.
question
To
for
get back,
wait.
no,
I
no,
got
no.
a
To get
question
back,
for conscious. I got one question. It's gonna be quick, John. I got one question for conscious and
He
reckless.
ain't had a quick
I
one in
don't
his
know.
life.
Is a trans woman having and being with a real woman, is that considered a homosexual
me out.
relationship?
Man,
This
so
took me
Whatever
out.
you want to consider. If it
This
look like
took
two
me
women
out.
from the outside to you, then it's a lesbian
No,
relationship. But
see
if you let no, this is a dead ass. This is a dead ass response. I'm not being sarcastic. If you see two women together, to us, that's going to look like a lesbian relationship, right? Until we ask for the questions, if we're given the opportunity.
I'm
to.
asking. Don't
If
say
that. But I'm making the point that there are trans women who identify as who.
Damn, man. I'm talking about a trans woman with a dick. A trans woman with a dick.
Trans women use their dicks. There are women who like posts.
Is that considered a homosexual relationship? That's what I'm asking you.
It's whatever the fuck they want to consider. I don't know. I'm just letting you know. Look, don't even fry your brain, Frizzy. I'm sure it's fried enough. My point was trans men get pregnant and trans women impregnate. So that's it. That's all. You don't have to. Don't worry about whether it's gay. Don't worry about whether it's straight. Don't worry about whether it's confusion. Either way, it produces. Okay. So
man, that dude.
I've never seen a nigga in a fight with himself. That's a nigga fighting on himself on the street corner,
fighting them,
throwing punches, punching them. Like that's not that fucking hard to figure out. That's not that hard. It doesn't take that much deep of a thought. Why is he even obsessed about that? The obsession over such a fucking moronic question says everything. That was just a stupid ass question.
It was stupid.
Dumb question.
It was dumb. I could give him curious. Maybe he's just curious. But my thing is, that's not what they were talking about at that time. One.
No.
Again, like following trains of thought. That's not exactly what they were talking about. He interjects a curious question to people who are not trans. So he's asking a question, and then Conscious gives a salient answer. Listen, if they look like two women to you, why wouldn't you just assume they were lesbian and move on about your business? Why do you need me to give you a solid answer on two people who I don't know because it's theoretical? Like, that's the kind of silly stuff we do. We keep making all these theoreticals, and we want a specific answer to a general, and that generalization, because it's the queer community, there's identity, sexuality, all these different things we don't understand. Why are we trying to get a hard, fast answer for something that may be more fluid? Gender fluidity.
What's crazy about it is I could be walking down the street with my wife. Everybody will automatically assume we're a heterosexual couple. But I could be a trans woman and she could be a trans man. But because they're not in our bedroom, you just make your natural assumption and go the fuck on about your day. You don't go, I wonder if really. I could have had the pussy, she could have the dick. No one knows. Why are you so obsessed about a simple-minded question like that? As Conscious said, whatever you see, that's what it is to you. And that's all that matters. That's all that matters. What it is to them. My relationship with my wife is what it is to me. Yeah. What it looks like to people outside of us. You can see two women. I don't care. Nor should I. You can see whatever you want to see. It doesn't matter. And I don't obsess over it. I mean, unless I see a half man, half horse, I'm not that obsessed over the fucking question. Right. Exactly. You're going to denounce it anyway. Thank you. No matter what, whether it was a lesbian relationship, that's wrong too.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, however the process get done. You know what I'm saying? However the process get done. Because it was like, well, what if the man got or what if the woman got a dick and this, that, and the other? Okay, the process still gonna work. Guess what? guess what? Just look at it like this. You poured the milk before you poured the cereal. You need to pour the cereal before you pour the milk, or you can pour the milk before you pour the cereal. However, the cereal get made, though, it's still gonna get made, nigga. You know what I'm saying? That's the correct man. Look, I didn't realize that it was enough stupid running around on this app to where like these type of things are being said and people just say anything. So I'm gonna do I'm gonna acquiesce to the host and keep it, you know what I'm saying? About this is all dumb. The reason we struggling to understand what they saying is because it's like listening to the teachers on Charlie Brown. Just wah 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 wah. There's sounds coming out their mouth. They know all the best words.
That's the answer right there. That's spot on time.
Exactly.
That's
all it. That's their whole approach to everything, though, and that's why it kind of pissed me off that they even ended up in that situation, because I know damn well them niggas wasn't asking questions to learn. They was asking something to try to get you in a aha moment, or got you, or you know what I'm saying. I'm gonna push back on that, or you know, I'm gonna respond to this, and I'm gonna try to be as ignorant as I am under the guise of ignorance.
Well, if you know what if I don't know if you and Arshawn noticed, in particular, in particular when the panelist Trey came up, which I know we'll probably get to him. But what I noticed is when several of the subsequent panelists came up that wasn't on the initial panel, the first talking point all of them had, and it was repeated through the chat, why y'all taking it easy on them?
Yeah.
Everybody was pushing this, let's be hostile to reckless and conscious. I was like, y'all about some bigoted homophobic motherfuckers. Y'all don't want to talk. Y'all don't want to listen. Y'all don't want to.
They wanted to attack.
Y'all show up wanting to fight and literally asking these men a respectful question or dialoguing in a respectful way. You were deemed as a traitor to heterosexual male. I'm like, that's stupid.
Mandrill came on and said somebody still angry with him for not coming at them harder. Like somebody that he's been familiar with, having weeks of conversation with, is angry with him right now today because of a conversation from last week where he wasn't aggressive and attacking enough of two individuals that were guests.
So you
that was right. That was there to have the conversation with you, not to get not to
bridge the gap.
So
right. Bridging the gap. Yeah, not blowing up the bridge.
We say, Mandrill, those motherfuckers are homophobic. That's the definition of homophobia. Yeah. They have an inherent dislike and animosity to their sexuality. They don't care about what intelligent conversation they have to bring. They're just going to hate them. They're fucking homophobic and bigoted. And why can't y'all see that?
They starting to. At least Mandrill is. I'm going to bring in this next point because our brother Clarence had a point. The 107 I wanted us to get to.
Horse. And then make the horse run.
Unfortunately, man, this non-YouTube internal control is I'm trying.
One image, but we were right there to see it live. Now it comes in the form of other images. Selling rocks, you tearing up your community, you shooting.
So they got back on the images.
You gang banging, or you live in a lifestyle that is what I want to say, adverse to healthiness, right? And a lot of times they put that on our homosexual brothers, right? They out there they just running raw on each other, right? So that's a lot. That's another thing that they have to deal with, right? Because I believe most of them are not doing it, but some are, just like some of us are, right? So, but the thing is, they put that all on them, and so we have all these images of us living, not being at the highest use of the black man's mental and physical power, because we're running around chasing sexually, whatever orientation we have. We're constantly on this grind to get sex instead of building a community, building a nation, and overthrowing the thinking process that we've been oppressed to actually have to deal with. That's in my opinion.
My point that I wanted to bring out from what he said, because he was kind of pointing out that whether you're heterosexual or homosexual, he believes the culture here in the United States is over-sexualized. We're more worried about I would say, what's that word? That I wish Bree could think for me. It's an ism. Man, where you're always chasing pleasure. Hedonism. You're always chasing pleasure. So our culture is more about chasing pleasure than, like you said, actual thought processes, things, or actual building, actual development. And I mean, from the conversation, you can tell a lot of these men, they're not developing anything. So, I mean, at least one has the 8 kids. He's like having plenty of sex, but the mental development is lacking. So, I mean, I really feel like Brother Clarence was onto something, because again, he wanted to say, I don't care what orientation you are, sexuality, whatever, man. Our culture in the United States is just it's off anyway. And I think these type of panels with these men would be better served pointing out, like using our own stories to point out the flaws that we see in our own lives that are borne out in the culture, and learn, oh man, you deal with that too. Well, it might be a cultural thing. It's not just me. Maybe there's a problem within our culture or our community or our nation. But man, they just don't have the brain power, man.
They don't have the depth.
Don't have the depth, and we've seen they don't have the character either. So you can't build with these people. Now, this is why I was getting on Mandrell at. You can't. Was that coach Singletary? You can't win with them.
Can't do it.
You can't work with them. Can't do it. There are some people you just cannot have a part of whatever you're doing. So that Mandrell wants to build platforms with these people. I mean, that's his choice, but it's problematic to anybody that say they're trying to develop and better men, because Black Man Unfiltered, if you're trying to develop men, and these are the men that you're not developing, you're not even challenging them. And it's to the point, if you don't challenge outsiders, then they're challenging you. So they're actually reinforcing the negatives in the community. They're not doing any of the cleaning. There's no house cleaning. And then there's no building. So all it is mess. Casting pearls before swine. It's all it is mess. And that's something we got to talk about. I mean, that's why we're talking about, that's why we're having this conversation now, because we're having a lot of the mess panels. And like we said, media, we have the opportunity to show who we are, and this is who we decide to be. Bigoted, homophobes, racist, sexist. When do we develop and become better than the people we say we're oppressed by? Who said homosexual tearing up the community? People say it, man. I mean, because the panel says that in different ways. You know, that by not perpetuating, by having children, they're tearing up the community. So there's a lot of that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. What did y'all think on Brother Clarence's point? I know I was rambling on that one.
I think he had a good point. I mean, I get an earful of it all the time over there with his old Negro ass. And he always talks about the over-sexualization of our community, and that is a very real thing. I always try to tell him, I don't know how we put the genie back in the bottle. That's what I don't know. So we try to, and again, we try to talk to these young people like, look, I know you're gonna fuck. I don't want you to, but we can't put the genie back in the bottle. We got these handheld devices. Kids as young as middle school are being bombarded with sexual images off the internet on their cell phones and everything else. So it's almost an impossibility. So at this point, I think we were having like he had the conversation. I think we had the conversation with Conscience and Reckless when they did come over, because in particular, one of the narratives he was saying, like, he tried to play the devil's advocate. Well, this is why maybe some straight people are upset, is that they're having to talk to their kids about homosexual behaviors earlier than they wanted to. And I said, that may be a valid thing. However, they're having to talk to their kids about sex, period, earlier than they want.
Need to, but they're not.
No matter what, right? So they're not, exactly. So I'm like, it's not like, oh, my kids in the age of 8 are exposed to homosexual sex and not heterosexual sex. You wasn't prepared to have the conversation with them about sex, period, no matter what type it is. But society is so fucked up as a whole. We're so over-sexualized, especially in our community, that unfortunately, you got to have the conversation earlier than you wanted to. So whether you're ready for it or not, you better get your ass ready for it, because it's coming. Nobody's going to stop being who they are or doing what they want to do because you worried about little Ocean's not ready. He better fucking get ready. That's all there is to it. So, you know, I guess like that's why I don't buy I try to think fairly of any heterosexual pushback to the community that is fair. And I just can't find any that's not bigoted. I can't find any that's not homophobic. You know, I'm like, I always told them, I said, y'all just butthurt because there's greater acceptance and greater visibility. But they've always been there. If you look, they've always been there in the same numbers. I don't believe that their numbers, I don't believe the LGBT numbers are any greater today than they was in the 1950s. In the 1950s and 40s, they just had to be more closeted. That's it. But their numbers were the same. Whether it was Baldwin or any of the great writers all throughout Harvard. I'm like, they have produced so much to the Black experience. They just, or Bayard Rustin, who's the architect of the March on Washington, was an openly gay Black man. Like, they've always been there. He just had to wear a fucking suit and tie. He had to present like a hetero man. But he wasn't. Neither was Baldwin. So the whole argument of, oh, that it's more and more. No, it's not. It's just more accepting and it's more visible. And they fought for it and they should have. And there's nothing wrong with it. And the bigger part is, I say, just like I said last night, the same way that you motherfuckers are butthurt about same-sex marriages, you motherfuckers are butthurt about marriages of mine, which is interracial. Suck it up, buttercup, and grow the fuck up. It is what it is. We can't do that. We can't go. And lastly, I'll say that when they holler about, oh, the sodomy laws, a third of y'all would be in jail too. Sodomy is high in the heterosexual community. Okay. Think about that.
You putting all the arguments together. Okay, all right. I see you. I want to real quick. I got a timestamp. I got to move forward, but this control, man. My bad, y'all. Because of YouTube, all of a sudden
Black men
on me. But I'm trying to get the 1840.
For me personally, it's not just about homosexuality. So I'm not here to punch down on people that are gay. We've had Black people that were gay in our communities going way back.
I'm going to skip this. I actually played this on Tuesday. This is where Information Man talked about the media controls the mind. And we have the opportunity to control our image because we've already spoken on that. So I'm actually going to skip that to John the Baptist versus Reckless at 113. Give me a second. 113:30. So it's about in 20 seconds.
So what we start to see now in modern day culture is make the man look weaker, make the woman feel stronger. And so what that does, it leaves the community of women and kids to suffer. So let's stop trying to pretend like that the media is not playing the strategic game of making men look and appear weak. And we can't be trying to equalize about, trying to protect the alphabet community and not include us into the conversation, because this is a tactic of evil to divide what a man is created to do. It's not about your sexual orientation. It's about what the purpose and the role of a man. And until we understand the purpose and the role of a man, we'll never get anywhere in this conversation.
This is the reason why the conversation of you guys trying to define yourselves, this is the reason why queer people have an issue, because a lot of times when you guys want to define yourselves, and even when we're in the conversations, you guys don't want us part of that man.
You're part of the conversation now. You're part of the conversation.
Right.
What we're saying is we are all men on this panel, and we all understand it. Whether you're gay, straight, or whatever it is, you're here to protect. You're here to protect the society, and so therefore, don't make it a fight. Don't make it a fight against each other, because the whole goal is we have to protect the women and the kids. It's not about you. It's not about you. It's not about me. It's about us being men and being the strong men that we are created to be.
Okay, let me say this about this whole image
Hey,
thing.
brother Clark, where's my goddamn thumbnail at?
Let me say this about this whole image thing, because y'all really blow my mind when it comes to this image.
It ain't no freaking image.
No.
It's not an image. It's what we are.
Well, I'm talking about the image talking point in conversation.
It's not an image talking point.
That
It's
is
not
that
a-
is
it's not
what-
a-
that is what I'm referring to, sir. So when it comes down to this image talking point and stuff, I just think it's really ignorant to think, and I had to do this myself, to think that if I see a melanated man look a certain way, that's going to be the representation of a whole community who's diverse, who has a multitude of personalities, a multitude of representation, diversity, and they all show up differently. So, and also to think that this image of a strong man, and this is the reason why this image conversation irks my spirit, because a lot of times when we get into these conversations, a lot of the times men are so worried about their image instead of their consciousness. Like a lot of the times, like you guys are so worried about the fucking image than the actual state of where Black men are currently. Like this, like it's really like it's interesting to me, because when we start to get into the nitty-gritty of the conversations dealing with Black men, emotional intelligence, when it comes down to, okay, how are you going to be successful? Of course, financially and stuff, but are you going to be successful within marriage? Not only, and to think that some of these roles that you guys apply yourselves to are so shallow, and it completely dehumanizes you from even being able to be a human.
I got a question.
Can I let me ask him a question? Do you believe?
Do you believe it?
It's like, I didn't hear nothing you said.
I said, do you think a person's image is important?
Oh,
You
what?
think people don't judge you on your image?
Now he's asking, is image important?
I think
They
those are
said
respectability politics.
it's not an image conversation.
Because keep in
Sometimes
mind,
I
like,
have to
and
say
here's the thing too. We all melanated up here. Like, let's have an honest conversation.
Come on, stay with me. Stay with me now.
Image is not going to save you. I am sorry. It's not going to save you. It does not matter. Even back then, when we had melanated men in their suits, in their bow ties, that did not keep white Caucasoid dick and pussy from going into melanated spaces and destroying those things. An image is not going to save you. That's why the conversation is
the thing about it, though.
Conversation
Reckless, the thing about it, when we was like it, they had more respect for us.
No, they didn't. No,
they did not. Let's check. They have more respect by lynching you. They have more respect by hanging you from trees. They have more respect by hanging till. They have more respect by accusing melanated Black men of
good old days. What the fuck we talking about, bro?
Yep.
That was the end of the
That was
clip,
a good
man.
stop.
What fucking good old days is we talking about? That's what I'm saying. Back then, they respected us more. Nigga, while they was hanging us openly from trees, nigga.
Yeah.
While they was hitting us with fire hoses and dogs, nigga, they was... Okay, so the shit we saw in the 1950s wasn't that bad. Maybe we just took it out of context.
Segregated houses.
Bomb churches. We just took all that out of context. No, we just took all that out of context.
Churches got to sit up in the fucking balcony at the movie theater. That's respect.
Damn,
That's respect, man. That's respect, man. Wasn't Martin Luther King in the suit when he got shot?
Yeah.
On the balcony of the Lorraine Motel?
Got shot in the suit with a tie in his driveway.
Malcolm was in the suit.
So man, we need to stop wearing suits.
That's why I wear a hoodie, nigga. That's why I don't wear no goddamn collars for that same reason. Niggas with collars get killed. What you talking about? All right, I'm with you. Fuck that shit. You can hide, nigga. Shit. What you talking about? You feel me? Fuck
Man, we need to get safe, man. We need to be safe, man. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Man, that's what I'm saying. We need to quit worrying about leading, and we need to get back to reading. Because these are some of the most basic, non-educated, non-thinking Negroes I've ever seen in my entire life.
Can I just point something out? Can I just point something out real quick, y'all? The part that blew me the immediately when I seen that shit, you niggas' brain process do not work that fast for you to have heard what the fuck Reckless said, for you to have had any type of quick that fast to comeback. I hate that shit on these panels. Motherfuckers do not just shut the fuck up sometime when somebody says something and let it process. Give it about 30 seconds. Everybody got to say the next thing because everybody want to try to be right or everybody want to try to counter.
you couldn't have possibly had consumed what he said because you was too busy listening for a reason to counter his fucking argument instead of understand what he's saying. So all that shit to come back, like you said, he gonna ask him about image when he told him that image ain't gonna fucking save you. He's saying that shit, but you're not listening because. No, go ahead, Rico.
Doesn't that mean, in essence, that point and that statement that he made in that moment was lacking all masculinity? There was no logic.
Mm-hmm.
There was no logic to that statement,
Yep.
and it was an emotional response because image makes me feel good. It makes me feel good. So he was speaking from in a moment. He had a flash of femininity.
Yep.
Oh no, they respected us because I need to feel. Oh no, back then when we wore suits, they respected us. That was a moment.
And they so didn't. They so didn't. They killed Malcolm and Martin. Both wore suits all the time.
Is that? Am I the only one? Hey, can you,
No,
man, Joe, can you turn your mic down a skosh?
Just a little high. Yeah.
Came in hot.
Okay, yeah, Malcolm and Martin both wore suits all the time.
Yeah, your mic came in with a suit.
Look at what happened. They didn't respect us, man. They didn't respect us. You know, wearing a suit. They still don't respect us wearing a suit or not now. Like, it does surprise them when we wear a suit. Like, I went to a job interview some years back.
Now listen.
And they were like, hey, they thanked me
real
for
quick.
wearing a suit. I was like,
hey, pause, man. Notorious. This is what we said earlier. AR. If you want to have challenge for anybody up here, that's cool. But do not insult anybody in the chat. Now, again, Reckless is in the chat. Do not insult because, like, he's trying to be a woman. Don't say he's trying to be a woman because he looks like a man to me. Speaking of image, he looks like a man. He got more facial hair than I do.
I see a man.
I see a man when I see Reckless. So again, like, let's not come for each other. Reckless is in the chat, or again, let's not insult people. I mean, other than, stupid people. I understand you disagree. But do not come for, like, talk about who's coming to look like a woman, because there are a lot of men with soft facial features. Am I trying to look like a woman? So, like, let's not do that. I mean,
same here.
That's a fair one.
I'll say this since you're asking me a question. What I'm saying is that was a feminine thought if he projected the fact that we were respected because we wore suits, because that's a belief that we all would want to feel, that because we walk in a position of respectability and this, that, and whatever. So respectfully, emotionally, I would like to feel that white people cared about us and respected us at a period of time that all the evidence says that they don't. So if I suspend my logic to the facts of what I know actually occurred and still insist that it was something else, don't you guys describe that as feminine?
Now, Rico, hold up real quick. Because now here's the thing. I'm insulting a panel full of idiots. And I've been trying to be kind by not insulting you because you said nothing but stupid stuff since you came into the chat. And I've tried to be respectful. Now, I can stop trying to be respectful. Because you're talking about you let that one pass. Now, I can get into my ego and talk about all the ignorant shit you done said today. I could. Or the history of ignorant shit you done said. We could go there, but I'm trying to respect you because you in the chat. And I'm trying to let you get your say off, even though it's antithetical to what we're doing here today. And that's cool. I can have a contrary opinion. I can have a difference of opinion, but it's a stupid opinion. Everything you're saying is dumb as hell. Now, that's me being honest with you. And I'm trying to not insult you and call you stupid. I'm trying not to call you a moron, but I can quit being respectful. And we could all, because I know Yella's held back simply because I've been trying to be peaceful. So, like, calm down. We're talking about somebody's panel who we have a disagreement with. Or we can make it about you because you're acting just as stupid as they are. Now, I was trying to be respectful, man, but you're trying to call contradictions. You don't understand it because you're in the same weight class as far as thinking and thoughts and logic. And I was trying to give you that respect. Rashawn, you want to drop the link and get disrespectful? No, we can do that another day. We can do it another. Me and you can set up a whole time for that. Me and you can set up a whole time for that.
Yeah,
But
don't let nobody derail our shit. That's just crazy.
Yeah, I mean, because I got a problem with stupid.
ahead.
I have a problem with stupid. So
let's finish our work. We got work to do.
I got a problem with stupid. So
I mean,
now we on the clock, but I mean, we got fresh stupid. Yeah. We got fresh stupid.
Yeah, I know. I feel you.
Hot stupid here. So listen, me and you can set up a time and we can talk. We can go talking point for talking point because I got a long history of the stupid you've been saying out your mouth.
Let me
because I had some respect for you as a person, I try not to disrespect for you how all the stupid stuff that you say. Now Yella ain't got no respect for you. He wanted to get at you earlier, but again, I tried to set the tone. So
can I bring it back to the conversation with what?
Not until I'm done, Rico.
Oh,
not
okay,
until I'm done.
All right, I'm sorry.
So. Yeah, Notorious and those like him are the problem amongst men because we got to call out the problem. And AR is a part of the problem. To all the baby mama consistent conversations months after months, year after year, talking about baby mamas and bastards. That's a part of the problem. You're not a solution to anything. So now while I was trying to be peaceful, we can call it what it is. You're a part of the problem because you have the same thought process as Freezy and them. You're marginally smarter. You're actually a decent, likable dude like Freezy. You're likable. You're likable. And you're funny. But then you get stuck on one talking point that doesn't make any sense. So again, you can do that. But again, now, like they asked me to remove the wrench, and because you wanted to challenge me, again, not even a power trip. If anybody wants to get rid of you for what you're saying, they can. They can. It ain't on me now. Now you got to deal with the misfit mods. So deal with that. That's where you at now. And if you want to come around and we can have a one-on-one, we can do that. Or you could take one of us all. However you want to do it, that's cool. But now we're just going to have to address you directly because that's where you put yourself. We're going to call you for being. It doesn't matter. You know what? Some of the dumbest people have been president. They've been president. So what you've accomplished is independent of your stupid. Ben Carson was a master neurosurgeon, but he was a fucking moron. And I would ask that you don't spread your thought process onto any youth. I would ask that. Again, this is what you wanted. This is what you wanted. You could have just kept making your homophobic comments in the chat. You could have just did that because I know you wanted attention from Conscious and Reckless. Because there were a couple homosexual people here. You wanted to get that attention. You could have just kept doing that. But again, you can get the camera time. You can come up here and we can have a discussion and we can say this face to face. Because I ain't one of the people, I ain't about to just block and ban you. We can have a conversation. I'm with that. Because there's no way you're going to outthink me. Ain't nothing you got to say that's worth hearing. I could point out some other stuff, but I'm going to save it because you really want the face to face time. We're going to do it. And I'm going to address you. And I'm going to point out the stats. And I'm going to point out the stupid. If you really want that. Now. God.
Damn, my G. I'm like,
because I was trying to be cool and I was repressing it. I was repressing it out of respect. But God damn, man.
I raised you right. I'm proud of you. My motherfucking G. Thank you.
Nobody want to deal with stupid all the time, man. Always got to be stupid. Like, what? You got to be stupid your whole life?
G. Be proud of that shit. Embrace it.
You got to be stupid your whole life, man. God damn.
That's what we're here for tonight.
Like, evolve, man. Evolve, man. It's nothing to do with the baby mamas and the twerking. Mm-hmm. It ain't got nothing to do with reckless one to look like a woman.
Nope.
It's stupid stuff like that. Unevolved, uneducated thought processes, man. You talked about you got it. Okay, let me get off of you. Let me get off of you. Because that got me tight. That's on me.
Let me bring it in.
Now let's go back to the topic.
Just to the conversation, to the statement that he said, which we all were incredulous about, that respectability politics of, okay, back when we wore suits back in the day, they respected us. And it was like, we got a whole fucking museum in Selma, Alabama to all the lynching of black people they did in fucking suits.
Montgomery, Alabama.
Montgomery. Okay, I stand correct.
Because I live in, I know that because I live in Montgomery, right. And it's right downtown. Yeah.
It's incredible. It's like, how are we living in this space? So when because what it is, and I think Conscious and Reckless spoke about it, or somebody I heard spoke about it, black men want to go back to that space of the patriarchy where black men could dominate and lord over black women. We want this not all of us, because I certainly don't want it. I don't fucking want it at all. But a lot of us want to go back to that because we're fucking lazy. I can be lazy. I don't have to be shit if the system go back to where I'm just 1/5 of what I am, and I'm still better than this black bee. Because society says, and ladies, I'm not going to use the word, but shut up, you black bee. That's what they want to say. And I feel that, and that's what bothers me, is why are we in a space where we're begging to take all of us, because we don't just take black women back to that reality. Your black ass got to go back to it. Boy, get your motherfucking ass to the back of the bus. You put your fucking head down. You got to go back to that reality. And I don't want to go back to that. So I don't give a fuck if it does become a matriarchy. If it continues to progress me as a black man, I'm all for it. Whatever system will uplift my community. I believe in an egalitarian community. But if I thought tomorrow I could Thanos snap and it be a matriarchy, and all of a sudden matriarchy could wipe out white supremacy, you motherfucking right, I'm voting for it. Oh shit, black people and white people are equal, but it's a matriarchy? Yeah, I vote for that. I don't want to stay in a patriarchy if we got to stay at the fucking bottom. And you niggas don't think about that. I'm done.
Man, conscious man, get out of here. You gonna deal with this patriarchy. You gonna get this patriarchy. You gonna get this patriarchy. That's all
I'm not saying I want it. I'm just sitting there saying it's like I'm more concerned about white supremacy, and they're more concerned about dominating black women or gay black people. Not even gay people. Black men don't want to dominate gay. They ain't got no smoke for gay white men because they're scared of them. They scared of them. I don't see no smoke for gay white men. They only have smoke for gay black people. You fucking cowards.
Yeah, man.
That's my issue.
And I do not hold myself in some high regard as the epitome of what a black man should be. I talk about myself quite often on my channel. I am trash. I am not a high quality person at all. I say that all the time. But what we do not dominate, Mandrell, hey, come on, man.
We can have a discussion about that.
Well, we can have a discussion about that. But what I'm saying is, what I want to finish saying is real quick.
Negro.
What I want to say is we don't even dominate cleaning our own rooms. Our own houses, our own lives are not in order before we go trying to come and police people that we have no control over. I want to shame women. I want to shame gays. I want to use a tactic to make you, but again, I have no control. I have no leverage over you. There's no reason for you to listen to me. And if you should choose to walk away from what I'm saying, you could just turn the channel or walk away, because I don't own anything. I don't have anything. I don't have anything you want. I'm not the type of guy you want to be with. So all I have is my yep to a bunch of other dudes. I'm going to try to fight my programming to use womanhood and gayness as an insult for straight men, but that's where my mind naturally goes to, because again, my own programming. But a bunch of dudes sitting around talking about women to another bunch of dudes is obnoxious, it's unproductive, and to the people who I've seen in the chat today or on Black Men's Unfiltered panel, they cannot produce consistent, cogent thoughts for 2 minutes in a row about anything other than what they've heard somebody else say. If they're not repeating what they've heard somebody else say, if they're not repeating a stat that they heard from another man, they have no thoughts of their own, no conclusions that they've reached. They can only repeat, which a parrot can do, which they're even getting some dogs to vocate a couple of, I love you. You're no better than an animal because you have no thought. You're an illiterate bastard. I swear, even if you had a father, he's a bastard too. And I promise to God, I be trying to be cool with y'all. I be really trying to be cool with y'all because you're people too. Your perspective matters. All perspectives matter. But I swear to God, if I have to hear your stupid idiots one more time talk about women, talk about children, talk about gay people, but none of you are ever talking about yourselves. I never hear any of you fools talk about yourselves. All these countless hours on all these panels, and I see y'all go from panel to panel to panel to panel talking about the same things, but I never hear y'all talk about what's going on with you. I just have questions. And again, I don't know. I think he left. But if you really do want to go one-on-one, on camera, off camera, we can have a conversation. I'm not afraid of that. That's nothing to me. Because people that have the kind of thought processes you have are nothing to me. So, Mandrell, you said we have to have that conversation about me being
yeah, but you saying that I'm nothing. I'm not this. I'm not a quality human being. I'm like, hey, slow down.
What I'm saying, Mandrell, here's the thing. What I'm saying is I am substandard as a man and as a human and as a citizen. And
what the hell makes you think that?
Are worse than me. They're worse than me. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
That's the problem.
But you're not substandard, though.
I don't want to establish a new baseline because they're so low that I'm accepted. That's a problem.
But no, the thing is,
Mandrell,
it doesn't. The race. What I'm saying is the race don't. Even race doesn't matter in this question. In this thing.
What you're missing is if
you're above.
I mean, come on, man, come on.
No, you're above. You're
don't
above.
Even apologize
standard.
for me.
No, you're above standard.
No.
Mandrell, listen.
Mandrell.
What I'm
wow,
saying
Yellow.
Mandrell,
Yellow, keep it count.
I look at Arshawn as a fucking savant, right? Educated, uneducated, whatever you want to call it, because the thoughts that he can grasp and he can gather and he can articulate, it's unbelievable.
Uneducated doesn't mean you're not smart. I agree with you. I agree with you, Rico. Right. Uneducated doesn't mean that you're not smart.
But what I'm saying is, I think what he's saying, and I feel the same way, if we haven't reached our potential, and Arshawn, as good as that motherfucker is, he got a lot more. We never feel fulfilled because he is greater than what we've seen. This man ain't began to shine his light. I'm just telling you some real shit. From the time I first met him, I'm like, what the fuck I done got in? I am within greatness. You know, the thought pattern, the process, the empathy, just the ability to take a thought. So again, and that's what you do. If you're an empathetic, a caring person, you know you have more. He know he's got a lot more. I know he got a lot more. He know he's got a lot more. So he wants to evolve to that. And there's nothing wrong with that.
And that's the point, Rico. Real quick. And that's what I'm saying. My problem, and this goes to all black men, which is why I know where they are. I don't want to push myself to that. And I know they don't want to push themselves to that.
Oh, no, they don't.
Right. So what I'm saying is if that's what makes you substandard. You just don't even care. You've checked out. Yeah. Once you've checked out, once you've quit, you become less than whatever the par is, whatever the balance, whatever equal, whatever that is.
But most
of us have sunk below that.
Right? You know
that doesn't matter. Yeah, so let's drop that point. It doesn't matter if we don't do it. It doesn't matter if I could save the world of cancer, if I could cure cancer today, but I don't do it. It doesn't matter. A man that doesn't read and an illiterate man have the exact same outcomes. So it doesn't matter. So what I'm saying is if we're not producing, and we choose not to, that's a choice. Not because somebody's suppressing us. We could, but we don't. We choose not to. We step out of that role. Like we as straight men, we're the dropouts, not conscious and reckless. We're the dropouts. Then we dip below the baseline of manhood, masculinity, citizenship, whatever words you want to use. Whichever words you want to use to equate where we should be, whatever the bar is. If we sink below that bar, we're under the bar. We're below the bar. That's what I'm saying. That's the bar I'm setting for myself. I've checked out. I'm here, but I'm looking down on these guys. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm like, how did you reach hell alive? How did you get to hell while you're living? Because you got real low. You had to get low to get beneath where I've gone. That's what I'm saying.
So you like below your own bar and they're below you.
Man. And Big Rig Slaps, man. Shout out to Big Rig Slaps. Shout out to Hanifa, who I know tapped out, man, because we was getting a little. What I'm saying is how, because you ain't even, the funny part is you ain't even got to read anymore. Now you have audio and video that you can listen to get the thoughts, because the thought process is the problem. It's not the words, because there are books that there are books that you can pick up that won't teach you anything. But there are other ways to learn, and they don't seek them out.
No.
And when people are trying to give them information, they won't listen. And then they stand their ground really rigidly, because that's what masculinity, like that whole, don't you think image is important? The image they have to do is that of, I'm going to hold my ground. I'm going to stand 10 toes down. You can't move me off my square. But your square's in hell.
So can I ask you
Nobody wants to deal with you. Nobody on the earth wants to deal with you, including your own women for the most part. Because even when they say black women are the most race loyal, they really don't like you as a human being. And if you talk about most black men, we don't like each other as human beings. Because you can tell when you get on these same panels, like the panel, they don't even listen to each other. They're only getting up there to hear themselves talk. So until we can unpack some of this stuff and really speak honestly about where we are, we can't fix it. If we can't see it, and if we can't say it, we cannot fix it. If you can't see it, you can't say it, you can't save it. That's a better way to say it. I like that. That's better alliteration.
Can I ask you a question? I don't want to derail the conversation at all, but going back to the interaction that you had when you went on your rant, justifiably so. So do you believe that? No, do you believe that people come into the conversation like that to derail? Because again, like I said, I don't have a problem with the guy, but I understand why Yella does, and I probably have some of the same issues. I'm just not. I don't care to fucking fight that fight. I'll leave it to Yella to smoke his ass. I don't care. I think of the self-racism and all that shit exists and true. And I think we've talked about some of it in the past. But the fact of the matter is, like, why are we in these spaces arguing with black men? You know what I'm saying? When you just went through the whole list of the illiteracy, the failure to not just to read, but like I said, you don't have to read. Just listen. Just shut the fuck up and listen. But these people, and again, like he's like, oh, so you trying to say Hank was feminine? I'm like, no, that's not what I said. But if that's what you took out of it,
but that's the illiteracy. That's the illiteracy. The illiteracy leads to a lack of comprehension. I heard you say words, because it's not just reading the words. Right. It's even hearing the words and being able to string them together enough in your mind that you can see where the person might have been trying to go with it. Right. Or if you didn't properly grasp it, saying, well, let me ask a follow-up question that actually goes towards the point. Yeah. So like there were a lot of those illiterate questions, man. A lot of those I don't understand.
I think it was clear in what I was trying to say, but of course, like, oh, you want to grab it, run twerk over there to him and say Rico said, of course. I don't give a shit. I really don't care, but go ahead. But the fact of the matter is, like, why are you being combative in this space when we're trying to have a dialogue about language and the irresponsibility of language and how language, again, when we talk about intent and impact, you may intend one thing, but the impact may be something else and things like that. And instead of being responsible, you're just combative with, oh, they're, the homophobia, you bring in that same, we're trying to unpack homophobia and discuss it. And you bringing that here as a counter narrative, it's crazy to me.
But I get it.
Insane.
But they're so invested in being against. They're so invested in being against anything they don't agree with, as opposed to being actually for something. Because if you ask any of these guys that are so against homophobia, so against women, what are they for? You'd be hard pressed to find it. Because all you ever do is hear them speak negatively or down on something else. So their whole mind is trying to bring something else down. What's that? The crab in a barrel mentality? Yeah. I'm going to pull everything else down. I'm going to pull everything else down.
I'm not getting out, but y'all ain't either.
And I'm not going to build anything, because if I built something to lift myself up, you know what that would make me? I would be a leader. Because if I built something to lift me up, other people are going to be able to follow my path of upward trajectory. Yeah. They don't understand basic concepts because they're stupid.
Yeah.
And that's it's okay to be stupid, but it's not okay to stay there.
Okay.
It's not okay to stay there. You can be uneducated, which I am. You can be ignorant, which is normal. We all don't know something. But to stay ill-informed and unthinking, that should be a sin. For not, and they keep talking about whole homosexuality is a sin. No, staying stupid when people are trying to help you and you know what you're doing is not working. Rico, if you know what you're doing is not working and you won't listen to anybody else, but then you'll complain about them all getting further. Black women are getting more money. You want to talk about everybody else's advancement, but you won't listen to them and what they say about what you need to do. That's stupid. Because even if they're wrong, or even if they're misguided, it's different from your wrong outcome path. So that's what that blows me every single time. I be trying to be,
and their godfather lived and died on results. So I'm like, their godfather lived and died on results. So I'm like, you niggas don't even look at results. Black women results are significantly better. Black women and gay black men results are significantly higher than yours. So you niggas should be twerking. Y'all should be doing every fucking thing that they doing. Y'all need to get lip gloss, some long hair, and some more shit because they are substantially more successful than you are.
Rico, you hit on something brilliant because you know what the truth is? That's freedom. They're free to do something that they were told that nobody, they're not accept. Women and gay people are doing things that the society is telling them are not okay. There's a freedom to that. We're so repressed, you cannot advance from a repressed mind. It's antithetical, it's opposite. So, like, yes, if black men did start twerking, it would, the Marcus Aurelius, if you want to hear something masculine about twerking, Marcus Aurelius, stoicism, he did things to intentionally to stand out that he knew people would have to look at him for, that would like shunning, you know what I'm saying, like wearing something goofy. I'm not saying he did these, I can't remember the exact things he did, but he did things that would make him be judged so that he could become numb to the judgment of society. So do men going out and purposely twerking and putting on polish, even if that's not what you want to do, would numb you to the judgment. You'd be able to move in spite of, which is something that we actually need, which what you're saying, Rico, would actually help us. Yeah. Not the actual twerking, but us overcoming the fear of judgment and the need to be in that box of masculinity that somebody else made up. That would actually free us up. Well, like Bree keeps talking, maybe we wouldn't have such high blood pressure. If we felt free enough to twerk in public and cry in public and hold your son's hand after the age of 7, or to hold your son and your wife's hand who's a billionaire and kiss your child on the forehead, if you felt free enough to do that, maybe you'd be free enough to build something that somebody would follow you into.
It's just called breaking repressive chains. These are repressive chains of ideology that we put upon ourselves. And when we see others break those chains, we become scared. Oh, what they're doing. Oh, Lord. Master gonna get them. They ain't doing what Master said.
I got a question. After hearing what Arshawn just said, how in the blue fuck do you think you're uneducated? Don't ever think that.
I dropped out of high school and I have
that doesn't mean you're. Here's the thing. I know that's the route you take, but that doesn't mean you're uneducated. It just means you got a GED. That's it.
He's a fucking genius.
Yeah, but it kind of bothers me when he says it. I'm like, yeah, bro. He's like,
I mean, come on, man, come on.
I'm gonna say this one don't count. This one don't count. This one don't count. This one don't count, Nick, because I'm just being like, I ain't never just been like, I'm just gonna sit over here. Cause nigga, you know what I'm saying? I'm sitting here listening to you, and you already know. Like, you already know what time it is. And that's why I sit back and let you rock, bro. Cause me, I'd have just probably start flipping the tables over and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I've been over here chilling. Yeah. So you was like, Hulk, chill out. I was like, all right, cool.
Right. I'm like, it bothers me when it says that. I'm like,
but I get what he's saying though. You know what I'm saying? In the sense of me coming from the same thing. Like, you gotta understand where
You got to understand where you at in the world and then judge accordingly. I wouldn't look to them niggas for no advice if I was about to spontaneously combust and they had the recipe to stop it. See, my thing is this: we dealing with a level of stupid that if they body didn't automatically tell them to breathe, these niggas would die daily. Like that's the type of level of stupid we dealing with. You know what I'm saying? And I'm kind of looking at it like we shouldn't even be involved because my thing is this: there's a conversation to be had on all levels, but you can't have conversations with people like this. None of this gonna progress with people like this. Because like Rico was saying, we was reacting to it earlier when they was talking about the type of women they want. Rico, they had a chick who was the chick was in Walmart. She had on like these white see-through pants. Cheeks was cheeking, nigga. I'm talking about like you want a double hand of them on. You know what I'm saying? Look, I'm being me. Y'all know me. I ain't look cheek clapper, CEO. I'm with all of that shit, right? Then they had this chick on the left, right? And like this picture was from like 1850 BC. I don't know how long it was, but it was old as shit. Like she was collared up to here. She had on leather gloves. Nigga, she had on like the fucking skirt with the framework underneath it. She looked like, you know what I'm saying? Like an extra on Hamilton. You know what I'm saying? Like it was that type of old. Like she looked like a black pilgrim, pretty much. And then like if you look at this woman over here, this is the type of woman we want. And you know what I'm saying? She probably was married and married for 60 years and all this other shit. And I'm like, yeah, she probably was like just got freed a couple weeks ago. Like, nigga, what are we talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like,
wait, and yellow. My thing is
about 200 years, right?
Right.
I'm like, okay, that's 200 years of extremes. What the fuck are they talking about?
And my thing about it was this. I'm like, okay, you also leave out the fact that she was probably came up in the era, judging by the look of that picture, she came up in an era where women didn't have much of a choice. They had to get married and they had to depend on a man. You know what I'm saying? That really didn't have much to do with it. She had to. She right. She had to be with a man and put their talents and trades together to build a life together. You know what I'm saying? Now, women don't have to choose that. Women can go to college and get educated. They can get good jobs and earn enough money to provide for themselves and survive on their own now. You know what I'm saying? But now that women are choosing not to date us or them or whoever, you're mad.
But let me ask you a question, man.
I'm like, okay, she has a choice. If women are saying this is what they want in a guy, then I think you might want to look into stepping your game up.
But can I ask you a question? What level? I'm gonna go to Arshawn question. How much of a sorry motherfucker you have to be for that to be the comparison? For you to sit there and say, for me to get a woman, I have to go back to the 1850s. That is it. That's incredulous that these men are in a space. I'm like, y'all have to make this the comparable.
But this the thing though, Rico. This the thing though, Rico. They don't just want them type of women. They want them type of conditions.
Right.
But see, they think
but
right.
Even
That's
the conditions or the women. Why is that have to be the comparison? That I have to go back to pre-Vlad days at the founding of the fucking country. I'm like, you didn't go back a decade. You didn't go back 5 years ago. You went back 300 years ago.
Because these niggas
sorry motherfucker.
All right, I'm gonna let this be for a second. These niggas trash at getting pussy. That's why. Like, I'm just gonna say it. That's why. Because they can't really keep up with women today. You know what I'm saying? And all women alive is modern women. I don't know about this concept. Y'all know modern woman is basically just the woman that's alive today. So that's every version of every woman that's alive today.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? There is no particular modern woman, you know what I'm saying, model.
If she got a cell phone, she modern.
If I promise you.
She got the internet, she modern.
I promise you. If she got a social media app to tell you how traditional she is, she modern.
She got the internet.
Right. Fuck you mean?
Rico crazy and said she got the internet.
This shit is crazy.
Bro, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, man, look.
She got the internet. I'm on that one though.
I'm seeing these niggas want the condition to change. Like I was saying, I listened to dudes today, and it wasn't just about shoot you getting pissed, and I'm glad she did. It was more or less the fact this nigga talking about, well, if real men leave, we gotta be able to tell women to shut the fuck up. We gotta be able to if we see a young girl dressed a certain type of way, we gotta be able to snatch her up and take her home to her parents. I'm like, that's all y'all focus on. Like, what type of conditions in the world do you think is gonna ever be like that?
Well, it's like that. It's like that quite often, though. In the context of what Black Man was talking about, he was talking about if we see something wrong, okay, if we're the leaders, or if a man comes up to your child and corrects and makes an attempt to correct that action, and bring that attention to the parent. Because you got today, women won't let you say anything to their children. They won't let. Hold on, women won't let you correct their children, even though they know their child is wrong. In that context, I do understand. I understand what you're talking about.
It's a reason why they should be like that, though, because a lot of these niggas is glue sniffing mouth breathers, and how the fuck is you gonna let them type of mentality motherfuckers just come up and try to, you know what I'm saying, impose their opinion onto some random person's child?
Okay, but if you see a kid in say a grocery store or a supermarket or something, this kid's knocking stuff off the counters. They're putting stuff in their pocket, things like that. Yeah, grab that kid. Hey, where's your mother? Where's your mother? Come here, boy. Where's your mother?
Hell to the effing no. Mandrill, does that sign up on the place say yellows? Does it say yellow pill coffees? Does it say yellows? No, that should say Walmart. Whereas most of these motherfucking pictures come from, nigga, I'm stealing out of Walmart. How the fuck I'm gonna get somebody mad if somebody stealing out of Walmart? Nigga, I self-checkout every time. I'm stealing something. How the fuck I'm gonna get mad because he's stealing more than me? Nigga, I'm still.
Hey, but no.
Yellow.
Let me ask you a question.
I'm just saying, you don't want to get the kids used to that kind of thing.
Nigga, no.
But do you understand the example? Do you understand the example I'm trying to give, though?
Black man.
No. I get it, but that ain't the way.
That's all I'm asking.
You him Black Man?
I know I did by mistake. Man,
you just called him Black Man?
What are we talking about? Come on, man.
Come on, man.
I want to check you on what Black Man said to your sister, which I thought was rank bullshit.
Okay.
I've heard him say this repeatedly before. He repeatedly makes this argument. Well. Remember, he goes, shoot. Let me tell you this. The women need to go out here and wrap up the women that's out of order, and the men will be out here wrapping up the men out of order. Ain't 1% of niggas out here wrapped up and putting their nigga in check.
They won't do it on a panel.
No, they won't do it. They don't do it no fucking way.
Right. They won't check it across the internet.
Bro. Stop sitting there. So you're saying I can't start putting black men in check until you and black women start putting black women in check. That's
they're the leaders. They're the leaders. They want women to lead.
That's what I heard was. No. I'll start putting. No, you ain't. Nigga, no, you not. Gangbangers. You scared of. You ain't gonna do a motherfucking thing and you ain't gonna say nothing to them niggas. But you want these women to do what you won't do, and then you want them to follow your punk asses.
Yep.
That's exactly what it is.
Well, here's the thing.
For him to sit there and to challenge your sister in the moment and say, well, you women, because your sister made a valid point. Why are y'all sitting there painting the majority off the actions of the minority? And he said, well, if you say that the majority not that, won't the majority sit there and go, well, that's the same thing y'all say about black men, but you punk ass niggas don't go and clean that up. You punk ass niggas don't open your mouth and say, boo.
Well,
Hey, boo.
okay. Well, to
No,
be
you
fair,
don't.
to
No,
be
you
fair,
don't.
to be
And
fair,
black
Rico.
man ass don't either.
Well, to be fair, Rico. To be fair,
Ain't no being fair.
what he's you got to be fair, Rico. You got to be. You're not being fair.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
I know, Yella. Get ready, Arshawn. Get ready. I'm
Get
telling you
ready.
to get ready. What I'm saying is, all I'm saying is that the argument can be made that being that it seems that black women don't listen to anyone,
Black men don't either.
it was a suggestion that why don't you have black women try to get black women in check?
I mean, come on, man, come on.
And then we try to get the black men in check.
Wait a minute, hold on, time out, time out. That nigga tiptoed up too.
Victor Freeze in the building.
I did, Yellow. I told him that. All I'm saying is that the argument can be made.
That's some bullshit. He called your sister out. And I'm like, what the fuck is y'all do it? It's bullshit.
I mean, for real. I mean, because here's the issue, Mandrell. I think you would agree with this. True leadership would be you do what's right because it's what's right, regardless of how anybody else moves.
Right. That's
if
my
no
thing.
woman, if no woman checks any other woman at all ever, because you are a man of character, good conscience, and integrity, you're going to move the way you believe masculinity and manhood should move at all times, every time, and anytime you slip up, you're going to make amends and apologize. That would be the model of a leader. That's the ideal. So anything less than that is something less than leadership. If I have to wait for you, if we have to move at the same time would be a partnership.
Yep.
Like was that Jackie Chan and same time, man, same time. No, it was that Friday. Same time, man, same time. I don't know you. That's a lack of trust.
Yep.
That's a lack of trust.
And
lack of trust is a fear state. And a fear state is not masculine, according to these same people.
That's not masculine.
Nope.
That's not masculine.
And most of these people are also pseudo-Christian. And a fear state, God has not given us the spirit of fear, but the spirit of power, love, and a sound mind. And ain't not one sound mind to be found.
There are sound minds on that stage. I was one of them.
You know what sound? Wait, hold on. You know what sound the minds make? The busy signal after you don't hang up the phone when somebody else hang up. This calling for hearing impaired. That shit. You know what I'm saying?
People don't know what that is anymore, Yella.
Fucking hang up.
I remember it. I remember it.
Yella's a traditional man.
That's you want to know why? You want to know why? You want to know why? Because that's the people I be talking to. I would suggest nobody who don't get that reference ever take any fucking advice from me. That's the point I be talking about. Them niggas shouldn't be talking to kids.
Man.
I know who my intent to reach is. You know what I'm saying? I can't tell these young people what to do. That would be the worst thing on me because I know what I was on at their age. And the thing about it is, I just can only hope they don't do what I did and make different mistakes. Because you're gonna make mistakes. Just make different mistakes, right? Yeah. If I see you trying to do good, I might rap with you. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not one of them people who finna tell you what you gotta do, what you should do, what you need to do. I'm one of the people like this. The first thing I do when I hear what you need to do is I immediately want to fight. Like my hands clench up. The second somebody tell me what you need to do is what I need to do what?
Your motherfucking mouth.
Right, for real. Cause you know what I'm saying? Like, so that is so fucking crazy nowadays, especially when you looking at the age range of who we talking about, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, we talking about grown motherfuckers. Y'all can't even get it right. Y'all can't even get it right with y'all. That's why y'all struggling to deal with relationships with women in y'all age, because y'all not dealing with the young women that's getting exposed to this. Y'all dealing with the women that supposedly had taught them this shit. So that's where you struggling at. Go ahead and break the code on that one. Because that right there is where they struggling at the most, trying to get this whole idea of accountability going on. And that's why I'm like, it's not about if they list, they don't have to. That's the trick to it. That is the fine print of most women in this situation. They don't have to do a fucking thing. You know what I'm saying? And that's what they want. They want to reduce the environment for women to where they need men on a certain survival level instead of just a, hey, I want a man around level.
And Mandra, speaking to that point, why would a woman like Arshawn said is like, and I mean, that's even a thing I always tell my kids is I've told them, I don't know if they fucking still listen or not. I really don't care. They're all grown. I like when somebody tell you to do something ridiculous, you know what the next thing you say to them? After you. Just after you. Oh, okay, just after you. I'm right behind you. Because people will, so again, in that instance, I'm like, your sister was like, nigga, why you telling me to do some shit that you ain't doing? That's a natural inclination for people to say, okay, after you. So if you're a leader, oh, because the man is the leader, then nigga, you shouldn't be telling her what to do. You should be showing her what to do. You should already be doing that in that space. And you should be giving her representative examples of how she should be holding women accountable by you holding men accountable. But you don't
and
do
look
that.
at that. Look how that worked out. And look how even the communication, the example of communication, not even how you hold each other accountable. Look how they communicated one to another. How many times Information Man had to get loud. He was getting loud.
Oh, yeah.
And yelling at people. And that's Information Man.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That wasn't just some, like, so we have to talk about that piece of it too, because the men's space, we like in manosphere space, they like to talk about iron sharpening iron. And that's a favorite, that's a go-to term, iron sharpening iron. But a panel of men should be closing the gap in the blind spots that each other has. You've got 10 men and you're not able to shore up each other's perspective and view at all. Y'all don't come any closer or any shifting, then at that point, it becomes pointless. Because at that, it was the blind leading the blind. Now, Mandrell, I know you were on that panel, and I know you have good intentions. But as far as leading the discussion, I know it's black man's platform, so I'm not holding you accountable for this. That platform is leaderless because even if they're all men, somebody should emerge as a leader because he has the ownership. He's the head. Like here. I take the charge of anything that goes on. It falls on me. Anybody on the panel, anything on the chat, it all comes on me. So if it started getting crazy up here, I should be able to say something or do something about it. And if I don't, I failed as the leader on my own free little YouTube channel because there's no barrier of entry. There's no rites of passage. There's no proof I have to display to anybody to be the leader of this channel. All I have to do is show up. But if I show up light, it's visible for everybody. If I show up weak, it's visible for everybody. If I contradict myself or if I'm a hypocrite or if, like Yella said, you ain't got to be a hater your whole life. My characteristics and traits are on full display. I'm a hater. I'm a hater. And everybody gets to see it. And it's beautiful because I like it. My little YouTube show.
I think that's what keeps the nigga looking like he fucking 21 and shit. Because you just
the joy of being a hater.
Just all of them. Damn.
Let me see. Them women were talking about someone was farting. Man, the women, Jesus, didn't know the difference between a rustic computer chair out of an ass, but then they tell the difference between a melon. Man, boy, Courtney and Lucky, boy. Jesus Christ.
And I'm just gonna, because I don't know if you got it set up. I don't know if you got you got more timestamps left, right? I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, I got a lot more, but we got off into
Flavor. That shit's funny.
Okay, because we got off into some doofy shit. But I want to point this out real quick, right? Because on this panel that we reacted to, and a little bit on Wednesday too, it was a whole bunch of people who was either coming up hitting the link or in the chat. That was they would say what they say, but then it's like, oh no, I respect it, I just don't condone it, or you know what I'm saying? I respect it, but I just don't you know what I'm saying? I just don't want it around me, right?
I don't have a problem with it. but it's not okay. Like that was my favorite.
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with it, but it's not okay. Like, huh?
Yeah. Huh? You know what I'm saying? So it's like you seen that, and they plan a certain way when everybody looking, right?
They said,
but that's
okay. I'm sorry, I thought my mic was muted. I was laughing at Conscious last comment. The black man only read 3 more books of Flavor Flav.
Oh, that's.
I believe him.
I heard it mention Flavor Flav. I ain't read it.
I'm so sorry, Yellow. I didn't mean to cut you off. I thought my mic was muted, man. My bad.
I read it too. But
I thought my mic was muted.
That goes back to what I said, where I blamed you from the beginning. You pick, and I don't dislike black men.
I didn't pick the Friday.
Oh, okay,
the
whatever. So whoever put that panel together, I'm like, the fuck was y'all thinking? What made you in your mind say these people are the people for discussion?
We didn't know that they were that homophobic, to be fair.
Yeah, and
how did you not? I knew they were that homophobic.
I'm going for it too. I wasn't ready. I'm going.
I mean, come on, man, come on.
Yeah. We didn't know that it never came up. It never came up before.
Mandrell, I've never been on that panel. I could have told you those motherfuckers was that homophobic.
Well, why do you tell me, Rico? Damn.
All the other topics.
Yeah, right, Bree. I'm finna say, bro, that whole...
like I said, to be fair, we really didn't know that it was gonna. They were that homophobic. We really didn't.
And you got to be living in a fucking hole not to think that they were. You really have to.
Mandrell be living in a hole, man. He don't be paying attention to anything.
I don't understand homophobia. Number one,
but you understand.
So I don't get what
you understand.
I don't really understand that either. I know stupid when I see it and hear it.
Well, brother, we need to work on the stupid lens, the stupid bifocals. We got to call lens crafters and get you 2 for $99 stupid deals.
Something because I didn't know there was gonna be that. I didn't know it was gonna be like that.
Mandrell, don't bring conversations of depth to places of no depth.
That's for entertaining, bro. I would say this: if your goal is to entertain or be entertained, go over there. Have fun.
Yeah, you go.
Yeah. If you want to do that, cool. But my thing is this: there's a trickle down effect of bigotry and stupidity over there, right?
Yep.
And that's what I was trying to get at, because the whole idea of full out disagreeing with what Conscious and Reckless had to say led over to the women doing the panel the next day.
Mm-hmm.
And they was
that bullshit.
And since the thing is that since Conscious and Reckless wasn't there and they wasn't aware of it, because like I'm saying, this is their first time even going over there to even deal with these type of motherfuckers. So since they wasn't aware of it, didn't know what was going on, they was able to just let everybody who was, I understand, I respect, they was just able to let all the homosexuals. So I'm saying, I wish Rashawn would have got the clips with the chat, like with the chat in it, with like the side scrolling chat, because it's a lot of motherfuckers, and they be popping in here too. Yeah. There's a lot of motherfuckers who said it.
My only thing though with the chat though, the only reason I wouldn't pull up the chat for me, because I'm from the chat. The chat's the chat. Like that's why I even was chilling. That's why I even was chilling with AR, and I was trying to let AR do his thing, because for me,
right,
the chat's a different space, and it's meant to pop off. It's the peanut gallery. That's where the ignorance is supposed to be, over there, where anonymity reigns. But if you on the panel, man, there's got to be
that's kind of where
you're in, though, right?
Yeah, the chat definitely let you know what space you're in. Yeah, the chat definitely let you know. And I see what you're saying, but I got to do a mind to it, because when I say particular names, I'm talking about these names also hit the link. So when you cross a different threshold when you start becoming a panelist as well. When you want to come up and say shit, when you do start to get that intimate, as when you want to come be a added guest or even a mod, which is the reason why you had to take a motherfucking rinse today. All of that comes with a certain level of understanding, right? So my thing is this: it's not okay if the shit is in the chat, because then that still falls back on the on the host. Right. You know what I'm saying? That still fall back on the host and the environment that he built. Because if you're saying that the platform is there for positivity, then how the fuck is your chat full of fucking homophobia?
Right. That's where I had
You
an
know what
issue.
I'm
Because
saying?
like you said, if it's entertainment, it's cool.
Right.
But they keep talking about its positivity and for the upliftment of black men. It's that fake message. Like I'll start every barbershop conversation by asking everybody how they doing, how's their family, what'd you eat today? Did you take your meds? Did you take your vitamins? Did you lift?
Remember pro-marriage?
Oh yeah, pro-marriage.
Black
Yeah,
family. I was like, the fuck are we talking about?
Stop
Like
it.
same-sex marriage?
Hot dogs in hallways. Hot dogs in
Yeah.
hallways. Come on,
right?
You come on, man.
Well, I mean, see, some people be blown out like that.
Marriage, not pro-black marriage.
I was ready to hit the button.
legal.
I was ready. I thought we.
Well, it's
Same-sex
your
marriage
question
is
is
marriage, right?
it's marriage, yeah.
But they're not for that
Why not?
because they got a problem with homophobia.
Because they keep calling it, because they keep referring to it as nuclear family, and to them the nuclear family only
The
consists
man,
of a
woman,
man
and
and a
child.
woman.
Man and a woman, child. Yeah, I got you. Now, my thing is this: if the kid comes out to a same-sex, if the kid is a child of a same-sex couple, that kid's in a loving family, and that family is raising them right and teaching them all the good things. What do I care if it's two dudes or two women raising a child? I mean, the child's being reared properly and being pointed in the direction of becoming a functional and contributing member of society. What else matters?
Nothing.
That's what. Thank you, Rico. What else matters?
Good character.
So me on that panel. That's my point of view, and I've said this to him. I don't get. Nah. So if you had a child, and let's say unfortunately you pass away, this wasn't on that panel, right? It is another conversation I had with some morons from somewhere from another place. So you tell me you rather have your child with a same-sex couple than a man and a woman? I said, well, if the same-sex couple can do a better job raising my child than the man and woman, yeah. If they can do a better job, I want him in the best environment possible. I don't have any kids, right? Mm-hmm. I want to be a father one day. But the best people for the job, people who are going to do the best job, that's where I want my kid, in the best environment. I don't care if it's same sex or not.
And let me ask you this: Are you pro-black?
Yeah.
So would that mean if all of a sudden the best relationship and the best person that you could procreate may not be a black woman?
It may not be.
See what I'm saying? To keep the open-mindedness to say that, look, my first choice would be the best person would be a black woman.
Yeah, my first choice, and that's the thing. My first choice is black women, but it just.
But if it's not, I'm not going to be so fucking close-minded to go,
right.
Oh, now I want my children to be safe, secure, sound, decent citizens of society.
Yeah, that's all I want.
More than that, it's just crazy. Oh, it's got to be a woman. Shut the fuck up. And at the same time, when I said in the conversation, the young man that killed the 9-year-old black girl last week in Florida, I guarantee he came from a heterosexual union. But they're still out here deleting children. Make the shit make sense.
Don't matter. As long as you're a good person.
And that's what we're talking about. And Victor Freeze, I know you weren't here for the entire thing, but that's what we're talking about. People were being homophobic, not just because they don't choose for themselves. That's not their lifestyle. They were attacking people who it was their choice, their lifestyle, whatever the choice, not choice. I don't even care about that. It doesn't pertain to me. And that's the point. They were caring about things that don't pertain to them in a very energetic and emphatic and a negative way. Like things like saying what's that? Do
their farts make noise?
Like do their farts make noise? Butt pirates. I don't have a problem with it, but it's not okay. I won't let you in my house. Like stuff like that is not. It's not like I know. I mean that's the language. We've learned a lot of language, Conscious TV. So I mean, lifestyle is something I know I've heard many times. Many times. It's lifestyle. So I've heard you and Reckless say it's not a lifestyle, but again, I don't know what language it is. You can correct this. I know I don't have a feeling either way about the word, but if you do, we can,
But that is weird. So it's just a heterosexual lifestyle is a man and a woman, period. irregardless, we could deviate on everything else under the sun. Two heterosexual couples that have deviate on everything else under the sun, different religions, different. Hey, I could be a 90-year-old man with a 10-year-old woman. I'm heterosexual.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to throw that out. Now, out there.
Okay.
The reason why I'm trying to throw that out there is because if we're saying it's a lifestyle and it's simply hetero and homo, I'm like, we know even amongst heterosexuals, lifestyles run the entire gamut of people doing all kinds of weird shit that I know my lifestyle don't affiliate with y'all at all. The fact, I don't care if you got a woman. So what about poly? So let's say poly. I got one wife, you got 18. No, we don't have the same lifestyle. No, we don't. They're all women, but I don't give a shit. That's different. So I get what they're saying about lifestyle. We just can't make it hetero homo.
And see, I don't even want to get into this argument because I would argue the opposite. I do believe there are things that we try to have conversations about too many dynamics of life and sum them up in one word. Because heterosexuals do have a lifestyle. If two opposite loving couples do things together, that is a lifestyle. It's the style of your life. And it's patterned there.
Sexuality.
Both. That's what I'm saying. There's too many domains that we're talking about at one time. So there is sexuality because there are, like you said earlier, there are people that don't find or they don't come out until later. But they've already created a heterosexual family. And then they then embrace their homosexuality. I just read an article about a lady who came out as lesbian and her husband ended up divorcing her. So she was living a heterosexual lifestyle as a lesbian.
Okay.
But her sexuality was a lesbian, but she didn't embrace that. But her lifestyle was heterosexual. It was a husband and a wife and children. So I don't have a problem with the term lifestyle. If conscious, reckless, anybody of the community does, I get it. But I could make an argument for the accuracy of the word. But I know the way the people on the panel were using it is not thoughtful in any real meaningful way. So
I get your point, but I could also argue against it in the way that I say within a hetero or homo lifestyle, there's such a gray area where the lifestyles are so vastly different. But we can move on.
Yeah, and I would just say like the style. Okay.
I like it. I love it. I just wanted to put that out there. That's all.
We're gonna pull the next part of the video up. We are at 1:26:30, but again, I gotta pull this up.
And I would ask that too.
A lot more to go.
Yeah, man.
They gave us a lot of stupid.
Yeah, there's a lot of stupid. I want to get through it, so we might want to keep our stuff down like 3-minute commentary on 26:30. Did I get it? Bam.
Children should see, right? If our children come home from school, they should see strong black women. They should see strong black men, right? Can we all agree on that?
No. I don't think.
Who's in disagreement with that?
That's John the Baptist. I'm gonna tell you why.
Okay.
We should not see strong black women.
Why not?
Because what we should see is we should see submissive women who follow the lead of men.
Okay.
I don't want to be married to a strong woman. I want a woman.
I think you're getting confused. You're confusing strength with disobedience. So I'm not confusing those two.
Thank you, brother Clarence.
I'm gonna be very specific of what I'm talking about.
We got 2 more minutes on this clip.
The Black Panther
he does not want to be married to a strong
trying to show
woman.
women is strong. The other movie, I just went blank. He's trying to show women is strong. I don't want to see my
women as
masculine. I don't.
They're trying to show
masculine,
women as masculine.
Masculine, correct. Correct.
Women have their own strength. And there's 10 of us up here, and the 10 of us together couldn't push one baby out.
What's a woman's strength, Clarence? What's a woman's strength, Clarence?
A woman's strength is her ability to recognize a good man and follow that man. That's her strength.
Okay.
To teach your children.
If you're going to find it that way.
Well, these heifers are weak as hell, then, Clarence, because a lot of them can't find a good goddamn man.
Listen. I'm ready to land the plane here.
I want my damn thumbnail, Clarence. That's what you're wearing my thumbnail.
The strength of your woman is to be able to take your program crunch it up, and give it to your children, and have your children walk on your program as given to
Stop identifying your women as strong. Stop identifying your women as strong.
Why don't we need strong women, brother?
Now, real quick, now Matt, he's policing another man and what term he uses for what he thinks of women. So he's opinion policing and thought policing. But I went last minute.
What I'm trying to tell you, when you identify, because what society is trying to do is they're trying to put out women on the front lines. Anytime you put your women on the front lines, they're trying to destroy you. They're trying to destroy you as a people.
But
so stop calling you.
We don't have to. We don't have to let our women get on the front lines, brother. We're strong too. We're strong too. But she's strong in her place.
Have you been asleep for the past 50 years? Because you see what they're doing to our women, right?
Yeah, but they can only do that with our permission. We are allowing that to happen, right?
We are correct.
Okay,
You're 100% right.
So
we are allowing that to happen. How we allow it to happen?
We are allowing that to happen because instead of now I'm gonna ruffle a lot of feathers right here. Instead of being at home, instead of promoting our families and keeping our word, we make this child, and we're gonna make sure that child and that woman is gonna be our first order of business. Instead of doing that, we're out here trying to have social lives.
Now, I wanted to get that part in because they were talking about he doesn't want to marry a strong woman. So again, you had two guys that couldn't even agree upon what the definition of strength is. And again, nobody bothered to pull up a dictionary, which we often, we don't do. But shout out to my guy Yella, who does have his high definition segment. So we do look up words when we, have a disagreement on what they mean. Because there's a difference between the definition and the usage. And they didn't bother trying to parse out either the usage, accepted usage, or the accepted definition. But Rico, you had something?
Just one word and I'm done. And I'll turn it over to Yella. That nigga was stupid. Go ahead, Yella.
Of course.
I'm almost with Bree, right? Because I'll be having to it starts playing, and all instinct, all primal instinct is to shut down and protect my body and my brain from the barrage of stupid that's about to emerge from this clip and just assault my visuals and my ears. It's crazy to try to figure out why you don't want a strong woman. Like, her being strong doesn't mean she's stronger than you. You know what I'm saying?
For John, it does.
I mean, for most of them niggas, it is. When you weak, most people are stronger than you. You know what I'm saying?
They don't know what strength is, though. That's what I've noticed about a lot of people. A lot of people just don't know what strength is.
Apology number 12.
And that's not an apology. That's an indictment. That's an indictment. It's not an apology. To be clear.
Nah, I can agree. I agree with Mandrell on that one, because that's why they keep. Because that's why he kept saying it like that. He don't get the concept of women just being strong, because the world requires you to be strong. Period. This unfortunately, the reason we having this discussion is because the reason we having this discussion is because we have to be prepared for the world that we walking into every day. You know what I'm saying? That place is gonna make you strong. Damn the shit that you judging everybody else for, the shit that's gonna beat you up is gonna make you strong. Right? Not your ability to judge everybody else's fucking mistakes. You know what I'm saying? So and that's why I even push back on the idea of a strong woman being someone who can choose a good man and follow his lead. Because that's not a strong woman. You know what I'm saying? That's still a perception of her relinquishing some type of strength or giving up some type of power for your benefit, right? Like a strong woman is just the one who don't that the idea of the strong woman that scares them is the one that don't need them. That's the idea of a strong woman. There's so many other versions of that. But the idea of the strong woman that scares them is the one that don't need them. And that's the only one they talk about. That's why they talk about that's why they like, you know what I'm saying, have such a problem with like the Rihanna thing. You know what I'm saying? With the Rihanna the what's his name? ASAP Rocky cover. Because in reality, she don't need him. You know what I'm saying? She want ASAP Rocky. And that's the part that niggas can't accomplish. That's the part a lot of niggas can't accomplish. It's just to make a woman want you. Instead of need shit from you, instead of look at you as a resource. When was the last time you just had a woman that wanted you? Because all y'all niggas do is sit up where all you talk about is how much money you got, how controlling you are, you know what I'm saying, how much pull you got, this idea of an alpha male. Bruh, I can tell you right now, I probably ain't got it. But women's want me. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going to call it what it is. You know what I'm saying? And I'll be like, hey, I ain't even that. Like I'm damn near in the boat where Arshawn is, right? You know what I'm saying? I would tell myself that I'm fly just so I can get through the day. I got to tell myself once. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I got to go, you got it, nigga. And then, you know what I'm saying? Keep it moving. But I understand that I don't qualify for what a lot of motherfuckers look at as high value man or whatever is like that. But women's want me. Just saying. The results speak for themselves. The problem is that these niggas have to qualify themselves with, like Conscious and them talk about it all the time. Like, what are you able to give a woman outside of the atypical provider and protector in your terms? Like outside of money and dick, what you able to give her?
He says, stop your audition. You know what? It Conscious been lighting me up all day, man.
Go ahead, Big Misha.
The chat been lighting me up all day, man. He said, at first says it's Ku Klux Pappies, which is hilarious, by the way. Look, that's hilarious.
Go ahead, Pick Misha.
That's hilarious. But also, yeah, because I got to go in a little bit. I got to go to jiu-jitsu. Listen, just know that I don't share the same mentality as a lot of other people.
Come on and twerk. You all
some of the stuff the guys say, I'm just like, geez, Louise. Like you can see on Friday, if there was ever a telltale sign, all Friday night, look at my face. You know what I'm saying? Look at my face. I'm just like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like, what do you say to that? How do you get through to a person who thinks like that? I'm just like, what the fuck am I in? The Twilight Zone? Who thinks this way? Like, all that was going through my head Friday. I'm like, who thinks like that? Why would you think like that? Like, I'm just like, okay, your baseline knowledge of anatomy and biology, it went to like the 4th grade level and stopped. And it's like their data they're going off of is antiquated at best. The best science they brought up was something from like forever ago. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, you do know that they figured this shit out. A lot more of this shit out now, right? I mean, and I'm just like, how come they don't know these things? And if, again, your most valuable resource to understand, first of all, I don't know how the topic got on sexuality. I have no clue. I think that's what a lot of people just wanted to talk about that night, period. You know what I'm saying? I think they came to the show with that agenda in mind, to talk to some guys from the queer community and tell them why they're wrong for being queer.
Yeah.
And they're dead wrong for that. That wasn't the topic of discussion. That's not even why Conscious and Reckless were meant to be there from the get-go. You know what I'm saying? And that shit was embarrassing. And like I said, they talking about, is this a good representation for black men? Talking about them pictures. I'm like, y'all niggas ain't a good representation right now. That's just how I honestly feel about it and what I think about it. I mean, because that shit was dumb. And then my sister goes off Tuesday night. I agree with her 100%. She and I share the same sentiment. You know what I'm saying? Now, on the one hand, one guy was right when he says Trey was right. And Trey was mad at me for my show on Wednesday night. You're going too easy on him, Mandrell. What are you talking about? You should ask him about this and that's about that. Well, then Cam up and ask him.
No, Mandrell, is that who mad at you ever since, Trey?
Trey been mad at me. Yeah, Trey mad at me.
Treadmill Trey.
Yeah, Trey. On the treadmill. Yeah, the guy who was on the treadmill, the former police officer.
Super homophobic.
Right. Trey, like he's super mad at me. Like, he's mad at me.
Why? I think he sucked a couple of
because
dicks.
Because I didn't.
He sucked a couple of dicks. He came in. I got experience. I sucked a couple of dicks. It didn't taste good, and now I'm homophobic. He has some personal animosity. I guess his level of homophobia was personal.
Yeah, because he thought he was mad at me because he in his opinion, I was giving them special treatment, and when I found out how that was, because it was because I didn't. It was like it's because I didn't ask this, I didn't ask them that. I'm like, that wasn't the conversation. Wednesday night when I did my show, that wasn't the conversation. And Reckless and Logic did a fantastic job of staying on topic. Even though people, when we dropped the link, people came up to ask them different questions that had nothing to do with the topic of the night. You know what I'm saying? So, and they did a fantastic. They handled business that night, and I could not be more proud of both of them. You know what I'm saying? They gained a lot of respect, like OGJ Speed, right? You probably see him around. He's gotten to the point where he's been on dust panels and trying to educate people, and now he's just over it. But he came up in the after show because he hit me on the phone and asked me, hey, could you send me the link? I'd like to talk to your guest after the show. So, okay, cool. I sent him the link. He waited until like after the show was over. He came up and they had a conversation. And then after the conversation, he calls me on the phone and congratulates me and tells me how impressed he was with Reckless and Logic. He was super impressed with them, with their conduct, the way they handled themselves, their stage presence. He said, and their intellect is what he was most impressed by. He said, these are people you can talk to. He said, you did a good job of picking them to come. You can talk to them. They're people of intellect, and they know their stuff. Huh?
Now, I know you said you got to get ready to head off the jiu-jitsu. How soon are you talking about? Do you need to get your last thoughts in now?
No, about 15 minutes.
All right, cool.
Yeah, we got to get some more of the show to go to. It's just, like I said, I think there are people who came up Friday night because notice how even Information Man noticed like 4 times, like, hey man, hey, wait, I thought, are we talking about this or are we talking about sexuality? What gives? You know what I'm saying? Because that wasn't the topic, but people wanted to come up on the panel and just tell them it was condemnation. Yeah. And even I was uncomfortable out there like that.
Can I say something, especially and conscious and reckless? I don't want you guys to sit there and misconstrue me, but no, seriously, when I speak about the guy Trey, and when I said what I said, because I want to be clear about it, like I think that the energy I heard from what he said, the way he came in being super homophobic. I know that sometimes people who have been bi-curious, whatever the case may, and we know, and conscious and reckless, you guys can tell me if I'm wrong. There have been men hetero men who still claim heterosexuality that have been bi-curious, and maybe they went over there and so we're as hetero men, we're open-minded to the fact that women experiment with sexuality, but we're closed-minded to the fact that men do. And every man that experience or experiment with homosexuality doesn't stay that place. They may come back. But then all of a sudden, some of those men come back with a certain level of hostility. That's what I'm talking about.
It's because they're ashamed of what they did.
Thank you, Conscious TV. And that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Y'all dirty, man.
Brought into that stream.
Y'all dirty.
Thank you, I ain't got nothing else to say. So before y'all demonize me, Rico, why'd you say that? Because I'm like, nah, I heard that energy.
I mean,
that energy.
I'm just gonna say, once he put it like that, I'm just saying.
Enough said. I'm gonna leave it at that.
I'm
He
just
can get
saying.
his ass on the treadmill and do whatever he wants to do. And I don't judge him, but he shouldn't have came in so homophobic judging them.
Yeah, I was
So
gonna
you
say.
gonna get this smoke, nigga.
Yeah, I was gonna say Bree brought it up too. That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna use that example too. Like it might be that hostility within themselves to not be able to like come to terms with like who the fuck you are, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like
that curiosity. Thank you.
right. Just
Thank you.
just come to terms with who you are. You know what I'm saying? Like you want to do what you want to do, or just like it's okay, period. Regardless of what you're
But it's
doing.
not okay to shit on and demonize people that
Right.
you choose to explore
Right.
with to help identify your sexuality. If you
Right.
explore with them to say, hey, I'm really not homosexual, I'm heterosexual. Okay, but you went out there and they help you find who the fuck you are. You don't get to shit on them later.
Yeah.
Fuck that shit. Thank them, nigga. Sorry.
That's what I'm saying, man. Come on, man. We gotta admit, man. Lucky was talking about, man. I don't know if that was curiosity. She said she kept going and doing it and had to keep doing it and keep doing it to find
She
out.
ordered she kept ordering the sampler. She ordered the sampler with all the shit on it.
That's the thing. Yeah, Lucky,
man. But Lucky back, man. You definitely more than curious.
Lucky has admitted that she used to be gay, right? A lesbian.
So you can't shit on that community.
My thing is, yeah, she admits that she used to be
hypocrite.
gay, but yeah, right. Well, there's no but to it. There's no apology. I mean, I don't understand where she was coming from by calling them butt pirates and stuff like that in that conversation.
It's the typical fucking like that was the whole idea of that. Like it's to point out like we get like that is to point out though, like we get like how we get the things that black women got to deal with and we understand it. But at a certain level, when it comes to homophobia, like it tends to come out way different and way harsher from black women because they not just homophobic towards gay men, they homophobic towards straight men as well, right? Because anything we don't do that's coinciding with their idea of
you gay
what a man should be, right, is typically classified as gay, or it's typically, you know what I'm saying, classified in like some type of feminine idea or something like that. So they quick to it too. So they definitely said that they definitely, oh yeah, it's a double standard. That's what they were saying. Like, oh yeah, it's a double standard. They not as the double standard of a man experimenting as far as like women experimenting too. And it just shows that you're willing to double down on the stupid shit just so you can look good in front of your viewers, just so you can get likes. Like, how productive is that? And that's why I look at the chat weird too sometimes, because it's like, so ain't nobody gonna call. We just all gonna we just all gonna just agree that this is just dumb shit. Y'all gonna go along with it. And it sound right. You can't smile too hard. Niggas can't frolic no more. I'm a start a frolicking series, my nigga. We need to frolic, y'all. Rashawn, you gonna frolic this spring? Nigga.
I'm good, man. I'm good, but I am gonna frolic into this video real quick.
Roll around in the park.
We about to hit.
Was in your head too.
We frolic.
We're gonna have a conversation about.
Let's see if I can get to this part. Let me
and
see.
I'm gonna frolic with you. We're gonna
That's
frolic
right.
together.
And to actually break different thresholds. And for other societies to take us serious. Now you can say what you want to say, CT, but a motherfucker ain't gonna take freezing serious if I come through the door with a damn dress. I'm talking about just from, and I'm not being funny, I'm being serious. Like,
and what spaces are you talking about, crazy? Because I'm a very highly respected man in my community. I'm a very highly respected man out here on the street, in the YouTube street, in these real life streets. I am the breadwinner in my family. I'm raising children, nephews. There's not one person online, offline who don't call upon CTV as a problem solver, and
but
who
this
don't
is
have
the problem. You're using
one way or another on me. And I come in the door with weave. I come in the door with piercings, tattoos. I come in the door fully as myself, and don't have any problem with getting what I want.
Okay, that's fine. But what I'm saying is, you're using yourself as an anomaly.
Just as
okay.
using
Wait, cheers. Wait, cheers. Wait, cheers to you. But I'm talking about actually forming an army, a team, a tribe of men. If they see a parade of men coming down the street with dresses on, they're not gonna take us serious. They ain't.
Who is they?
The opposers, any opposers that we're like different thresholds that we're trying to break through.
Do you know that
enemies,
men,
whatever you're trying to say.
Frizzy, have you ever studied history? Do you know that men historically fought wars in what we would call skirts?
Yes, I do. But guess what? What I'm telling you is the most successful societies did not wear skirts.
What did that
listen? You're trying to fit.
The Roman Empire did. So,
I'm finna say, I bet most of these niggas' favorite movie is 300.
So did the Greeks.
Was walking around with mini skirts on, nigga, and no shirt.
Like the Roman Empire, the Greeks, the Byzantines.
Niggas, they was walking around with mini skirts and thong sandals on, nigga.
The armies out of the Arabian desert.
I can't fight no war like that. I can't even
What about
walk.
the Scottish? Braveheart.
Yeah, exactly.
Braveheart. They fought in kilts. They still fight in kilts. That's a skirt. The kilt is a skirt.
I was sitting there thinking.
I ain't hating.
Go to Africa.
I just think strategically.
Men
I just
fought
think
in dresses in Africa.
I just think strategically the boys ain't protected.
They didn't call them dresses, but from
Me too, Yellow. To be honest,
that's my thing. Like
the boys ain't protected. I'm like, hey,
I'm cool with it. Just strategically, I feel like the boys ain't protected. You know what I'm saying? And that's the main thing. Take whatever other limbs you want.
It's a bit too
Men
breezy
didn't
out
start
here.
wearing pants until almost a couple hundred years ago. Prior to that,
but that goes back to the literacy. That goes back to people that don't know anything about anything except for what they're hearing on the internet, which is problematic because what they're hearing on the internet is a lot of regurgitated stuff that has no basis in facts, and even the stats are not giving context. So that we got that same problem.
Yeah. So
warriors don't have the same meaning.
Earrings, no ring, and fought battles.
Yeah, and dress does not have the same social context here in the United States. That's true. Yeah. But they're putting too much emphasis on the style of dress. Because, like, I'm gonna go back to his argument. He said, nobody's gonna take me seriously. Nobody's gonna take me Freezy seriously if I show up in a dress. Well, then Conscious says, well, I get taken seriously if I were to show up in a dress. So that's not true, except for he asked, what spaces do you go to? So then he said, and then Freezy, because when Conscious correctly killed his first point, nobody will take me seriously, but they take me seriously. So like to like, what spaces are you in? Because if you're in the right space, they'll take you seriously. I have personal experience. That's my expertise. He tries to go around that. Okay, you defeated that point. Now I'm going to go over. Well, no, you're trying to use yourself as an example is what he should have said, but he said an anomaly. Like, no, he was trying to use himself as an example, but even though Conscious used himself as the example, Freezy started that. But then he said, well, if there's an army of us in a dress, I'm going to tell you, if I see an army of men in dresses, I'm going to take them seriously. I don't know about y'all. I don't know about y'all.
I was just thinking, first of all,
you know,
I get the
I
fuck
ain't
out
looking
the
at what
way.
they're wearing. They're the fucking army.
Because you're
Yeah,
right. Because I'm the type of nigga who work with context clues. You had me at army of. I don't fuck what it is. It's probably bad. It's probably bad news if I stick around with the army of anything. So, you want to be like, dang, nigga, you sitting there in a t-shirt and a hat, and I don't take you serious.
And that's where I was gonna go next.
Yeah,
Freezy
you're currently
is the class clown.
Right, you're currently not sitting there in a dress, and I don't take you serious. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't the dress's fault. Just stop. Like, why the fuck is this clothes just getting blamed for your failure? Dress just standing there like, I'm just a fucking dress. You blaming the dress for why you struggling. A piece of fabric for why wouldn't nobody take you serious?
Man.
But if we put on a suit, they'll respect us more. Man, look, half y'all niggas can't even buy a suit, the proper suit, or get it cut right. I'm pretty sure none of these niggas can get the suit cut right, tailored, None of that shit.
They don't know where to buy a suit at.
I can't say it.
When all they got to do is go to Men's Warehouse.
Nope. Most of them are closed, so they fuck.
Yeah,
they don't know where to go look.
That's Burlington Coat Factory.
But they're closing too. Most of them
Fucking Dillard. Okay, Dillard's. Shit. You know
what I'm saying is most black men don't know where to go to shop for a suit.
And I just named you 3 of them, Rico. Hey, Rico, I just named you 3 of them right there. Off the top of my head. Yeah, off the top of my head. And 2 of them closing. Right.
And I know because when I started in the workforce, we had to wear suits and ties.
I did too. Or the colored polo shirts. And so
if I ask my son where to buy a suit, you know where my son going to get a suit at?
What?
My fucking house in my closet.
Oh, wow.
I bullshit you not. I literally bullshit you not. They come to my house and go through my closet looking for a suit because they don't own one. You own one, Arshawn? I'm sure you do.
Yeah.
I own just like Rico, I own several suits.
A lot of young black men do not, and they'll have.
I wouldn't
comprehension.
You're right, and that's one thing. That's one of the few things I agree with Steve Harvey about. You should have some suits. You need a black suit, a gray suit, a tan suit.
We just talked about how everybody that wears suits got shot.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
You know why I got a suit? So I can go see people who got shot, nigga. That's why I got a suit. That's why I got a suit. That's so I can go see people.
I can go to court and I can go to funerals.
So I can go to court
and
I
go to funerals.
That's it.
I was like, listen, I made to buy a suit. I made a point to buy suits. Like, I remember being in the Army. I looked at my closet like, shit, I need some suits. Because at the time, like in the Army, I had my dress, I had my Class A's, I had my dress blues, and I had one black suit, right? And I was like, shit, I need some suits. When do we deploy again? I said, okay, let me go out and get this done. See if I got time to get it. You know, you get my measurements and get it fitted and everything. I went right out to Men's Warehouse and asked, how long would it take you to make the adjustment? I'm not gonna be here at this time. I'm gonna be gone for a long time. So they said, tell you what, extra $10 we'll rush it for you. I said, okay, cool. Here's $10. You know what I'm saying? And I've had to pay $10 for each additional suit, you know, for them to go ahead and do it. And like in a few days, it was done. And I went and picked them suits up and went, you know what I'm saying, but locked them up in my closet.
I'm a diehard liberal. I got 3 Trump suits in my closet because my ass got fat.
There you go.
And they were on sale.
Coming out, and that's why when they had the 20-year anniversary, nobody was there. So again, it was like I said, it was.
Let me see, at 143.30. Give me
but there was no meat, there was no substance to it.
Black Men Unfiltered. Let me also add to that. I was there, and what I do remember is that.
Can you guys in the chat? Can y'all read that question to OG Patrice? I'll say all the men on the panel, please answer. Okay, so
yeah, she was asking about why didn't they fulfill the promise that Louis Farrakhan said when we did the original March on Washington in 1995. It actually went
right around then, the Million Man March. Yeah.
So the original Million Man March, and then Clarence came back because the Honorable Louis Farrakhan. It wasn't really a promise. He was putting out like a blueprint of
a challenge. Yeah, it was a challenge, but I know Information Man is getting ready to address that. So I'm gonna let Information Man answer this question real quick.
And niggas didn't do it. Go ahead.
There was a pledge that Farrakhan had put out, and he had every black man put their hands up and pledge to go back to your community and work in your community, pledge to open up businesses, pledge to treat your women with respect. So the goal is that the onus was put back on black men to do what we pledged to do. So yeah, there wasn't a structural agenda, but if those of you who went to that or watched it on TV, the goal was you made a pledge to make your community and yourself better. So what is that pledge to do? You say, what is one of the solutions to this? I've been saying this. Black men, Your first responsibility is to your own children, to raise them, to prepare them for the ills and the good of society. Black men, support an organization that's doing the work on the ground level. If you cannot do that work yourself, if you cannot mentor, then support a organization. I've name dropped on this channel many times.
And I wanted to drop that because he talked about, he does a little self-aggrandizing stuff, but he talked about what men could be doing. And what men should have been doing based upon those challenges. And a lot of times we'll hear even Black women like the things that men could be doing. We hear from some men what men could be doing, but when you have these panels like the one, Black Man Unfiltered, the Information Man was on right then. Like I think as a matter of fact, I think it was you, Mandrill. You said if somebody's doing all the stuff Conscious said he was doing, I need that.
I need you. That was me. That was me. That was me who said that. I got to have you.
All right, you
apologize. Because here's the thing.
We heard your apologies.
Because the thing is, the point I was making is that all that stuff they said that when they asked, what is a man? Okay, everyone's going on a list of characteristics, right? So then fast forward, Conscious starts for a myriad of reasons. Conscious felt the need to list off his resume. He lists off that resume. I'm like, well, shit, he doing all that? Why don't you want him out here on your team? He's actually doing the things that you guys claim it takes to be a man. How could you disqualify him? How? He's living proof that queer people do these things. What are you talking about? So not only just to say that, but I did that actually to also speak up for him. And to make the point to everybody on that panel and the people in the chat who are watching. No, if you have a person from the queer community who's doing this, yeah, I want that person on my team. Because he knows something that clearly the rest of you niggas don't. Because he's doing it and you ain't. I need that kind of person in my brain trust.
He don't know anything different. He's just willing to do it.
Exactly.
You want to talk.
Exactly.
I just want to talk. That's it. That's why we're great. We're great. Yep. We're the world's best talkers. We will talk,
but we're not.
Your head.
That's why we're here today.
I'm not talking about talk about anything.
I have the best words, Yella. I have the best words.
I'm not saying we talk about.
I have the best. I have the best words. I know words.
Best words.
I have the best words.
And I am not saying we will talk about anything, but we will talk ad nauseum.
Excuse me.
And still say nothing.
Excuse me. I have the best words and
go.
the greatest words. No one's ever had words as great as me. The words are only as great. The words are only as great as they are because of me. I did it. I'm the president, and it is over. Good night, Hostrom.
And they did call him being an adult. But when they did it, it was called being a man. And I was like,
right, yeah.
They're working with.
You can't make this shit up. You can't. He described it as all masculine traits. When he said he did the same thing, that's just called being an adult. Hey man, nigga, you just said it was being a man.
Or it don't matter because it don't count because he checked out. He checked out.
He dropped out.
Like,
I heard that.
That shit
I'm trying to pull it up on YouTube so I can
minutes.
move through these things faster.
Okay.
No, go ahead. I'm trying to find something.
No, but that was the thing that was to me. It was like, wait a minute,
mouse ain't even working.
You just said. I think JT had listed all the characteristics. Then Conscious said, I'm doing everything you just said. Oh, that's just being an adult. Nigga, you just said it was being a man. How the fuck is it not the same thing?
And the funny part is these niggas just contradicted that whole idea the other night on that panel that I was reacting to this morning. Because what they did was when I think his name is Tyrus was saying that he was saying that men should have to qualify themselves to women. And them niggas went crazy. Oh, what you mean we gotta qualify ourselves for women? What type of qualities we gotta show these women and all the other? We men and this, that, and it's like, well, y'all was just running the brother down for trying to make him qualify himself as a man. But you don't feel like you got to pull in that same qualification levels to get a woman to submit to you, bro, to put her life in your hands when you probably still put aluminum in the microwave. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't do smart shit. Like, yeah, they basically grasping at straws. That's all I be hearing a lot of times. Because they know they really don't have like a solid idea to hold on to. So they just say shit like that, knowing damn well they gonna contradict themselves on the other end when they come down to it. So it's like, why even act like qualification is something that matters now when it don't when it come to women?
So the short answer is stupid.
Yeah, that's stupid.
It's all gonna come back to stupid.
But see, Rashawn told me a couple weeks ago that we can't just call them weird and stupid and let it be. Then then the reactions would be just, for me, reactions would be like 10 minutes long. Because every pause would just be, this nigga stupid. And then we move on to the next one. And this nigga's weird. Because I just feel like that's about all they deserve.
But
You know what
I
I'm
do
saying?
think you pointed out, like, you literally said the same thing that the person said after you, and then you turned around and you invalidated it because the other person said the exact same thing that you said. So if a heterosexual man had came behind you and said the same thing that Conscious had said, would you have called it adulting? Probably not. But because a homosexual man said it, you wanted to invalidate it and say, oh, that's not making him a man. That's just making him an adult. So he's an adult what?
but no, all the things Country said he did and beyond, JT said all this stuff makes you a man.
Right, but here's the question.
Hey, Rico, hold up. Rico, y'all keep bringing that up, so I'm gonna just play it.
Yeah.
Also, I got to hit out Arshawn.
All right, go ahead and get your last words in, man.
Last words.
Go ahead, apologize for somebody.
I think that people should really start paying attention to the things that they say and stop looking to disqualify things. Stop looking to be a contrarian. Enter every conversation that you possibly can as an opportunity to learn. Because if you don't come from a certain lifestyle or culture, you have to understand that you're probably not going to know much about it. And I think that's where we should leave it. We should have more questions than statements in conversation. So there it is, people. Don't be a fool. Stay in school. Thank you.
Appreciate you, man, Drill. Thank you for coming.
And on behalf of the Black Man Unfiltered Network, I would like to apologize to Conscious TV, Reckless Logic, and all of the queer community for everyone's behavior and conduct on Friday night. I am formally apologizing in public. The Black Man Unfiltered Network does not condone or support the behavior of the people on that panel that night.
So it was like 8 people on that panel. So that's like 8 more added up. It's like 8 more. Go ahead, just go ahead.
Just go ahead, Arshawn.
Excluding Conscious, okay, 7. So excluding Conscious, Mandrill, and Reckless. That was 7 apologies, basically. So you can go ahead and add that to the count.
Come on, man.
Yeah, he up there. Yeah,
he getting up.
Who this nigga?
Right. Right. But I am planning to do a part 2. But I got to put my heads together with Conscious and Reckless and lock down the subject that we're going to talk about and see who they be comfortable with having on the panel.
Hey, man, I'd say this. I'm going to say this, and it's the only time I'm going to say it. Part 2 need to be a home game. If them niggas ain't willing to go over there to Conscious platform and go deal with the same motherfucking shit, then I don't think they deserve a part 2. I'm going to be straight up with you. I'm tired of watching Conscious and them having to go play away games. It's like watching they basically on the road for every game. They're going into hostile territory every game. Tell them niggas if they can't pack up their bags and hit the road and go over there to them and meet them on their shit, I don't think they should get a part 2. They didn't even deserve them to come back Friday.
Yeah. Well, I think, like I said, if it's my show, I'm good. Like I did on my show, I made sure that they were going to be in a comfortable environment. Mm-hmm. And like I said, and I made sure to curate the whole conversation as a learning opportunity for everyone. You know, and again, that's why it went so well. I mean, people, because I didn't know, what I didn't know was that word was getting out as the show was going on. Some people would peep into my show and they're like, wait, what's going on here? What are you talking about? Oh shit, Mandrill got some gay people on here. They didn't use the word gay, they used the F word, but still, people were texting each other and all this kind of stuff. People from the Lapeef network were texting each other and coming over, right? So those goofballs over there was ghost watching. Like I didn't know that. Like we had gotten over 100 people in the chat at one time, and for a period of time, and I was like, dang, like the audience has never been anywhere near this big, you know. So, but that's what was happening. Word was getting out that, hey, this is the spot to be. So they brought the conversation over there, and it's a conversation that these cowards are still afraid to have. They're still afraid to have the conversation because they don't want to learn anything. They think they know everything. And they think they're okay. But it's like Rico said earlier, once they're done fucking them up, who do you think they're coming to next? They're already fucking with us, straight people, you know what I'm saying? Or heterosexuals. They're already doing it. We're going to need each other, gay, straight, or otherwise. That doesn't matter. The sexuality does not matter. So why ostracize them? Why treat them other than or less than? What are you doing? These are black people. And if you stand for black people, you should stand for them as well. Because they were born black first before they was gay. They were black before they came out the womb. Light skin, but they're still black.
Yo.
You have to agree to show that. Oh, so we can have
gonna have to be off the panel, bruh.
Right. But to your point, you got a good point on that one, Yella. For them having for it to be conscious records to be it'd be a home game. You got a very good point on that one as well. You know,
yeah, that's all I'm saying. I think they kind of, to me, I think they kind of ruined whatever trust that they already had with that. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
I get it, you know what I'm saying?
And I can't blame. And the thing is, I can't blame them. I cannot blame them at all.
Yeah.
So in other words, Mandrill, you're responsible for breaking the trust in that community.
No.
Yeah, you did.
I didn't.
You introduced them to them shit throwing monkeys. You should have never let them shit throwing monkeys in. And I told you, look, my hat goes off to you. Your heart was in the right place. Your intellect was in the right place. Your thought was in the right place. Your platform was utter shit, as was your panelist. You shouldn't have introduced them to the shit throwing monkeys.
And those shit throwing monkeys, but because those shit throwing monkeys throwing shit at me too. Mandrill's the gay whisperer.
Yeah.
Oh, Mandrill's decided to come out the closet. Oh, you know, so I'm like,
so Mandrill,
how'd you get that out of the conversation?
Mandrill, if you look at, let me be honest with you. For the amount of vitriol that you face, can you imagine what
they go through it every day, all day?
Can you imagine?
No,
I can't imagine.
No, I can't imagine, and I don't want to.
You take the shit that you sit there and you're enduring. It's like these guys probably endured 100,000 times
more. Yeah, exactly.
Just for breathing. You motherfuckers are sick and twisted to hate someone this much for no fucking reason. Y'all are fucked up.
And I got to do another panel tonight after jiu-jitsu, where they're going to review the Friday show.
Why are you wasting your time?
Like, for fuck's sake. For fuck's sake. I got to do this twice in one day.
Yeah.
Mandrill, stand trial, Mandrill. Stand trial.
You should have fought for us. You should have fought for the head.
No, I shouldn't have. You're a full-grown man, right? You're a man and a leader, right? Okay, a leader stands on his own 2 feet.
I'm going to watch and see if you call out the heterosexual community for their homophobic behavior. I'm watching.
I've done it. People have seen me do it, and they've disagreed with me on it.
Hey, gents. Hey, let me interrupt y'all real quick.
Go ahead.
Going in circles.
Yeah, because I do got to go. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, Vic Freeze got an interesting question for the panel. What if everyone, including children, decided gay was the way? Everyone chose to be in the LGBT community. Would that be an acceptable outcome? If you want to give a 2-minute answer, Mandrill, not a meandering answer, a 2-minute answer.
Gotcha.
Answer that before you head out.
If gay is the way. I might need him to clarify that. But I think that if everyone accepted gay people as people, and let them just live their life in peace and without violence or the threat of violence, that would be preferable. But I don't think everyone should be gay, because then human beings would die out. You need some margin of procreation. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like on normal procreation. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need a steady supply of babies coming in every day, a lot of them. Otherwise, we just die out. Like, if 5% of the population just stop procreating, I mean, that's going to be believe it or not, when you do the math, that actually be a really big problem. You know, and I'm not saying gay people can't procreate, because they can, but
yeah, you might need to clarify. You might need to clarify.
You might need to clarify that. Yeah. Because
I thought that's what you were saying.
Answer it the basis of what I think it is.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But my opinion is this: if everyone just accepted gay people or trans or whatever their sexuality is, just accept that person as a person and treat them like that.
Oh, he's saying like you wouldn't need to accept. The hypothetical is everybody decides that they're gay, so there would be no needing to accept gay people, because everyone
is gay.
Everyone's gay on the planet. Everybody on the planet is gay. Would that be an acceptable outcome?
Well, no. The world's full of variety, so we need the variety. Gay, hetero, bi, trans. We need the variety. That's what makes the world wonderful. It's a lot of different stuff. And it's a lot, and because there's different stuff out there, we can all experience different things, and that's how we learn and grow as human beings. You know, if everything's the same, then everything's streamlined and boring. The world's just not set up that way. So I don't think gay is the way. Like, everyone should be gay. It's just stop being a dick. That's really what it boils down to.
I appreciate you, man. Jarrell, man. I'll try to check out y'all stream later tonight, man. I'm
all right, man. I'll be on. Oh shit! I'm hard pressed to say this. I'll be on JT's What We Know podcast.
Oh no, I won't be checking that out. I'm good. It's hard for me to come over and check you out on Black Man, but I'm not following you over to JT's. Definitely not doing that. But you know, enjoy it. Enjoy yourself, man.
I'm probably not, but all right. I'll see y'all later. Let me get ready to go. Later.
Appreciate you, man. Now,
thanks for having me.
Oh, definitely, man.
What am I up to now, Yellow? 18?
You about 19 and a half. That's what 19
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Later. See y'all later. Later, Rico.
See, here's the thing, and I get where Vic Freeze is trying to go with it. It's like the slippery slope. It's the slippery slope fallacy. My thing is, if we are thoughtful and intelligent people, if we know that semen and eggs create children, if every individual on earth, if every man wanted to love and have sex with men, and every woman wanted to love and have sex with a woman, as adults, we could still harvest semen like we do with a mixed population of hetero and homo and non-conformity and fluid, and we could still harvest eggs, and we could still have surrogates. So nothing would have to change logistically if everybody was gay. We would just be more costly to produce the children, because a lot more medical science would have to be devoted to it. And if everybody was gay, there would be more thought and resources committed to the development of technology, which means the cost would come down. So because we're humans and we're insightful and ingenious and have allegedly gone to the moon and can divert rivers, we could all be gay and have a population that sustained itself, just not through physical copulation. And even if we wanted to, there are other rituals and habits that other cultures do. People could just go and copulate to create a child and go back to their couple that they love and generally have sex with. It wouldn't. We limit ourselves to what we've been taught, as opposed to thinking outside of the box, which is part of the problem. We stop at what we've been taught is okay, but there are other alternatives that nobody else has thought of, but nobody's thought of it because nobody tries. But that's my answer.
Well, let me ask you a question. If in fact, and again, I first looked at it the same way it first came up, like it was the procreation argument. And I'm like, yeah, I'm still fine with it, even if I thought that like humanity would die off within itself, because when I looked at like I think like the dinosaurs, scientifically, sometimes certain species need to die off to come back again better. You know, maybe the iteration of humans would be very differently. And if in fact that, hey, if we all had to go become members of the LGBT, oh, you're gonna procreate, okay, so what? I don't know if this, before humans, there was something before us. So I think that we're just here anyway within a space of time, anyhow, from Cro-Magnon, Homo sapien, whatever the case may be, until our extinction, and then something's going to follow us after, whether it's Homo sapiens or whatever the case may be. Hopefully, a more evolved something. I don't see why it's problematic if, in fact, we know that the species as we exist is full of problems. We should say that for the sake of its survival, that we're going to keep it warts and all, and we're not going to progress it in any way. For the fear of progression to better the species. So if bettering the species does not ensure its survival, it's not meant to survive. It needs to die on the vine, baby and all. And so what? I really don't care. I really don't care. So yeah, I'm perfectly okay if Darwin's theories say that, you know what? We run our existence and die.
Rico on his Thanos shit.
I know, man. All nihilistic.
I like it.
Jesus Christ.
I like it. It's not wrong.
Come get your
Is he not?
keys, Jesus.
Right. Basically, yeah, basically. I don't know, man. I'm struggling to like I said, man. I'm struggling to kind of keep up with like what's dumb and what's not dumb. Also, plus I forgot where we was at, so I'm trying to stall.
Nah, if everybody, because again, I'm okay with
if everybody's gay. Everybody's gay.
Oh, okay.
I'm okay with challenge. I'm okay with
Alright.
difference, and I'm even okay with like questions that we think are intellectually dishonest, or questions that we think are like hypotheticals that are not realistic. But everything exposes the thought process. But what I'm saying, we could take. That's what Yellow's talking about when I said, when he's like, don't just say it's weird and dismiss it. There's actually stuff we can learn from the evaluation of the thought process. If there's a thought process, like that's a thought process, like the slippery slope, that's an actual legitimate thought process. Like would you do this stream for $1? Probably not. If I like to run the stream, to work the stream for 4 hours like we've done it, how much would you charge somebody to do it? Well, I'd do it for $50. Well, why not 49? Well, okay, 49. Okay, what about 48? Well, it's only $1 less. The slippery slope is a real psychological thing that you need to work through. So I really want us to learn, like, this is a critical thinking exercise. It's never going to happen, but we can actually critically think through something that it's a thought process. That's what I'm trying to get to. I'm meandering, but
So
if everybody were
question,
gay,
man.
if everybody were gay, would that be an acceptable outcome?
I mean, okay. I'm looking at the question, and why wouldn't it be an acceptable outcome? I don't understand why, because everybody would be gay. So it was an agreed on outcome. Like acceptable would I don't know. Just when I hear acceptable, that means like, you know what I'm saying? There's something wrong with it if that was the case.
But that's part of that's built in, that's baked into the equation.
Right. So it's like, well, no, because if everybody, like, I'm more or less your answer, right? Your answer was pretty much accurate. If everybody was gay, then people would find a way to make kids. Like everybody chose to be gay. People didn't choose to be stupid. People didn't choose to stop advancing science. You know what I'm saying? People just chose to be gay. You know what I'm saying? And to Arshawn's point, like you said, people would probably make a more concerted effort to streamline and make all of that process a lot easier, because now it's a worldwide issue. Now it's a society-wide issue. It's not just an LGBTQ issue. Now it's a world issue. So, I mean, to ask if it would be acceptable is just kind of just asking something. You know what I'm saying? Because it wouldn't be up for acceptance or not, because that would be the world. You know what I'm saying? So I guess that's my.
And I get you, conscious, but when there's, I feel you, and I understand that the homophobia, because which is baked in, because AR came in here hot, and we're talking about the panel that was homophobic, and unfortunately, all those other considerations, we've had those conversations. I had somebody on here telling me that there was a dome over the earth with water over it, and with the firmament and all that stuff from the Bible. So I'm willing to entertain all those other doomsday theories. I've done that, and the practicality of it and the likelihood of it. The reason I do that is not to educate Vic Freeze, but there are other people listening. So if we can show somebody that maybe doesn't think much about it, if they actually heard like JT and Freezy, maybe they would hear that and accept it, because everybody doesn't listen and criticize and go through it. Some people listen and accept it. So my thing is, let's offer an alternative instead of just dismissing it. That's weird. That's homophobic. Let's actually think it through. That way, in my scenario, even if everybody were gay, nothing changes. Nothing changes. They're still just people, and people would keep peopling, and children would still be born, like through the wombs and the uterus. So that's what I'm saying. Like that's why some questions that actually have some basis in a logic and a progression and reason, I'll take them seriously, because it can keep somebody from saying, "Oh, well, that sounds reasonable. Maybe it's not an acceptable outcome." So fallacious arguments have to be combated with reason, because people accept them because of that nugget of reasonableness to it. That slippery slope is that gets a lot of people caught up. Well, that makes sense, and then they'll accept it and run with it. So some things I will take. But like what AR came in talking about, there was no reason to it. I won't let a homosexual person in my house. There's no argument there. There's no reason there. That's just outright homophobia. I don't think my press is through. Y'all can convert them. I can wait for the flood. Hey, that's your choice. That's your choice. But again, I'm not trying to convert the person that says it. Like Vic Freeze, he feels how he feels. Nothing I'm saying is going to change how Vic Freeze feels. But there could be somebody on the margins that hasn't thought about it or doesn't think about it that can hear a different side to it. So that's my thing. Like I get it though. I get it. Your experience. I could get you feeling away and not wanting to entertain it. But I hear you. I do want to give now. Listen, fellas, because we've been very wordy. Very wordy. Maybe I missed it. What time? Tomorrow morning, since I'm stupid. Yeah, man. You are pretty stupid. You are pretty stupid. I mean, we could be facetious, but that you say some pretty stupid stuff, man. You say some dumb stuff. I ain't gonna get back into all the stupid stuff you say. What's a good time for you, man? What's a good time? What's a good time? What about 1 p.m. Eastern? 1 p.m. Eastern. 1 p.m.
I'm gonna clear my calendar for that. Is it open to the public?
Yeah. It'll be a stream. We'll just stream it.
All right. I'm clear my calendar.
If you're available 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, because I do got to pick up my nephew tomorrow. So, like between 1 and 2, 1 and 3, we can have the conversation publicly. Well, I will do that for you, sir. But going back to the video, what I was getting ready to say was that we, because we're wordy, we haven't gotten very far into the video. So I wanted to know if there was a particular part of the video or part of the conversation that you wanted to bring up, and I would go to that, or we could just, chat it up for a bit and head out. But otherwise, like each of y'all can pick a point that y'all wanted to bring up, and I can go to that part of the video. So I got a lot of timestamps. So if you mention something, I probably have it out here, and we can pull up a couple more points. But I'm at this pace, I'd be here past midnight, so I definitely don't want to do that.
The whole shit show was terrible. So anywhere you want to go.
Yeah, I'm fair to say you could just bring up whatever you want.
Just get the next 3-4 clips, because the whole shit show was terrible. I can't think of a space where it was any relevant, reasonable dialogue. The whole shit show was terrible across the board, minus the 3 people that I mentioned. So you can pick the next 3-4 clips. and I'm pretty sure it's a shit show that we can abbreviate our comments on.
Gotcha. I'm just trying to think. I want to do maybe I'll probably show JT, and then where Conscious caught him being a hypocrite. I've got that queued up, and then I'll pick another couple out. I'm gonna play this real quick.
Which time? I think it was multiple times.
But like we said before, it is attributes that actually comes from boys or men, which is honor, discipline. There's attributes when it comes down to being a problem solver. There's attributes when it comes down to being able to take care and be responsible for your family, wife or girlfriend, kids, your family. That is masculine and is attributes that come from men and or boys. That's what it is. There's a whole lot more we can speak on there, but those are the smaller things that I can go. I can let Driscoll go with some more on his.
Quick, let me see. It was 3:15:30.
That was idiotic there because those are character traits. That has nothing to do with masculine.
But that's what we do
that
though.
exists
Anytime
in masculine or feminine spaces.
But that's the problem. When we talk about masculinity and femininity, we everybody always list traits,
right,
that are
good
of an adult.
It's not
good
masculine.
character.
Good character
Absolutely.
is good character. Period. Good character is good character. It's not masculine or feminine. If you're honest, you're honest. If you're a man or a woman, you know what I'm saying? If you, that's a character trait, and that's what he did. I'm like, so they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You can't list a character trait as masculine or feminine. It's both.
But we do. Like I'm not arguing definition with you because it's a very vague definition of what masculinity is. It's just the character and traits that are attributed to manhood or are attributed to a man, which is very vague. It does not list which characteristics and traits. So that's open to interpretation. So people start to ascribe certain things like the openness and expressiveness to women and rigidity and stoicism to men. So we start to do that. But as you know, Conscious, Yella, Bree, I've talked about, you've talked about, masculinity and femininity exist in everybody.
Yeah, because if you say
varying
honesty
degrees
is a masculine trait, so then that means deception is a feminine trait. I'm like, it's not only men are honest and women are not. That's crazy.
Right, we understand that. So like I want to table that because we know that. We know that's crazy. So what I'm saying though is what we actually do, the reality of the thing is we even call, like, if you know Spanish.
Yep. Well,
un avioneta. That's a feminine verb of the noun. Avioneta. It's got the A on it.
Yes.
So if we even words are ascribed as masculine and feminine, we understand that we use masculine and feminine very loosely. So like I just want to accept that as a part of speech. That's what we do. That's just something we do. That's very masculine. That's very feminine.
Agreed.
So that's the problem we have because we're using one word to talk about things across many dimensions of life. Like because they talked about the way they present, your aesthetics, how you look. Does your style matter? So they're talking about your appearance. Your appearance may mean absolutely nothing about you because you could be in a costume. So your appearance is devoid of your character and your characteristics. It's just purely aesthetics. So whether you have a feminine facade doesn't mean whether you express yourself feminine or masculine at all. Doesn't mean whether you identify as feminine or masculine or what your sexuality and sexual preferences are. There's nothing there but what you see. So we have to understand then that these guys, because they're so simple-minded, they're using one word that pitches across so many dimensions and having no conception that they're moving back and forth between conversations. But we have to accept that that's the way we use the words masculine, because openness, expressiveness, that's a feminine trait. We've been talking for 4 hours. That's highly expressive.
Yes.
So are we feminine or are we just
both.
Expressive?
We're both. We're feminine and masculine, and because we're expressive. The expressiveness applies to both.
Right. But you can. But here's the thing, though. That's even a misnomer that we've adopted, because I'm sure you've had animals probably in your life. Some are a lot more boisterous and mouthy than others. Doesn't matter. Are they expressive? Are they feminine? Or is it just that they're expressive? Like, why can't expressive just be expressive, devoid of gender? Like, we don't have to assign, we don't have to put gender on every label to make it one or the other, because that automatically puts up red flags in our minds. We could just be expressive or not. That's the same thing I have with manhood when they be like, somebody's not a real man. Like, no, he's an adult male. He's a man, but let's add is he a unreliable man? Is he a respectable man? Like, we don't have to. Yes. Let's use our words more descriptively so that we don't have to make a label be so brolic. It doesn't have to do so much heavy lifting. So masculine is doing so much lifting because we don't have the proper verbiage to support it.
Okay.
So things, yes, that's my argument there. We do, but like Rico said, it's actually both. Men just don't like the way it sounds, so they distance themselves from the wording. But being a great person is a collaboration of both traits. Yeah, well, that's cool. Let me see. This is the response from Conscious. Now, not to JT, but this is later in the show, about 2 hours later, maybe an hour later. This is Conscious. When all that stuff JT said, JT was talking about discipline and taking care of your family. All that's masculine. All those are masculine traits. This is what Conscious had to say.
You playing anything? I don't hear anything or see anything.
Oh snap! My bad.
Dealing with real people about what they're really going through.
What was it?
I actively use my platform to sing my younger.
Sorry about that. That was on me. I'm not sure what it is about the YouTube, so give me a second. Let me see. That was 3:15:30. YouTube being real fickle.
To
it's gonna be an extra 30 seconds. Or maybe not. Let me see.
You the one who introduced this, Frizzy. We came on, me and Reckless came on this panel to talk about that. We spoke about emasculation without a sexuality context, without none of that. Now, what I guess what I want to ask to you and JT and the rest of the men on the panel is, I'm a same gender loving man. I have been able to carve out a financial equity for myself and a life path for myself that puts me in a position to be a successful entrepreneur. I've been able to live off of my brand, pay my bills. I'm raising my younger nieces and nephews. I have housed my brothers. I have housed my uncles. I have housed friends. I have supporters and fans that reach out to me to pay their bills. We have fundraised for people to keep their lights on, to get their rent paid. I have been in the real community dealing with real people about what they're really going through. I actively use my platform to speak on behalf of Black men, Black women, same gender loving people. I keep my foot on the same white racist system that everybody else does. And yes, while I also have went to jail for beating a nigga in the throat with a illegal weapon, I also am a man who did that wearing eyeshadow and weave. So I'm trying to say that, is there not a understanding that I can both be masculine as I am in my life and also feminine because I am that, and both of those things complete my life. They make me a great substitute parent. They make me a great grandson. They make me a great best friend. They make me an awesome contribution to my community. I am doing everything that so-called strong Black men do. I'm holding my own. I've made it for myself. without the help of anybody. I did it on my own. So when we're talking about
shout out to Patty LaBelle.
excluding men like me, or saying because men are lumping men like me into a purely feminine role that I don't play in my actual life, I don't I don't understand the psychology behind it. I don't understand what you all think that you're doing that me and Reckless don't do.
This the thing. First and foremost, when you say that you went to jail
Woman
for
booty.
with a pipe, that doesn't show masculinity. That shows actually the opposite of masculinity. Because if you had to go to jail for assaulting someone, we don't call that masculinity. We don't.
I went to jail.
So when it comes down to, even when it comes down to you saying that you sustain a living and all these different things, that's just being an adult. When you take care of other people, that's just being an adult. We don't conflate that to being with masculinity. We already explained when we went down the line of what masculinity actually is. And I gotta be honest with you.
And I possess all of those qualities.
You don't cut it, bro.
I do, bro.
You don't cut it.
Do you know me? How you gonna tell me that I don't cut it?
From what I see, you don't cut it.
I literally pop niggas in self-defense and then been on cell blocks with real niggas as a gay nigga. You're talking about what I don't get.
You dropped out of masculinity.
You have not ran me off this platform.
Literally, this is me being honest with you.
You have had more emotional
we don't pussyfoot enough around this motherfucker.
So
we don't pussyfoot around this motherfucker enough.
So
this is my thing. You two both, y'all dropped out of masculinity. Y'all two in masculinity. Y'all are dropouts of that.
Mandrell. Feminine man that I've ever met.
You are
yourself
in the matriarchy. That's all I was trying to say. Both of y'all is in the matriarchy.
You have never been able to even
can't sit back and put y'all in our alliance, man. Y'all are not in our alliance.
We're not in their alliance.
I don't care if any one of these dudes on this panel don't agree with me. Y'all know
we're here.
We ain't going nowhere.
Hold on. That was JT contradicting himself, because he started out by saying that masculinity was discipline, being able to take care of yourself, being able to take care of your family. And when Contra says, I do all that, you don't qualify. So, man, I wanted to definitely bring that up.
That was total fucking trash. He should never, ever, like, his internet rights for life should be removed. Forever. I don't mean for the next year. I mean, like,
we should banish these niggas to Spectrum.
Yeah,
man.
That display there.
Banishing the Spectrum internet.
It just
because the only reason
ahead,
that's the thing about it, man. The only reason he don't know this motherfucker, he don't know Conscious from the next person on the panel. The only reason disqualified Conscious because of his appearance. That's it. That's all. You know what I'm saying? And that's crazy as fuck. Because then he tried to turn around and be like, yeah, well, if you had to pop a motherfucker, that ain't masculine. That's the opposite. But y'all sit up and
John the Baptist, when he actually gave his list of masculine, he talked about, if I gotta handle somebody, then I handle somebody. If I gotta physically, like in his part of masculinity, he actually said, if I gotta physically assault somebody, if I gotta do what I gotta do.
That's all these niggas talking about is how they protect their family. If I say get to the car, you got it. That's all y'all talk about is hyper masculinity attached with this hyper violent behavior and this need to protect shit. So when a motherfucker saying, hey, look, I protect myself first, because regardless of what, he needs the most protection out of everybody is him. I'm pretty sure like the main person who needs protection in Conscious life is him. You know what I'm saying? So if he's doing that and being successful in whatever the fuck else he's doing, how does that not qualify, or how does he not cut it? It's just because you can't come back with that same resume. You can't come back with that same resume, and that's what fuck a lot of niggas up.
Yeah, it was for me. It was beyond ridiculous. It just was. I was just like, how are you minimizing this man's experience and behavior? Simply, and again, it's all because of the aesthetics. It's for no other reason. It's absolutely no other reason in the world as to why you minimize his experience. And if I said to myself that if he had never cammed up or he had came up with an avatar that looked masculine, his whole response would have been totally different. A deeper voice and a different avatar.
No,
AT would have been. Yeah, right.
Trey came up with a lighter voice.
No. I'm saying.
I know you said deeper voice. I'm like, Trey came up with a lighter voice.
What I'm saying, if Conch's avatar was different.
No, I got you. I know what you're saying.
And his voice looked presented hetero. JT position would have been totally. He could have said the exact same words.
Mm-hmm.
But because he saw the aesthetics and he heard the voice, in his mind, no, he can't be a man, no matter what.
Right.
Irregardless of the fact that I'm like, the entire screen, to me, he displayed 100 times more masculine traits than JT ever did. JT couldn't sit in his chair still long enough from twerking. And I'll say this again, and that's why I got on Mandrill, I was like, Mandrill, I've had interactions with him and Black Man and them before where they talked about conversations around child support and custody. And I could tell you just how fucking stupid and ignorant and fucking misinformed they were. So that's why I said, no way in hell you should have thought a conversation of this depth. Because if they they can't have conversations around heterosexual topics involving Black men with the depth that's required. Why in the hell would you think they have the reach or the stretch ability to go into other communities? They're a failure within their own. Every day. So to me, it's just incredulous. And then for failure after failure after failure after failure after failure, then you're going to go and reach out to another community and chastise. When I watch you make an epic fail of your own community, when you give the advice to tell young men that, you know what, fuck it, don't pay the child support, go to jail. And I'm like, and that helps who? No, I bullshit you not. We got the clip. Oh, we're gonna change the family law. Don't pay your child support, and all of us should go to jail. I'm like, huh? So fuck your kids, right? Fuck your kid, refuse to take care of your kids and go to jail to thumb your nose at the system. Yeah, that's a position you want to dig in. So if you can't even effectively articulate a positive message for your own community, how dare you speak about somebody else's?
For sure. I want to get this next. Oh, snappy, it's dropped off. Hey, but this next one I want to get to real quick because this is where they started calling pandering. They started calling pandering accusations. I thought that was interesting. The link to the video. Gotcha. Give me a second. It should pop up in a quick second.
Started pandering. We never should have pandered.
John the Baptist, you're a hypocrite.
Pander.
Yes, I am.
John the Baptist.
Yes, I am.
I wasn't trying to pander, though, sir. I wasn't trying to pander. I was having.
I'm not saying you were. I'm not saying you were.
It's because I
you literally.
The reason why I did what I do, because when I know somebody on the YouTube streets, when I know somebody on the YouTube streets, like I know Conscious TV, then I was in my right at that time to say, okay, I see this, and as that.
He started pandering.
My bad. He started accusing them of
waves,
pandering,
different modes.
Nope, cannot pause that. Jesus Christ! But the men were policing, like what Mandrill said earlier. They kept trying to check people. The men were policing each other about not coming hard enough at the Conscious and Reckless. They were really bothered that they did not come in stronger. And you saw JT, like you said, going crazy with the Harlem Shake every time Conscious talked. The chat was going wild. I mean, they were, it's a sin, this, that, and the other. So, I mean, it's not like people were not challenging them. They just weren't being challenged hard enough. And Quantum in the building, man, appreciate you for coming through with the lurk. But I want to what do y'all think about men policing each other in that way? Because I thought it was kind of strange that they were shaming each other to that degree over how they should attack, you know, like conscious and reckless. Because that was crazy.
That's not police.
Oh, you were talking about the StreamYard link. Nah, we gonna rock it out, man. We just gonna keep this going, but we can have another conversation another time.
I mean, that's not policing. That's
Well,
shaming. That's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
shaming. That's just like if you don't have the same level of homophobia as me, say so. That's what I gathered out of it. It was like we are. I guess, like you said, when Trey came onto the stream, and maybe he got the battery in his back because there was predominantly in the chat a very homophobic beat, vein, whatever, and that's a trait of homophobia. Like it's very tribalistic. As the drum beat of homophobia beats and gets louder and louder. Same thing with white supremacy and so on and so forth. A lot of people will be latent white supremacists or latent homophobics, and they'll be quiet until that drum beat gets louder and more rhythmic. And then they start to twerking like, you know, our buddy. We see, you know, the Harlem shaking, and all of a sudden, and then they can't contain themselves. So that's what will happen, and then you will get. You need to be more, blah, 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 blah. You know. And what do they call it? Like mass hysteria, mass media, the mob mentality. Because a lot of people who probably wouldn't participate in mob mentality, but once the mob forms, they can't help themselves. They have to inject themselves and get involved. And same thing with riots and so on and so forth. People who normally would not participate, they participate. They get addicted. You know, it's and
What about you, Yellow?
I think that's what happened.
I mean, you calling for people to come hate with you so you don't feel bad about being homophobic. You know what I'm saying? You mad because people ain't approaching it the same ignorant ass way you doing. That's why I say most of these motherfuckers just want to be seen and be on, you know what I'm saying, be on the internet and be having these topics because they're not even really giving a shit about like productivity. They ain't worried about being productive, man. They worried about going viral, making the next clip, being the one who say the hottest take on the show that night. It's dumb as fuck, and they showing the reason why you shouldn't listen to them. Like you said, it's a lynch mob. You was calling for help because you was getting your ass whooped. That was wrong. That's what was wrong. You was watching Conscious and Reckless fuck them niggas up left and right, and they like it. Fight back, nigga. Swing harder. You know what I'm saying? Swing harder, nigga. No. It ain't that they ain't swinging hard, niggas. They getting counterpunched because they just out there wildly swinging. And all they doing is just, hey, look, Conscious just sticking the jab out there. It's just sticking the jab. Reckless just sticking the jab out there. Them niggas walking right into it. So I don't know, man.
I got 2 more points I want to bring into. I got to pause it real quick. Hold up, because it's
you know we always got to kick out. Shout out to the.
God dang it! I accidentally went to the beginning. 4:15:25, and it'll be the last 2 points. We get ready to get up out of here. Vic Freeze is still in. After I get these last 2 points in, man. If you still want to come up, cool. But we'll make it quick. 4:15:25. Now this is something a Conscious or Reckless call. Let me see.
Not a part of whatever agenda non-melanated on that panel. Meanwhile, you had a non-melanated former queer person speaking to y'all on y'all panel. Okay, that makes perfect sense. Okay,
no, the person was not former queer. They were still gay.
They talking about Kevin? You talking about Kevin? Think that ass?
Yeah, he was still gay.
He wasn't gay. He said he wasn't gay no more.
Trust me.
You don't believe that?
Hey, he was stuck in the gay matrix. You can't flip flop and just flip flop and pick that stick over.
Okay, so if that, I'm glad you said that, JT. If that's the case, then why the hell y'all be trying to tell us that
He was like, I'm stuck. I can't get out of it.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Now the problem with that is that they're telling this guy who said he was no longer gay, they're saying no, you can't not be gay. So then that negates. Now again, we skipped a lot. The whole choice thing. It's a choice. It's a choice. It's a lifestyle. If it's a lifestyle, and somebody says they don't choose that lifestyle, then you'd have to accept that. Because again, all earlier, everybody said lifestyle, lifestyle, lifestyle. If it's a lifestyle and you choose not to live that lifestyle, then you're no longer that thing. Or if they say homosexuality is not a lifestyle, but if they say homosexuality is a choice. If a guy said he no longer chooses it, then he's no longer homosexual. But again, that same trap. Once it switches up, like when Conscious qualified all the things that JT himself said was masculinity, he flip-flopped, JT flip-flopped. Now the same thing here. Now it's a lifestyle. Then when a guy says, well, it's not my lifestyle, nah, you stuck. So I mean, man, I thought that was crazy too. I'll let y'all jump in real quick and I'm gonna cue up the last point.
No, that was the money. That was the money, but that's been the money. That's been the money argument the entirety of this whole conversation around people of that community. Because as they say, they're not. I mean, they're. I don't want to speak for them, but I believe that, like I said, they believe. I think, and correct me, conscious or reckless, that you guys are born the way you're born, and that's who you are, and we can accept it or we fucking can't. Suck it up, buttercup. So if that's the case, then it's not a choice. But people who want it to be a choice want you to just say, well, I'm going to wake up and I'm going to decide I'm no longer gay. And I'm like, no, it don't work that way. No more than I can wake up and decide I'm no longer heterosexual. Doesn't work that way. I am who I am, how I was born. I don't know how I came to be in my sexuality, but that's who I am. So knock it the fuck off and stop demonizing them the same way that I don't want to be demonized. So I just think it's crazy. You're right. When you embrace it, they want to tell you it's a choice. When you reject it, they want to say, no, it's not a choice. That's dumb. Oh, I choose not to be gay no more. No, you can't choose not to be gay no more. Well, okay, I choose to be gay. Oh, that's a choice. So it goes exactly to what you said, Arshawn. It speaks more to the ignorant of the homophobe than it does to the homosexual.
You muted, bro.
I was saying, what about you, Yellow?
I mean, what I've seen this dude do is basically try to find any way to disqualify the LGBT community. Like he's trying to find ways to nitpick and basically micromanage how this shit should work. Right? What are you if your goal is to let everybody know how much this is wrong, then basically you trying to get people to stop being gay. Like all of this disposition is because they trying to tell people gay is wrong, so you would want people to stop being gay. Well, if a person chooses to do that, like Rico said, then what's the problem then? He's been delivered, nigga. Fuck you talking about? You know what I'm saying? That's your guy came through. What's the problem? Your God that you pray to that say this is wrong, that should, according to y'all, fix all these heathens going on out here. If he does decide to change, then what's wrong? That's essentially what you wanted. But they look at people they don't agree with as if they have no redemptive qualities whatsoever. And that's not the same way that we looking at them, because we could these niggas don't have any redemptive qualities because they showing it. The only reason they think these people don't have redemptive qualities is because they're ignorant. So
Cool. Let me cue up this last point real quick. Let me see. It's more JT stupidness, man. But I gotta go back just a little bit. Where was it? 418:35.
Yeah, I smoke weed, bro, and the more I'm listening to this nigga, my brain cells is going fast, bro.
You can't get high enough for this shit, can you, Yellow?
I can't. He killed me.
He's pretty bad. Now again, I'm sparing myself and you guys because I'm not playing Freezy because Freezy's a grade below JT, and I'm not staying on this little Mojo God.
I think they are tied.
Freezy had his own chance to display everything he needed to display on Reckless channel.
I say they both special.
No. Like here is one thing. Here was one thing. I understand because I seen some of this shit with him too. But then, like I said, he had his moment in the spotlight on Reckless channel. Yeah, and he really showed.
Tried to clean it up.
Yeah. It was like I'm gonna fix this hole by making another.
That was Reckless 9 hours streaming. He stayed for 8 of those hours. I'm like, bro,
man, that was crazy.
You made a double L.
Right.
I never seen a nigga make a double L. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that dude had brain freeze for real. Yeah, let me play this part real quick. Let me see if this is queued up right.
Sometimes our truth, all of us, and me included, can be skewed.
Hold up. Now I go back a little bit. What was it? 418:30.
Look at it. Look. Hold on. Leave her.
You said what?
Look at him. So happy in his homophobia.
Oh yeah.
The joy. Look.
By the end, he was extremely joyful.
No. We gonna leave this right here. Give me this second. Give me about 50 seconds with this nigga. Look at the joy and the homophobia that this nigga is portraying right now. He is so happy. His spirit is on fire right now. Like he is in his element. He is so calm and at peace with his hatred and bigotry. That is he couldn't be more proud of himself in this moment. I don't even know what ridiculous fucking shit he said, but in this moment, he couldn't be more proud of the position that he is in. This is what a doofus looks like, ladies and gentlemen. Doofus erectus is the scientific term of stupid people who can actually stand up. And that is the description of this motherfucker. Look at him, bro. Like, how is anything we talking about? Like, I don't understand how niggas get joy in just being as ignorant as fuck as they've been. Y'all have made y'all guests uncomfortable beyond all reason. Y'all have been so fucking disrespectful. And how does the show end with this level of smiles and joy?
Can I add to the fact that I've seen this level of stupidity and this chagrin of stupidity in taking an L on other topics outside the community. And once again, he thought he had a win. And I was just like, you know what I would always say, Arshawn? Were you born this fucking stupid or did you go to school for it?
Man, they practice it.
That's what I literally want to know.
They is stupid practitioners, Rico.
Hey, you went to school and studied stupid.
This nigga
you couldn't have been born this fucking dumb.
He got a paper bag belt and stupid. Like that's what he does. Like the same way Mandrell went to jiu-jitsu. Yeah. These niggas go to the stupid dojo. Like, and they go practice with each other. That's really what this is stupid training. Right? They gotta come
these spaces and they feel like I'm gonna out stupid you, Yella. I'm gonna show you. I got this. I got a black belt in fucking idiocracy. I'm gonna a triple black belt in idiocracy, and I'm gonna out stupid you today. And that's why I call them shit throwing monkeys, because you go to the zoo and we all come from chimpanzees and apes, and you got the great silverback, and over there you got the chimpanzees. Like, I gotta take a shit, and I'm gonna throw it at the other chimpanzees who are trying to do work, who are working with tools, shit throwing monkeys. They have
just for a laugh,
but to
just for a laugh, just so they can look like this. Just for a laugh, they do it for fun. They throw shit at each other for fun.
That's a shit throwing monkey.
All right, Rashawn looking like if y'all niggas don't stop so I can finish this clip.
Man, my energy is done. My energy is done.
Is that a shit throwing
Oh,
monkey?
JT ain't gonna let you go.
You know that. You know that, Freezy.
Hey, man.
They waiting on me,
man.
Out here, man. Listen. Man, we gotta have a better conversation when it comes down to this emasculation thing.
I don't know. It might be the last time they come in because y'all act, man.
Okay, I'm good with it.
Damn, Hank. Damn, Hank.
Hey, man, listen.
Word.
It's about being honest.
Here we go.
Fuck your truth. It's the truth. Is what we go for. And sometimes our truth, all of us, and me included, can be skewed. But we have to have the conversation for all of this shit to go down. When it comes down to it, I don't have any ill will towards anybody on this panel. Anybody. But I do have my own thoughts. I have my own opinions, and sometimes I can present a little fact in there. What we supposed to do is have discourse with one another. It gets heated or whatever, but there's no hate or vitriol against anybody on this fucking panel. But I am going to speak my goddamn truth. I am not.
Now, real quick. Remember how he started this soliloquy? That real quick. Fuck your truth. Fuck your truth. It's the truth. There's only one truth. Then how's it end? I'm still going to speak my truth. Like they don't even hear themselves talk. That's how stupid a lot of these people are. Mr. Von Bryant, greetings. Came in late. I appreciate you. Watch the replay. Definitely. The last thing, I guess the last thing, while you guys are you guys can comment on that if you want to. I'm going to pull up one last thing. I know I said that was the last one. One last one. When Freezy talked about people being labeled homophobic, I'm gonna cue that up while you guys any thoughts on that piece right there.
Yeah, you know what I noticed? Again, this nigga white man just do not know how to motherfucking control this panel. Them niggas must be scared of Hank. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I'm gonna call it exactly what the fuck it is. Them niggas, y'all niggas scared of Hank, ain't you? Y'all let Hank interrupt y'all. Y'all let Hank talk all over y'all. Y'all let Hank say whatever. If you knew that shit was sassy as fuck that he just said to him, you should have called it out on him. Well, they probably ain't gonna come back after y'all. All right, cool. What type of weird ass shit is that? But you the one supposed to be trying to manage the motherfucking platform. The same way AR weird ass talking about some, oh, did you call Hank feminine? Yeah, nigga, he did. Because the weird part about it, how they look at it is this. Nah, you ain't got to use feminine and gay as a way to shame people. But I'll look at it like this and use it like this. The way we talk about it is that it's supposed to be a balance of masculinity and femininity between everybody. And the problem is these niggas is leaning so far into their feminine side that they don't realize it. For all the traits that you try to put on the feminine side, y'all niggas embody that. Because guess what? Hank emasculate all you weird ass niggas by running over y'all. He say whatever the fuck he want to say. He talk however the fuck he want to talk, and black men don't say shit about it. Y'all scared of this nigga? They talking, this nigga talking, he's a couple times in these clips. These niggas talking and he talking across everybody that broke Clarence about a fucking thumbnail. You know what I'm saying?
That's
like, yeah, like motherfuckers be talking crazy. Like y'all niggas is bro. Y'all emasculate y'all damn self because y'all get treated like a bitch by other bitch ass niggas. So how the fuck that make you look?
And the funny thing about it was I only asked about that because again, like it was like that's not what I was saying, but I'm not backing away from the comment. As I sat there and said, when he made the comment about the what was the comment about how they respected us more, I'm like, that's feminine energy to me. And I'll say it again. If you sit there because you know why that comment's made? Because you want to feel good about black men. Oh, they respected us more when we wore a suit. No, that's a feeling. They did not fucking respect us. They hung us, they lynched us. We were in segregated housing, segregated schools, segregated neighborhoods, segregated everything. They didn't give a fuck about us. So that's an illogical thought to believe that they respected us more back then when we wore a suit. So y'all said logic is masculine. That was an illogical thought. So there was no masculinity in that thought. That thought was feminine because that thought was, oh, they respected us more because you wanted to feel good. So yeah, Hank had a feminine fucking moment. So I say it again, because as Yella said, I don't run from it. I got feminine moments and feminine thoughts, and I make them too. That nigga do too. So again, AR, if you feel like you want to twerk your way over there to say, Rico said, they know where to find me. That's just that. I said what I said. But I don't think I was misunderstood, and they take it the way they want to take it. I really stand by that sentiment, the respectability politics of saying that, oh, they respected us and they cared about it when they was lynching us at an unbelievable rate. It's ridiculous. And I don't think I was ill. Shit, everybody on the panel called it out. They just didn't call it out the way that I did. So what? Sucks to be you. Go ahead, Arshawn. You can cue up the next one.
Yeah, it's ready. It's ready.
Because I know it's going to go down.
It should be a couple of seconds left.
Yeah, so it was a great discussion, as usual. Black man, you're a fucking genius. What I would like for homosexual people to stop doing is stop going to the homophobic route. Stop labeling men such as myself homophobic when we're having difficult discussions. I really want us to stop doing it because it makes it harder to get to answers. You know what I'm saying? Because honestly, I was up here. I'm trying to actually honestly understand the LGBT community more because because I got businesses. It's going to help me out of my businesses. It really is. Like I'm not. First of all, I don't have enough power I'm not trying to annihilate homosexuals off the face of the earth. I know I have to live with homosexual people. My nephew is gay. My first cousin is gay. I love them to death. Okay. So, and a lot of times, and I do try to add humor into, our dialogue because we need it. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure Conscious and Reckless, they didn't take any offense to anything I said or did or whatnot. I'm pretty sure they can feel my energy. I'm just a humorous guy, but I'm going to keep it real at the same damn time. But one thing that no homosexual has ever convinced me of is that it's a clear definition of, with homosexuality, especially when you got people like Rachel Dolezal, who was the leader of.
I gotta stop that. But you gonna tell me you think he's on the same par with JT, or do you apologize?
Who?
You, Rico.
Me?
Yeah.
Do I apologize?
You said he was equal with JT.
Oh no. He just passed JT. I'm sorry.
Hey, thank you.
I thought they were, but I was like, did this nigga just acquit himself of homophobia? He acquitted himself. I was like, you don't get to do that. I'm pretty sure that Reckless and Conscious are like, no, Reckless and Conscious is not acquitting you of homophobia. In your mind, you've acquitted yourself of it. But the evidence is there. Even if they acquitted you of it, nigga, I found you guilty. You hella guilty. Then to bring in Rachel Dolezal, I'm like, what in the heavens fuck does she have to do with your homophobia? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
It goes deeper when they do shit like that.
Yeah.
It just does. I'm like, dude, you are hella problematic beyond belief. You don't get to acquit yourself of your fucking textbook rank phobia. You don't get to sit there and bring out allies from communities that have nothing to do with your homophobia around racial appropriation. Has nothing to do with your fucking homophobia. You don't get to conflate these things. And you don't get to say that your belief or your construct determines or dictates the lived experience of others. I'm a black man. My experience as a black man, I cannot project that on black women, white men. I can't project it on anybody. I can barely enough project it on black men within the space. Anybody outside the space, sit down, shut the fuck up and listen. It's not that hard. That's all I can say. It's not, I'm an old ass Negro. I'm a boomer. If my old Negro ass can, and I still got a lot of learning to do. But if I have the willingness, fuck you. Sorry. So I got that conscious energy on that where like I felt how he feels, but like it becomes a space of I'm just tired. I'm tired of trying to educate you, ignorant motherfucker. You don't want to learn? Fuck you. Fall off and die. I'm not wishing it on anybody, but I got that energy. Go ahead, Arshawn.
Nah, I'm good. Now Vic, I know you said you want to come up. I dropped the link for you, but I gotta warn you, man. I gotta warn you. If you get into homophobia, even if you don't know it's homophobia, and I call it homophobia, it's just what it is. If it's thoughtless, and I say it's thoughtless, that's just what it is. I'm just saying, my energy low. You can come up, but again, when people are hyper focused on a population that they're not a part of, man, it drains me a little bit. Like this kind of stuff, it drains me.
To stay, sir.
That's up there. You grown.
I mean, I'm saying listen, but I mean, I'll be quiet.
Real quick. Hold up. Let me reset. Everybody, effectively, what we were trying to do, the presentation we were trying to do, that part of the stream is over. But Victor's did want to come up and chop up something, so I do want to find out what my guy Vic had to say. But again, like I was saying, man, my energy low. So man, if it's something anti-gay, man, save it for another day, please. But let's go ahead. What you got, Vic? Man, how you feeling, bro?
Good afternoon, Victor. Good afternoon to you, sir. Can we start with the pleasantries? Just start with the pleasantries saying good afternoon.
What up, Aunt?
Hey, good afternoon, sir. Good to see you. Glad to hear that. Happy 2023. Let's at least pleasantries. Thank you.
What up, Vic?
Y'all know me, still the same OG.
Huh?
He said, y'all know me, still the same OG. Oh, okay. It sounds a little low. It sounds a little distant.
So let me get straight to it, because I ain't trying to be here for a long time. I'm just here for a good time. Now, what y'all, it seemed to be like an echo chamber, like a beauty shop, like women talking about men with no men present. I'm not comparing you to women in that sense. I'm just using it as an analogy. I respect what y'all saying. I hear what y'all saying. I don't even think you're wrong in a lot of the things that you've said thus far concerning what happened on this exchange between those men and for the purpose it was for. However, because someone disagrees with you, it doesn't make them any kind of thing to be labeled. What people hate to do these days is be labeled, to be put in a box, to be judged. And what I've heard thus far is, for the sake of our brothers of the homosexual community, and I don't really like that term, the LGBT, like it's some separate thing. Niggas is niggas. That's just what it is. If you like boys, that's your business. That ain't got nothing to do with me. Whether you walk tough and you do it on the low, or you out with it, you know what I'm saying? And you want everybody to know, that's your business. That don't make me scared of you because I don't support that shit. That's why I posed the question that I posed. If we're gonna live inside of a world outside of religion, right? Because nobody wants to succumb to anyone's religion, and nobody can make anyone else subject to the things that they believe, right? It's an each his own world we live in, right? So if we're gonna play the each his own game, then we still, if we're gonna call ourselves a community, because if that's the case, we individuals and do what the fuck you will. But if we're gonna call ourselves a community of any kind, there has to be common ground. a way that we come to some sorts of guidelines that we're going to operate under, that we're going to teach our children to propagate for the next generation, because those are the people who are going to be making decisions for us when we can't. So it's very important, the messaging that we put out there. So at the end of the day, if you want to support the LGBT, yeah, man, all them letters. If you want to support them, I'm cool with that. Just like Freezy was saying, my name is Victor Freeze, by the way. Stop getting us confused. Not the same dude. If you want to put it like this, everybody knows somebody that knows something about it, and that goes through all the categories, including homosexuality. You don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. They're my brothers regardless. Now, let me tell you a short story. When I was a young boy, I used to have to get off the bus, and my mother's best friend was a beautician. And I would have to get off the bus and go to the beauty shop every day and sit around a whole bunch of women. And I got to play with her little girls because that's the only other kids around. You know what we did? We braided hair. We played dolls and shit like that. That didn't make me gay. But the men of that generation saw that maybe that wasn't necessarily something that they should allow to continue. So her old man would come in there and say, come in here with us. Come watch the game with us. Come do this with us. And he would separate me. But while in that environment, I met a young man. He had to be maybe 30 at the time. His name was Ren. Peace to Ren, if he's still alive. That was the first noticeably obvious homosexual man that I ever met. And that was a time when it wasn't cool to be out. Closet was a real thing. It was a danger to tell people that you were homosexual, and Ren could give a fuck. And guess what? Some dudes tried Ren up one day. They came by, and he was outside smoking a cigarette out front the beauty shop, and we was out there playing, and they tried Ren up. And Ren might have dusted 3 niggas off right in front of me and went back to smoking his cigarette. And I realized that looking tough ain't got nothing to do with manhood. Ren was more man than any of them niggas could have ever tried to be. So when somebody in the chat gonna tell me that I'm homosexual, not homosexual, but homophobic, because I don't think that for the longevity of a people already persecuted and whose numbers are dwindling from this reason and that, from our own doing and from others, systematically and incidentally, that we don't need no help shorten the numbers in this army. If that man is in his community, speaking of Conscious TV, taking care of the people around him in his love periphery, shout out to Chef, then I support that. I don't support homosexuality, but I support his efforts as a man. And I don't discount him as a man because he chooses a lifestyle that I don't think is beneficial to our people. And I don't think anybody who disagrees with that should be chastised and made fun of at the expense of making other people feel comfortable. We're going to have uncomfortable conversations in this YouTube space. That's what this shit is about. It's called Critically Drinking. It's the name of y'all show. A play on the term critically thinking.
Can I ask you?
Go ahead, talk to me.
Now, wait, Rico. Pause. Let him get fully off, and then we'll get our turns in.
Go ahead.
So I'm a wrap it with this. If we supposed to be thinking critically, what we can't have is a bunch of echo chambers. Everybody who believe this, go to that room. Jesus didn't go to church and have church. He went to where the problem was. He ain't preached to the choir and the people that agree with him. That's a waste of time. And ain't nobody out here, I ain't out here trying to convince nobody of nothing. What you believe is what you believe. But if you ask me what I think, I'm gonna tell you. So at the end of the day, the conversation is good. It needs to be had. All sides need to be heard. But what I don't like to see, as much respect as I have for you brothers, is to take another set of brothers and degrade them and call them names at the expense of making our other brothers who have already been called names and mishandled and mistreated. You can't right that with another wrong. That's all I got.
Got you. Rico, you want to go first? Or you want me to jump in?
Yeah, let me go because I'm gonna try to be quick. What I would say is this, Vic DeFreeze. It's like I'll tell you this. I'm not pro homosexual. I don't support homosexuality. I mean, I really don't care. But what I'm saying is I don't have a problem with homosexuality. It doesn't bother me in any way. I'm not pro-heterosexual. I am heterosexual. For me, I'm not pro or against anything.
All right, real quick, I'm gonna have the cam off, but I'm listening.
So what I'm saying, that's fine. What I'm saying is what we're speaking about is people who are being anti a certain lifestyle. And I'm not anti anything. I think everybody has a right to be who and what they want to be, their authentic self. That doesn't make me pro that. I'm not pro-black. But I'm also not anti-black, and I'm against that. So that's a space I'll take it with the racial. People are always like, "Oh, Rico, you know I don't have a black." I'm like, because I'm not pro-black, but I am against anti-blackness. So I'm against people who are being anti-homosexual. I don't have to be pro-homosexual. I think they have a right to live their life in their authentic self, their way, and they shouldn't be degraded, demeaned in any way, any more than I should as a heterosexual person. I don't want to be picked on, kicked down, demeaned, degraded, or any of those things. And I don't think they should be either. And what we spoke to wasn't promoting their sexuality. It was other people demonizing their sexuality. Because just like I don't think I got a right to do it, I don't think they should have did it. And I think that that's what they did. That was the problem. The problem was those men chose to ask those two guys to come over and have a conversation with them. They got out of their safe space, came to that hetero space to have a conversation with them, and they were ridiculed and they were demeaned and they were degraded. And I found it to be disrespectful, despicable, and disgusting. And I thought that these so-called masculine men should have been called out for it. That if I was to sit there, in other words, if the Ku Klux Klan called you out for a conversation and you show up and all they said was nigga, 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 you would feel disrespected. Like, nigga, y'all ain't asked me for a conversation. Y'all just called me over here to clown me. That's what they did. So that's why I showed up to speak to, because it was flat out wrong. It was flat out wrong. So it has nothing to do with being pro anything or anti anything. It's about, I wouldn't allow a bunch of men to say, "Oh, women, I want to have a conversation with you." And they show up and we start nonstop calling them the B word. What the hell you call them for? If that's all you're going to do. That's what those guys did Friday. That's what stood out to me. And that's the problem I have with it. And that's why I came on this platform and this show. And Arshawn can tell you, differently.
Appreciate you, man. Now I'll tell you, I'm gonna take it point by point. Point by point. The first thing you did say something about it's wrong for people to be labeled when they disagree. But one of the first things you did after our pleasantry exchange was to say that because me, Rico, Yella, and Mandrell agreed, you labeled us an echo chamber, and you labeled it shop talk. So I mean, I just want to acknowledge first that that's a very human social construct that we use labels to identify things that we observe in our reality. Everybody does it. There's no separation from that. So, like again, that's something we just have to accept. People label things in their reality. That's how we communicate and understand things. I know you missed the beginning of the stream, but at the beginning of the stream, I said today we are being petty and we're going to have some catharsis. So we are getting off on some people that said some things that were offensive to us. So we were doing that with the intention. Like we set that table. I even for the most part, I even had this up there. I then also preface it because I make everybody mods. I preface everybody in the chat. If anybody we're talking about shows up in the chat and has anything to say about us, let them go ahead and get off on us. Then I said, but if they start talking about anybody in the chat, we'll correct it. So then we had somebody that started saying, AR came in and started saying something about Reckless who was in the chat. I tried to correct it. He decided to double down. So he ended up getting removed. So we'll be having a conversation about that tomorrow. Then you also said that you don't support homosexuality. You disagree with that choice or lifestyle, or however you said it, and that you said that it won't propagate the species. It won't help perpetuate the species. I'm going to go to the definition of homophobic, which says having or showing a dislike, which I would say if you don't support and you disagree with something that you dislike it. And the second part of the definition is or a prejudice against gay people. You have prejudged that their lifestyle or their choice or the way they are oriented will not propagate the species. That is a prejudice you judged because you don't know, you're not a gay man. So you don't even know if it would we've never even seen a society that was fully gay to see if it would perpetuate the species. Because again, like pause for a second, Vic. Get out of your your preconceived notions. We will still have men and we'll still have women. Those would not stop existing in a homosexual society. So semen
never been there had there not been a heterosexual society. To have
you don't have to be you don't have to be heterosexual to have sex. And right now at this level of society, you don't even have to have sex to get a woman pregnant. There's in vitro fertilization. These things do exist, whether we're aware of them or not. So as long as men and women are both present, women can be impregnated and children can be born. And the last one, not the last one, name calling. We did name call, but I'm going to say something. If somebody is believed to have been born, like I was born heterosexual to the best of my knowledge. People who are born gay, I've heard different things, but a lot of them believe that they were born gay the same way I was born straight. If that's the case, that's not something they can choose or differentiate or change. But stupid is something you can fix. Ignorance is something you can fix. Having inconsistency of your values is something that definitely fixable. Questionable character is fixable. So homophobia is not, and stupidity at our advanced ages, that's a choice. To me, it's willful ignorance. And the last thing is it is in response to barbershop talk, where the reason the men were advocating for the they kept talking about pussyfooting and pussyfooting around, and y'all need to go at them, y'all need to da. The reason because they have an ethic or value that they get to talk freely, and all the men come together at the end of it and dap it up, no matter how contentious it got. So in the same vein, if I'm talking about barbershop talk, I should be given the same liberty to talk the way they get to talk. I shouldn't have any higher standard placed upon me than them as a person. But because it is critically drinking, I did try to impart different understandings of why. I didn't just call it stupid. I didn't just call it wrong. I didn't just say I disagreed. I gave reasons and logic behind that. So I believe I've upheld my integrity or character as a person who tries to critically think at every end of this conversation, except for the name calling, which again, I did start the conversation by saying I'm definitely going to call these dudes stupid because it was just offensive. And I'm going to do it again. But here's the problem. Because I'm also somebody that gets bored easily, I'm not going to be addressing it again. I'm never going to engage in a long, protracted beef. It's not something I'm going to be doing a hit series on. This is a one-off for me. They're not going to maintain space in my brain for a relatively long period of time. The amount of time it took me to prepare for this was more time than I wanted to give it, which is why I'm so drained now, because reliving this stuff for a third time it's more than my stamina, more than my mind can really bear, because to me, it just pulls my brain down. It drains my energy. So these men, I'm not going to go to their spaces. I'm not going to look for them. I'm not going to seek them out. I'm not going to be in their chats. I'm not going to demonize them every opportunity I get. I'm not going to go to other people and tell them how bad I think they are to try to promote. I'm not going to call other men and say, man, we need to get these, you need to be hard on these dudes. That's not my role. The people that do rock with me and come here to listen to me, I believe they need to hear what's out there, what's wrong with it. And like I tell them all the time, look for yourself. Like I've been posting the link in the chat so people can see the conversation and judge for themselves, because I don't want to be your authority. I just want to be somebody that's sharing their perspective and putting it in as a perspective and not as an authority, because I'm not. I admit where I'm wrong. I admit my personal and character flaws all the time, even in this stream. So that's where I land on that.
Do you have the fortitude to put any degree of ego that a typical man would have in this moment aside and retract the negative energy that you sent to those brothers? Not the correction. The correction is okay. What I just attempted to display for y'all's consumption, no matter what the outcome is, once you send it through your mind, I presented it. I brought you to the water. It's up to you to drink it. Now I'm asking, you said that, this is a smoke show. You wanted to get it in a little bit, yada, yada. However, now if you say, hey, I got a personal vendetta against those particular dudes, then you don't got to do nothing, and I don't even encourage you. I want you to stand on it. But if those men have never done anything to you outside of what I would say embarrass themselves by the way that they handled themselves, your correction may be accurate, but would you retract the vitriol in which you displayed it?
What was the vitriol, or what was the negative energy?
I mean, we call them stupid.
No, I'm just asking. I just want to be clear.
Not one single percent. Vic, let me be the person that you want to talk to, because I got personal vitriol and personal beef, and not a single ounce of venom gonna get retracted, pulled out, cured, obscured, because them niggas don't deserve it. You want us to show courtesy to niggas who don't deserve courtesy. We passed that point.
No. I want you to stand on it if you meant it in the way that you said it, and you got reason to stand on it. But not
even if it wasn't a personal beef, stupid is stupid. And as long as you decide to go play out in the street with your stupid, you gonna get hit.
That's hypocritical, bro. The shit you stand on, because they wasn't talking to you. Y'all not the homosexual community understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong.
But you know what though? Those is also the reason why those niggas is also the reason why motherfuckers don't take platforms like this serious no motherfucking more either. You wonder why people don't want to listen to black men talk on podcasts no more? Go watch a week of they shit. You wonder why this whole sector is drying up? Because of shit like that. So if you want them to get the grace and all that and stand on it, bro, it don't matter if I'm gay, straight, sideways, spiral shape, it don't motherfucking matter. If we here to rebuild the community and peep injustices, then we need to people within ourselves first. And if those are the people that's holding us back the most, then it ain't finna be no, do you retract the event? No, because them niggas deserve it. They're not innocent. They ain't motherfuckers who was just sitting around playing Uno.
You ever heard of something called overkill?
No, I don't. Because if I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you till I feel you dead. I don't believe in overkill. I don't believe in overkill. Stump that nigga till he turned the motherfucking dust.
No, I didn't ask if you believe in it. I just asked if you had heard of the term.
Oh, yeah, I heard of it. I believe in it too.
So now you just said you don't believe in it. I accept that you don't think that it's such thing. It's just either kill or no kill.
Yeah.
But in the expression that I mean it in is, hey, buddy slapped my sister, but I beat him so bad that he's now paraplegic. I think I might have over.
But you know, Vic, I believe in it, and I understand what you're saying. It doesn't apply here. And I'll tell you this: I have no personal beef with none of those gentlemen in that channel. I am. Well, I was up until tonight cool with most of them. Maybe not after the night, and I really don't give a shit. But I think that the dissertation I think that what we did today, it was warranted. And I really don't even think we were that bad. I just think we called a thing. That's all we did. So again, like, I like Freezy. JT, but the bottom line is, if I saw you, here's the thing, Vic, right? If I saw you say something that was harmfully irresponsible and stupid, I'm going to say it was irresponsible and stupid. You may not like me using those words, but depending on what the fuck you say, that's going to determine my response to it. I'm not going to go, well, I wish Vic didn't say something, and maybe I could have called you. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. But the fact of the matter is, we do know that. See, my thing is, in this space, too many of us feel like we can just say whatever we want to say, and we don't have to be responsible for what we say. And so then when others call us out for and hold us responsible, and like, again, I don't do the accountability. So I can't hold none of those niggas accountable. But I can say, nigga, you said this, and this is just how fucking stupid it is. I'm not holding you accountable. Accountability is your own. Every last person on that stream, they got to hold themselves accountable. But I can say what you said was irresponsible, it was harmful, it was hurtful, and was fucking stupid. And I'm going to show you why. But then yet you want to go, but I'm not holding you accountable. I'm not holding you accountable. All I'm taking is the words that you said, that now you want to run from it, and you don't want to hold yourself accountable to what you said. The accountability is theirs because they didn't have the responsibility to think about what they said before they fucking said it. And you started in the beginning. Forget them being LGBT. They're black men. They shitted on other black men. Their homophobia was against my community of black men. I don't look at them as a community of LGBT because they're still black men. They're still black men. You said it yourself. So why do they get to shit on us? It was wrong. It was hurtful. It was harmful. It was ignorant. And all we're saying is like, dude, come on. These guys came up, and I asked Mandrill earlier, okay, will you and those 9 shit throwing monkeys gonna go over there to Conscious or Reckless channel and be in their arena of all of the LGBT community to be harassing and belittling? I guarantee they would have showed far more respect to them than they showed to them. They would have. And that's what bothers me. Again, I don't have to be pro-LGBT. I am an ally. I'm an ally of a lot of communities that I'm not a part of because I believe people have a right to live in their authentic self, to express themselves the way that they are. And I don't have to be a part of it. So I'm with you. Hey, no, I'm not pro-homosexuality. I'm not teaching nobody that. But leave them the fuck alone. Let them live their life. I really don't care. But I'm certainly not a member of people shitting on them any more than I am people who have a problem with same-sex marriages. People got a problem with my interracial marriage. People got a problem with other ethnic groups. People got problems with disabled people. People got a problem with all other kinds of others. And I hate anybody that bullies other groups. And I'm not a part of, I'm not disabled. I'm not Asian. But I'm like, leave them people the fuck alone. Leave them alone. And I don't have to be that community. But what I heard of those men that night, they wasn't. And as black men, we don't need to be punching down on anybody. We need to be punching up at the motherfuckers over top of us, why do they even care? That's what I just can't get. I'm just stuck in that space. So I hear what you're saying, but I don't think we were that hard on them. I think we should have. I think we could have been 100 times harder.
And let me answer this question though, real quick.
Well, go ahead.
As far as setting ego aside, this wasn't even my ego. This was just me having fun at the expense of people who decided to punch down. This was me having fun of making fun of bullies who were making fun of someone else. This was just, because like I said, cathartic and enjoyable for me. That's what I was going for. But at the same time, there could be some thoughtful dialogue. There could be an exchange. If people did have disagreements with what you're doing, they could. As long as, again, we try to set the guidelines in the beginning about who they could come at. Again, if you have vehement, verbal, name-calling disagreements, all the men on the panel said you could come at us with that, and you would not be removed from the stream. Like, to that level, we were open to that. But as far as retracting anything, nah, because the only thing I really did was say that they were stupid, and I can verify it. The only defense to defamation is the truth. I did not defame anybody. I have video evidence of stupidity. I have video evidence of inconsistent arguments. I have video evidence of contradiction. I have video evidence of lack of character. I have the video evidence to back it up. So whether it's a court of law or court of public opinion, I can back up my claims. So it's not even so much like something I need to retract because it's harmful. We, in the Black community, especially where there's no margin for error, which is how I started this on Tuesday. If we're going to keep talking about building a community, we have to be able to identify problems. We're not qualified to build anything if we can't identify problems. Stupidity is a problem. Even that, I separate stupidity from ignorance. Just not knowing something is separate from being stupid. Stupid is more willful ignorant, and you have no benefit to you and no benefit to others. The things those men were saying had no utility in anybody's life. So it was stupid. Now, it could have been, I could have said ignorant, but they had people trying to explain to them a different perspective, and they negated it real time. At that point, it's willful. It's a choice. That means it goes from ignorance to stupid to me. And I got to leave that there. So I'll back up my claims as valid. It's not even ego. I don't know this. Oh, that's another thing I said, Victor, earlier. Again, you missed it. I said this today and I said this Tuesday. I don't know these people. So it's not personal. I don't know them. They could all be community leaders. One of them could possibly be MLK in the reborn. I don't know. I don't know what they do. I don't know what their kids are like. I don't know what their family life is like. I don't know their income, education level. All I know is what was put out on video. And that's all I'm responding to. I didn't say anything. I didn't say they're out there touching kids. I didn't say they're out there beating women. I didn't make any claims to their character other than what was on that video.
You ain't gotta like defend your name like that, because I'm not putting it on you as being this bully or this whatever. I'm not. Come on, man. Y'all know how I get down. Yeah, look, Rico, we know each other in the YouTube sense. So at the end of the day, I ain't got no problem with the smoke, but I like to bring it to the person I got the smoke with. You know what I'm saying? So here's my final question then. Would you guys be open to inviting the gentleman in question to your platform for a conversation that is, dual-sided?
Are they open to apologizing and being open to seeing the error of their own ways? Because I'm not going to argue with them.
Nobody don't have to agree. That's the point.
No, I didn't say agree, but I'm not. But it's pointless if they're going to do the same thing to us that they did to Conscious and Reckless. That's all I'm saying. I don't want it to be
disingenuous to apologize for something that you don't mean. That's why.
Well, if they don't believe it, then that's fine. Okay, then that's fine.
Somebody apologizing when they don't mean it. So, in order to get somebody to apologize, you'd have to convince them that what you're saying is accurate in their own eyes.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if they're not going to budge, then what's the purpose of the conversation? because they already had it with conscious and reckless, and we knew where they stood. So if let me finish. If they're still in that same space, but let me finish. All I'm saying is they're still in that same space. That's why we didn't try to reach out to them, because I'm like, I'm not trying to move them off their square or their position, because that's what these niggas think. And if that's what they think, that's what they think.
Is the general?
I just think
just a question, because I don't like to mischaracterize what you're saying. Like you say, I missed some of this string.
Yeah,
is the general sense? Because y'all seem to be in one accord on this particular topic. Is the general sense of what y'all are come to, or what y'all are agreeing on, is that they were being bullies in that situation?
Yes, bullies and homophobic, 100%, 100%.
So, do you think that they could do that to you all in conversation?
Hell no.
No, but I'm gonna tell you. Let me hold up. Let me answer this question, and I'm gonna let Yella answer too. It's the first question he asked. Would I be open to a conversation? Yes, and just to prove the point, AR got booted out of the chat earlier because I demodded him because of the conversation that was going on in the chat. Because again, we gave him a warning. He wanted to double, question and double down about going to somebody in the chat. So we removed the mod, and then somebody in the chat that did have the wrench removed him. I didn't remove him. Somebody else, the community removed him and saw him as a problem in the conversation. But he said, are you open to having the conversation? So tomorrow at 1 o'clock, we're going to be having the conversation about our disagreement. However it goes, it goes. But I'm okay with conflict. I don't mind conflict. As a matter of fact, my energy's up because I like the challenge. There's something about it that I like. I enjoy it. But those dudes specifically, most of them I would have a disagreement with and be cool, except Freezy. Because I know Plato's Allegory of the Caves. I know you know about that one. Allegory of the Caves. There are levels to this. There are some conversations that I can't break the concepts down far enough for the person to reach, because their mind can't grasp they don't have the building blocks. They don't have the fundamentals. And I've heard Freezy speak for several hours, like not a small sample size. On the same topic over the course of 3 days, I saw him speak for like somewhere between 5 to 10 hours, real time. And I saw people say the same thing repetitively. And I value my time enough that because he's unwilling to hear what people are saying, and can't, even if he was willing to hear, I didn't see the capacity to grasp the basic concepts that people were trying to offer. I couldn't have the exchange with him. Anybody else I could, as long as it felt like it was going somewhere. Like even JT, I think he's got terrible character, but he can hold a conversation. But I would have to be listening for the contradictions, because I caught them and called him out. He's got a lot of contradictions and inconsistency. So I'd have to wonder whether he's doing that because he doesn't listen to himself talk, or is he a liar? See, I don't know. I can't make that discernment from the little bit I've heard of JT. I can't gauge exactly what level he's on. Is he a flat out liar? Is that why his stories don't add up? Or is he just unaware of himself? Is he like on bot thinking, programming? Again, so I can't make that determination because I really don't know these people. But I would talk to anybody that wants to have a conversation, that can have a conversation. And the one person I can say that I know for sure cannot handle a conversation with me will be Freezy. But again, I said he was a likable dude. He's a likable guy. Likable.
Go ahead, Yella.
Would I have a conversation with him? Sure. I would relish the opportunity to sit and tell a bitch ass nigga he a bitch ass nigga to his motherfucking face.
Stop on it. Address something.
Because that's where I'm at. I don't know what the other two brothers is. I don't know where they stand on it. But at this point in the situation, why I'm here is to be as disrespectful as possible. I'm going to be the mirror that they want to reflect to the rest of the fucking community, or to the rest of the people out here. I'm gonna be the mirror. I'm going to be the reflection of what you want to put out, because I'm just as motherfucking ignorant and stupid, but for good goddamn reason. I promise you, all that I ain't gonna do. I got time.
I'm here for all the petty. I'm here for all the ignorant. I'm here for all the name calling. I'm here for all the drag. You want to know why? I don't give a fuck about no community. I'm here for all that shit. I'm here for the smoke, nigga. Burn it down. I'm here for scorched earth, nigga. I don't give a fuck. The worst mistake you can do with me is think that it's gonna be a motherfucking way that you gonna say my name and it's gonna be cool.
Okay, so we back to personal. You said now.
It's always personal. I don't involve myself with nothing because it's personal. You want to know why I'm taking this extra personal? Because conscious and reckless is somebody I trusted. Hold on, Vic, because you need to understand the real, like a lot of details about the situation. The only reason, I want you to understand before you ask this question. The only reason motherfuckers know, the only reason they had that connection over there is because I went to conscious and them first. I went to reckless and them first. I was the one made the motherfucking connection with them. So to see me go over there with them and get to know them and learn them and understand where they stand at and to watch them to go over there and get disrespected, yeah, I take that real personal. Because all that protection and community and who back you have don't stop with gender. It don't stop with sexual preference. It don't stop with none of that shit. So people that I respect, and I got that, try me if you want to. They name matter just as much as mine do. Sorry, bro. You gonna ask your question?
No, that's very true though. Like you said, you know, gender.
My question for you, Yella. My question for you, Yella, is you said it's personal. You said that you have a dog in this fight for as a matter of
I am
speaking.
the dog in the fight.
So then were you not invited to the conversation?
Oh, they know not
I'm
to
trying to
invite
figure
me
I'm trying to
nowhere.
figure out. You said bitch ass niggas and all kind of shit. And I ain't
Yeah.
got no problem with a man calling another specific man out. But you tied that to saying I don't give a fuck about the community, and I don't know how those correlate. But
I don't. You want to know why, Vic? You want to know why, Vic? I'm gonna tell you why. And try not to take this as personal as possible, right? Reason I don't give a fuck about this community is because of shit like this. You want us to kumbaya with some bitch ass niggas who show they ain't got character worth a motherfucking gnat. And that's the goddamn problem is we want to keep reaching back and trying to motherfucking bridge gap with motherfuckers who, like I said, wouldn't be able to breathe if they body and brain didn't remind them to. If it wasn't for involuntary muscle functions, them niggas would die. Because they worried about the wrong shit. So what community am I worried about? I'm worried about my community. The people who reach and touch me.
Who is your community?
The people who reach and touch me. The people who reach and touch me. That's all I give a fuck about.
Consist of? Are these just individuals that you know personally?
The people who fuck with me. My community ain't the black. I don't view my community as the black community. My community is the people who fuck with yellow. They don't have to be black. They could be inside out. They could be turquoise. My community is my community. That's why niggas got a problem. Because I ain't for the community. I ain't trying to build a community. I ain't pushing a positive message of all that other shit.
Is more your network. Those are your network, the people that fuck with you. But
community, network, same thing. You want to know why? You want to know why? You want to know why I look at it as a community? Because I'm not gaining nothing from them. I deal with these people. I deal with these people on a completely social level. So that's why I say community.
Let me clarify what I'm saying. I ain't trying to argue with you. I just want to share some ideas and go back and forth just for a moment, because I ain't gonna speak here all night keeping y'all up. Y'all did your thing. It's 5 hours. So if you the reason that I'm specific in language, right? Because a network is people that you individually know who serve you a specific purpose, right? However, a community is your ecosystem, the environment that you exist in. Your children exist in your community, and you may not know those other people or their children, but your children may encounter them. You may encounter them. They may be serving you. They may be preparing your food or ringing up your groceries. That's your community. You don't have to know them. They don't have to fuck with you or anything you believe in. But at the end of the day, they affect you. You encounter them. So their mind state, their well-being is in your best interest, a healthy one, because it may negatively impact you if you just don't give a fuck. That's why it's imperative that the rich take care of the poor, or they will become the victim of the poor.
But Victor,
can you align with what I'm saying?
Some of us, I'll be honest, you're absolutely right. You're spot on 1,000%. Some of us replace community with tribe. So, and obviously, like I said, a community is bigger, but a tribe is much smaller. So you're right. I have my network and I have my tribe, and I don't look outside of my tribe. My tribe, as Yella described, are the people that fuck with me. I'm connected with. I know. Anybody outside of that, yes, that's my larger community, but I am lesser concerned or not concerned at all about them. I'm concerned about my tribe, which is my immediate family, my children, my immediate friends, and people that I do connect with, network like, as you described. So I agree 1,000% with what you said, but I think for a lot of us, we're getting out of community and we're becoming more tribal. So even in Africa, you can have, within Nigeria, a country, that's a community, but you have individual tribes within that country, and they look at each other distinctly, differently. Same thing in Asia, same thing in South America. Tribes are more localized and community is more expansive. So what you're saying is 100% true. I just think that more people are just becoming more like, fuck, we've been so programmed to tap into community, and we are seeing that community tribes tap into communities and communities don't feed back to tribes. And then tribes say, you know what, fuck this shit. It's just not.
Hey, real quick, I just need to interrupt all of y'all because something more important than any of this, more important than community. I need to know why Anae left. Why you leaving? Why would you disappear?
Oh, we got smoke for Anae. We got smoke for Anae.
She left. She ran up out of here. She just now getting back. She left us.
I'm with it. I'm with the smoke.
That's messed up.
That's messed up. I'm with the smoke.
Now y'all go ahead.
Go ahead. But no, that's all. I just wanted to say that because again, I think what both of you guys are saying is 100% factual and true, but maybe just reframe it that way a little bit so that you can ask your question a little bit better. Because I'm digging what you're asking, but I'm also understanding what y'all are saying. Like, nah, I can't fuck with the larger Black community because
I hear niggas say that so much, right? And trust me, I understand the sentiment, but it's not my reality. You understand what I'm saying? As much as I hate niggas, I love them motherfuckers too. I ain't got no choice. That's what people see when they see me. Fuck with how I feel about me.
I don't.
I used to tell my mama she cares too much about what other people think. And then I understood later why she did. Because what other people think affects you directly. Fuck how you don't give a fuck about it. It will change how people respond, the conversations that I had when you're not in the room and so on and everything. Opportunities that you will never know that you didn't get. So when the news comes on and they talk about that little girl getting smoked in the McDonald's drive-thru in Chicago because her father's a piece of shit, and also in her community, they are pieces of shit in the way that they handling their business amongst each other, I shouldn't give a fuck. That don't affect me. I ain't never been in Chicago. I ain't got no plans on going. Why do I give a fuck? And if we have that sentiment, then it's okay. But I don't want to see them in no motherfucking community conversations talking about Black this and how this make us look and how we need to do this. I don't want to hear none of that shit. Be an individual. Express your individualism. But you can't have it both ways. You can't say I'm for the community and then go stomp a nigga out on Tuesday and kick all his teeth in. You understand what I'm saying? It's contradictory. I understand why, nigga, but it ain't.
That's exactly why I don't say I'm
That's
for
the
no
ego I'm
community.
talking about, Arshawn. I'm not. Say again.
That's why I say I'm not for no community shit. I could definitely say I'm for my community and still go stomp a nigga out. You want to know why? Because that's my choice.
Why?
You feel what I'm saying?
Nah.
Because absolutely it is. Absolutely it is. See, that's the thing about it. And that's why I'm like, I'm willing to check out. My actions don't have to impress nor qualify myself to be a part of no community. Because at the end of the day, that community don't give a fuck about me. You want to know why? Because I can turn around and look at the same way as them and be like, do I want that representing my community? No, I don't. But guess what, though? I'm not even trying to build a quote-unquote black community. Because if I was, I would be sounding like them niggas. I would be sounding like you, Vic. I'm not even going to lie to you, bro. This ain't no ego to ego thing. The whole reason you came up here is because you wanted us to consciously think about how we was acting on that level. And my thing is this. I can't sit up here and try to take responsibility for what I said in my actions when my actions are response to the thing that you're trying to point out us doing, which is being a detriment, trying to do this under the guise of community and building community and making things better. See, the content that we're reacting to is the content that you're thinking that we're trying to produce right now. Ask Rashawn. Motherfucker business said, tag Ben a couple times, unassigned. You talking to people who really don't give a fuck about that greater good shit. Because ultimately, the motherfuckers we working to with the greater good that you want us to reach out to are the motherfucking liabilities that's gonna drag us down every step of the way. You can keep trying to drag the baggage along if you want to. I'm not mad at you. Somebody got to try to save them all. I don't want to save none. I got a boat. It ain't the biggest boat, but it's room for people who want to get on. And you know what the cool part about my boat is that it magically grows the more people that get on it. But guess what? My boat for everybody, but it's my boat. You feel what I'm saying? It's my boat. It don't have no denomination to it. It don't have no, and that's what bothers people the most. Because I can still be black and not give a fuck about none of y'all niggas. You want to know why? Because I'm black. Me. Not you. I don't give a fuck about your black. I'm black. Nigga, I got to deal with my black first. Before I get around to your discomfort about how you feel about black, I got to deal with my black first. So guess what? None of what you say, I don't give a fuck. None of one of these goddamn panels is going to outdo how the fuck I got to wake up and deal with my motherfucking self on a regular basis. So fuck this community. That's why don't nobody take this goddamn serious, because all the fuck we've been motherfucking doing is trying to save motherfuckers who don't want to be saved.
Hey, real quick, man, I want to say something directly to Vic, man. And it's again, like, take ego out of this. I just want to I'm making a point, but I'm using you to make a point. So give me that grace. I know I quit YouTube every other week, every 6 days, every 5 hours. I quit YouTube so often, it ain't funny. I quit Twitch half as much as I quit YouTube, but I still be quitting. But out of the 1 year that I've been streaming, probably the last 2 months, I've probably been putting about 50 to 60 hours a month in. This is probably the second time I seen you, Vic. Out of all the streams, out of all the dope stuff, all the psychology, all the stuff with Bree, all the stuff with Yella, all the stuff on Twitch, all the stuff with music, you ain't been here. Where's the community? Then the one time you disagree with something, you up here trying to soft check us about how we're coming across. And if you've been here, you ain't said nothing. You ain't said, hey, hello, fuck you, nothing. I ain't said shit until you disagree with the way we were moving. So I don't feel no way about that, but my mind caught it. Like, wait a minute. Where were you when? But the moment it's offensive to you, like what they did was offensive to me, you decided to speak on it. And that's cool. I was not going to waste my time on a panel with 10 people because they already had to tag people in and out. I've been over there to black. I don't like black. I have a personal disagreement with one person over there. Black Man Unfiltered. And not that we had a beef. I've seen the way he moves. And his character is on a level that I can't really rock with him. I could never respect him. Everybody else up there just said stupid stuff. They might be respectable. They might have had a bad day. That was like, I've only heard JT once or twice. John the Baptist, I didn't even see his face. I don't even count avatars. They don't even count. Just poof. They're magic. I don't know what they are. Then the other person, Freezy, is just somebody I couldn't have a conversation. Again, and I always say this, Freezy is likable. First time I saw Freezy on the LaPeep show, had me dying laughing. I like Freezy. I just don't want to have a long conversation with him about anything that matters. All that to say, there's a long list of factors that come up in everybody's decision. Long list of factors. And the factors that led us here, man, they just were not important enough to go to for a conversation. Because I don't know them. I don't care to know them. I don't need them. They don't need me. There's no reason to bridge that gap. But similarly, like we have a loose affiliation, but you don't come over here and check, shoot the shit, nothing. But again, when you heard something, you responded to it. And that's all this was. We heard something. If you see something, say something. That's all it was, which I respect you doing that. It's cool. You said it. I like challenge anyway, but it makes me question my thoughts. It makes me see if it makes me evaluate myself. The critically drinking part. It makes me, dang, what if Vic right? What if I'm tripping? Did I go too hard? Then I have to sit and introspect and think about what's going on. I got to think about your questions, which is why I like you. You ask really deep questions or meaningful questions, which is why I even entertained the one in the back. I mean, the one that was in the chat. I'll listen to those questions and evaluate myself because I need pushback to get stronger. That's real iron sharpens iron. If there's no test, if there's no pushback, if there's no challenge to your thoughts, you can't ever know where you stand. So again, I feel the way I feel about what they said, and I'm not going to go to them because there's no utility for them for me to correct them. There's no utility for me to have the conversation. Again, a foreknown benefit. One of them could be my best friend. I don't know. I'm not going to find out. I'm just not going to find out. But again, I don't have anything personal against them. I just don't. The community, like Yella's talking about, there's no community. There's the people that show up for you and the people that don't. And that's all there is.
You know how many times I done get up on niggas?
Yeah, you should probably try harder next time.
amongst some more of my niggas. You ain't got to call yourself that. That's what I call you.
Can I give you a win? Can I give you a win, Vic? Let me say this first. All right, Bree, I got a bone to pick with you because you ain't showed up in none of my streams with your fucking kitty cat or tiger ears or whatever the fuck kind of ears you got. I haven't figured them out yet. But I'm gonna tell you something. So, all bullshit aside, Vic, right? You said something to me, like maybe about 6 months ago. I had a big dust up with a couple of your compatriots, and I said some things that when I look back on, and it was really like I would have probably never budged on. And you came to me and you said, "Well, you think you was wrong about that?" And I'm a stubborn motherfucker. Ooh, Lord, I'm a stubborn piece of fucking work. I'm a piece of shit on stubbornness. But you moved me, and I haven't found yet, because I want to publicly apologize to this one person, not both of them, God damn it. You asked me that I owe an apology, and I do. To one of the two. And I'm going to leave it at that. So what I'm sitting there saying is sometimes you can say something, and I realize, you know what, I was wrong for that. And the only reason why I haven't made the apology as of yet is like I want to make it public. And I need to put in the work to say, get off my ass and go to that man's space and publicly apologize. And it's not just you, it's just the fact of it, like, I probably would have never even, you made me think about it. Nobody else ever did. I bullshit you not. I'd have been like, man, fuck that nigga. You know what I'm saying? I was in that headspace, but you made me think about it. Now the other person asked for it. So I ain't apologizing you ain't getting two. You ain't gonna get a twofer. You're gonna get a one-fer.
It was never for me, but I appreciate you.
No, but I'm just sitting there saying, I'm trying to tell you about you. You can sometimes
that's it.
Speak. No, I'm trying to tell you. Sometimes when and what you did tonight was a good thing. But then sometimes you got to say, hey, okay, I did my work. I tried. I didn't convince them. I got to walk away from it. Like you did with me. And when you did it with me,
I didn't smoke y'all up twice, did it?
Right.
I
No,
came
I'm saying you
time,
did it.
right?
Right. But you did it with me and you walked away from it. And it just took a little bit of time for the seasoning to kick in. It worked. It ain't going to work tonight, but I'm just telling you.
So
sometimes
I'm the same way. A motherfucker can tell me something and I'll argue with him until the conversation, we have to just separate and go our separate ways. But just like Dave was just speaking on, when I get by myself, I don't give a damn how much I don't like that person. I'm going to think about what they said because I need to know for a fact that I was right.
Right.
So,
So what I'm saying is like, sometimes you sit there, you like the conversation you came here, it's like, if we think about it after a couple of weeks and like think that we were wrong, we'll do that. We ain't gonna do it because you said it. We'll do it if we think you gave us some information that made us think that, you know what, maybe we were a little bit extra, a little bit harsh. You did in that one case. Tonight, bro, it ain't gonna work.
This me and Dave moment right here because I'm a piece out on this.
Okay.
And it's interesting that you pull up that comment because Von Bryant just said like literally took the words out my mouth. One of the principles that you know Jesus taught was that you present the information, and if it's not accepted, you dust your feet off and keep it pushing. So at the end of the day, I brought the water. Drink it or don't drink it. If you think it's poison, don't drink it. I wouldn't recommend you listen to anybody you thought was telling you something that was false or going to be detrimental to you. And that goes for everybody, even the people listening. So at the end of the day, you know, everybody stand where they stand. But I want to address my brother Dave. Because you sent me some energy, and I'm cool with that. I've seen you send energy before. So I know you got it in your bag, no matter how buttoned up you present. For starters, I just got off work. I'm still in my fucking uniform. I've been talking to y'all on the clock. I'm off it now. Because I respect what I'm saying to y'all, and I respect you. This ain't about Vic. Vic got his own channel. Vic don't need to be over here. I don't need no pub. That ain't why I'm here. So at the end of the day, you know, I'm always available. People, if I'm talking to you and we got any amount of mutual respect in the sense of just as men, you don't gotta like me, but you gotta respect me. You can hit me up, hit the IG. Everybody don't like to pull out personal phone numbers. Hit me on the IG. Victor Freeze Music, same dude. and we'll exchange phone numbers because I don't do a whole bunch of texting and typing, and we'll just have a grown man conversation. That's why I put in the chat, Dave. I said, yo, holla at me offline. Now you open the panel up I mean, upon my request, after you have been able to complete, the majority of your show. And I didn't want to interrupt that, which is why I was in the chat and I wasn't even making that request. But I was feeling like, you know what I'm saying? Like I needed to just say this shit. So at the end of the day, you won't see me on a bunch of people's panels. Period. We did that already. That season is over for me. I'm pushing my shit, and I fuck with Chef and Andrea on some business shit. That's what we doing. Outside of that, it has to be laser focused for it to be effective. I can't be everywhere. I don't got that kind of time. So at the end of the day, I got homies that I'll put you in the motherfucking ground for you mess with them wrong. But I don't talk to them niggas every day, month, week, or anything. Some of them niggas I ain't talked to in 6 months to a year, maybe longer. So that if you haven't seen me, that don't mean I ain't looking over you. Don't believe that. I hit my like. You know what I'm saying? I may or may not drop a comment. I may or may not say what up in the chat. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. You, my brother, have been in and out as far as actually doing your live content. You started off really strong and then it kind of died off. And then I didn't see Ump for a minute and Yellow had his own thing. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't see nobody for a minute. So I didn't even know you was back on. So it pulled it up in my algorithm because I got rid of a bunch of bullshit out of my YouTube subscriptions. And a lot of the people I fuck with start showing back up. So it showed me that y'all was live. I said, oh shit, my boys is back. Let me check out and see what they saying. Now, just so happened I saw that stream because somebody else sent it to me or I wouldn't even seen that. But I saw the stream and I was like, oh wow, they going in. Oh wow, this is hella unproductive. This conversation went nowhere. I wish there was more people to, to progress the conversation in a more intelligent way so it was productive. Some shit is good for entertainment value. That's cool. That's why when you say, okay, this is a smoke show, okay, then do your thing. Do the WWE.
Why was this unproductive but Friday show that we were critiquing wasn't?
I'm sorry?
I'm saying I just want to be clear. I don't want this review.
Yeah, I want to be really. I want you to be. I want you to be crystal fucking clear.
Okay.
Are you saying that this show was unproductive? This show was unproductive?
No. What I literally said was that the other show that y'all are responding to.
Okay. All right.
Okay. We clear. That's what I was.
Okay.
Whoa.
So that's what I was saying. I seen this one, in my personal opinion, going in a similar direction. Because
that's why we were confused.
Any challenges. Okay. So that's what I was saying. It's like it's cool, but I just miss those rooms altogether because it ain't doing shit for me. I don't gossip, so I can give a fuck. Right. So at the end of the day, this is directed specifically for Dave. Anybody else got a issue with me? Address it after I address Dave.
No.
But
no.
Understand this. I don't got no ego in the sense of with my people and anybody in this particular room. So if I'm wrong or if I go overboard, if I get a little upset and say some things that I can take it back, I can apologize, I can amend what I say. Mm-hmm. Unc is a witness to that. Look, Dave, you are a witness to that.
But Vic, I do that shit all the time.
Didn't we meet because I mischaracterized and thought you were someone else? And I had to make a public apology. Didn't I go on JP platform? Didn't that happen?
And it's so easy to do that because that was the thing when I started with Arshawn. I always say that, look, if I ever shit the bed and we get something wrong, we say we fucking sorry, we got it wrong. The problem that I see in our space is we dig into when we fuck up. We don't want to admit we fucked up. No,
I fucked up. I shit the bed. I'm sorry. I peed the bed.
All right, so let me finish this thought.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So Dave, you said a term that's why you said it. You know what it means. You said you could have said check. You could have said a lot of things. You said soft check, which would be considered a half measure. You know what I'm saying? Half-hearted. You know what I'm saying? Dry snitching. These are all, words that are in the same family. You know what I mean? Like, if you had the heart, nigga, you would have went all the way. So it is never my intent to check anybody. It's just to give you an opportunity to look at your own thoughts from another perspective.
And that's what a soft check is. Because see, a real check would be like, I'm going to force another perspective on you. A soft check or a gentle word turns away wrath. So you were gentle.
Okay. Now I'm glad you explained that, because I felt like you was saying soft in a sense like a nigga didn't have enough heart to say it how he wanted.
But that goes back to the whole point of this conversation. There was a whole bunch of dudes that take certain models of these words and views or aesthetics and imply something upon it. Soft doesn't mean anything negative, just like gay doesn't mean anything negative, just like all the different aspects of masculinity don't mean anything negative, but in our mind they do. In our mind they do. And unless we root out those conceptions that don't benefit us or anyone else, we get stuck in that very same place. And we end up with disagreements about things that shouldn't be disagreements. Because at the end of the day, what matters is the human. You see what I'm saying? Like, so it could have been a thing, like if you weren't yourself, somebody else, if I said soft check and they had that same thoughts you had, they would have got hostile and defensive and combative, and maybe started trying to push up against me for no good reason, as opposed to bringing it up in dialogue. So that's what happened with those dudes, because they're in that super oppressive masculine energy. Anything they disagree with or see, they gotta, every time Conscious talk, one dude got in his body, like seriously yelling at his computer. That's a problem up here. That's not anybody else's problem but that dude. But unless we call it out, other people that might feel that way don't see it like, oh, that's a problem. I be doing that too. Or maybe somebody respect me enough to hear like, man, they called that stupid, but I be doing the same thing. Maybe I should think about it. Because we all know everybody don't listen to soft words. Everybody don't listen to kindness. Some people need to hear it a little harsher. But again, that's also not a part of my regular everyday programming. I typically don't care enough about stuff like that to address it. It's stupid. It's out of my wheelhouse. I'll leave it. You know what I'm saying? But I get what you're trying to do. I do feel like it was unnecessary today, but I get your point though. You know what I'm saying? I get the overall point, but it was born out of not understanding the full context of it. But again, I'm not saying, and I know you said I felt some energy. No, I'm saying I don't know why everybody's not here. I don't even care. Everybody got their own life. Everybody make their own choices. But that's the same way I feel about the LGBT. Everybody got their own life. Why you're not here or why you are how you are is none of my business. I don't care. But if somebody else that was not a part of my group came and tried to tell me, well, maybe you're doing it the wrong way, but on the daily they're not there, it's also fair for me to be like, where's your investment to tell me that I'm doing it the wrong way? Like, where are you putting in to try to take away from the way I operate? How can you check if you don't see the way I operate on the daily? So that's what I'm saying. There would have to be more dialogue. But again, I don't really have an energy there because one, I'm not going to change the way I operate based on this conversation or any others right now on that principle.
I got you.
And then the second, yeah. So I mean, on the way I've moved on here, I feel completely cool. I wouldn't shift nothing. But I just don't see it as, I don't see it that, I get what you're doing, but I don't think it didn't profit anything because nobody here was in a space to harm any of those individuals as people. None of this was to harm them. Now, if somebody got caught straight fire, straight smoke, secondhand smoke, I can't help that. Collateral damage. It happens. That's part of life. But none of them didn't at nobody, didn't tell anybody to go get their homies. It ain't about them at all. It's about the problems that we see in our community, which is like the title, Black men not those dudes, because they're do whatever they're gonna do. They got to quit worrying about leading, because it's not just them. This problem is bigger than them. It's bigger than rap. We got to stop worrying about leading and start reading, because if Americans are reading at 7th grade reading levels, Black people are behind white people, which means we're probably not at the 7th grade reading level. It would underlie why some of our conversations lack comprehension, lack cohesion, lack critical thought, lack anything that would actually help us build anything productive and useful. So the overarching point was these guys are an example of problems that we all see in all spaces, and even in real life. We see this play out. I've got family that are susceptible to some of the stupid that I've heard today. I mean, you know, from that panel. So, I mean, it's a thing we got to contend with. What we have to do is decide how we're going to contend with it. I'm not going to try to beat stupid out of anybody because I disagree with it. The same way I would expect those stupid people not to try to beat something else out of somebody else that they don't agree with. I don't have a problem with it, but it's not okay. Or I don't want them in my house. Or I don't think they should be on television. I don't even say stupid people shouldn't be on television. Sometimes I think we need an example, and we need to learn from everybody. Like, we need to learn. If we don't have a test, somebody to overcome, like, I mean, this is philosophy here. Now I'm slipping into philosophy, so I know somebody's going to take me concretely. Philosophically, I believe that humans need a challenge. Some of those challenges are going to be internal. Some of them are going to be external. If there were no stupid people, if everybody was extremely proficient, it would be a strange world. It would be a strange world. I don't know what it would look like. I haven't seen a 100% functional system with people of all virtue. I haven't seen that. I'd love to see it. It's idyllic, but the truth is we're probably going to have those people forever. We're always going to have the racists. We're always going to have homophobic people. We're always going to have sexists. We're always going to have these people. But it gives us something to operate on. It gives us something to strive to be better than. It gives us something. It gives us a project, because life doesn't have much meaning without it. Again, philosophically, I know a lot of y'all, philosophically speaking, if we don't have these things to strive for or against, what else will we have?
Yo, so on that note, Yella, if you or anybody else, if y'all had anything for me, because I'm a peace out. But
Yeah. Hold on. Cause see, as we do say over here at Critically Drinking, the views and opinions of the panels ain't necessarily critically drinking. So that's vice versa too. Because Vic, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. You felt like you came up here to try to check us. I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. So if that's your energy, when can we expect your appearance on Black Man Unfiltered then?
You ever seen me on Black Man Unfiltered?
Yeah, yeah. When are we gonna expect your appearance?
10-man panel.
Ask for the link. Same way you ask for the link here. When you gonna pop up? Let us know. Let us know so we can come see it personally.
Who on that panel?
You breaking up?
That you?
I'll wait.
I think you back.
Okay, now say
you back.
Okay, it clicked out on me. I said, other than bro Clarence, on that panel, is there anybody up there you've ever seen me on a panel conversing with them, fucking with them, anything?
That don't matter. Hold on, Rico. I got it, Rico. You seen us? You just sat here. Wait a minute. Hold on, Vic. You just sat here and watched us react to about 6.5 hours. We have been at 6 hours now. You done seen us react to all that content, and you yourself just came out of your mouth while you was trying to ridicule us, that you agreed that the content we was reacting to was how did he say it? What term did he use? It was unproductive, right? Yeah. That was you, because when I asked you to be very crystal clear, you made it their stream and their content. So Victor Free's music. When can I expect your appearance on Black Man Unfiltered? They be live tonight. Can we see you over there to check in with that same energy?
Wait. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. I just said I don't know them niggas. I don't even fuck with them niggas. Some of them niggas I don't fuck with at all. Like I got a personal
Okay.
problem with.
So all the more reason. Because when I said I had a personal issue, you tried to tell me it was wrong because you had an issue here. Because my thing is this.
If I have a personal issue, then that clarifies the energy.
Yeah, but you came up here to check the whole thing. The unfortunate. See, hold on, Vic. Hold on, Vic. We're not finna play word linguistics, okay? The bad part about it is when you come up here to try to check the whole panel or check the screen.
You say what you want to say, man, because you know how
I am, Vic.
I'm some other shit.
Vic,
So
Vic,
I'll be
I am though. And see, here's the issue with this whole fucking thing. You hit the link. You came up here with your opinion. Don't get fucking salty because of how people are taking what you're presenting. Now, my thing is this. To me, right now, you're just the dude who's like, hey, guys, come on. Guys, let's not fight. Guys, come on, guys. Come on, guys, let's not fight, guys. And you just got here. Hence why he said you don't be here. Take it from a nigga who be here every day. You talking about he ain't been here. He be here every day. The nigga got a weekly schedule that he been working for 6 months. That's why he can call you out on the shit.
I'm subscribed, nigga. The shit didn't come up on my
then
shit.
Show up, nigga.
Hey, listen, bro.
Show up, nigga. That's what he talking about. Niggas who don't know. This is my point. Vic, take this as a learning moment, bro. How you gonna come check niggas and you don't even know the story? Because if you knew what was going on and you knew what the fuck we was talking about, you'd have sat in the chat and understood why the fuck we was talking about it. But you came up here to try to ridicule us, bro. I'm not finna.
To continue the conversation that I was having with y'all through the chat, that I was also having about with the person who was actually on the fucking stream, Mr. Conscious TV.
Then you could have go. You can go to Conscious platform and talk to him about it.
What I'm saying, whatever. We was addressing the issues of that, like y'all was going in depth.
But it's a reason. It's a reason why the man said it. This is a reason why he called it a soft check. But you came up here to try to ridicule us on how we present it and thinking about the community and all these. I'm gonna give it to you the way you could think about it from another perspective. It's not about your perspective tonight, Vic. It's not, and that's the point. You tried to make this about you, bruh. Exactly. And if you knew about what the fuck we talking about, all that take the meat and spit out the bone shit, we ain't on that, nigga. That's what I'm talking about. Right now, you trying to get in the way of motherfuckers getting this motherfucking chin checking, and that's where you fucking up. That's where you fucking up, bro. So now my thing is this: whatever message that you was trying to push, cool. But if you can't take this one on the way out, don't listen. Cause nigga, you getting in the way of motherfuckers doing work. Any other situation, if you interfere in that, nigga, it's gonna be a problem. So this is just the only way that I can convey this to you. Don't get in the way of niggas doing work.
Don't
get in the way of niggas doing work.
And I see too. You said, "Hey, I came in like guys, chill, right?"
You did.
I came in like guys, chill, right? I see you and someone else. I see you and someone else getting into it. However, you turn to me and say, "Man, get your weak ass out of here." See, now I'm trying to put in work on this nigga. You in my motherfucking way.
Yeah, nigga, because and guess what? Guess why you would get that treatment? Because you inserted yourself in a situation that you wasn't involved in.
Hey, hold up, Yellow. Let's get a point. We about to wrap this up. Yellow, let him finish this point real quick.
Come on, man.
Let me clear this out. Because you stopped me on my way out to tell me this.
Yeah, no. See. The nigga said, "Do Big or Yellow got anything to say?" I didn't stop you, nigga. You offered the motherfucking
Pause, gentlemen. Pause.
Corny nigga out of here, man. Fuck out of here, bro.
Pause.
Damn, man. That's why niggas would get treated like.
All right, wait. All right. Hey, really. All right, now look. You said you ain't come with ego. Let's let the ego go. Let's make your closing statement.
Nah, that's not ego. That's a man trying to goddamn be disrespectful.
Oh, but
when
the only thing, Vic, you an intelligent. Okay, we can't. Okay, y'all gotta calm down.
Okay,
calm down.
Okay,
calm down. Because the only reason you got to keep hyping up, only reason anybody got to keep hyping up is emotion and ego. That's the only reason. There's no other reason. So we ain't got to defend ego. It's there. I know a lot of us want to believe we don't have ego. We got it. We got it. So, Vic, make your closing statements as you get ready to leave. Appreciate you for popping up. I do actually appreciate the pushback and the dialogue because I do like to be tested on my ideas. You know that because that's how we started out. So, sir, please make your finishing statements.
Is it me?
No, not Rico. Victor Freeze. Would you please go ahead and make your closing statement, sir?
Oh, you didn't want me to address Yellow?
Nah, that's over. There's no. We're talking about unproductive. That's unproductive.
In your opinion, just like I had one. He disagreed. You disagree. I disagree that the conversation be unproductive. However, much love to y'all. You know what I'm saying, from near or far. Everybody who fuck with you don't always come in the chat or always come up on your channel, and you may or may not know they watching, and they may or may not comment. Usually when people comment is when they disagree. Other than that, take it as a pat on the back that you're doing a great job. But I ain't got shit to prove. I don't owe nobody nothing. So with that, I'm going to dust my feet off like I started to a minute ago. Holla at me.
Peace, Vic. All right, y'all. God dang. All right, Rico.
Okay.
You here? You with us? You with us? You with us?
I'm decompressing.
Yeah, decompress. Degen. Don't decompress. Degen.
Yeah, I need a refreshment.
Nah, you don't need no more refreshments.
Let me just say this. Look, this was an epic hell of a stream. I will say this to the chat. I hope you guys enjoy what we put forth and the way we discuss things, and hopefully we discuss things in a respectful and intelligent and intellectual manner that was deserving of the stream. Critically Drinking is a it is a channel that's very important to me. I have a great deal of respect for it, and I anytime I come over here and I spend my time in this space, it's very important to me to try to leave positivity and not negativity in this space. With that being said, I hope I offered something in the conversation. I'll sit back, I'll fall back. I don't think I have any great depth of wisdom. I can't. Every time I'm here with my son, my savant, my son, I know I raised him right. And his older brother, Yella. I love it. I love it. I'm telling you guys, like, I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna be no teary-eyed little bitch. But I love the fact that I raised these two niggas right.
Okay, status, dude.
I raised both of them right. Yella's a little bit rebellious, but I raised him right too. And Arshawn, the savant he is, I raised him right too. And you know what? I leave him to you guys because you know what? You know, that mark on the community, both of these gentlemen are great. I love their intestinal fortitude, the fact that they don't bend down, they stand in what they believe in what I just love them. I know. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'm trying to hold them in. I fucking love it. I love this space. I love what you guys are doing. It was great. And all I want to say is thank you. Thank you for inviting me and letting me in. I love you guys. Go forth, do your shit. Do your shit. Thank you. Good night.
Man, You know we appreciate you too. You know I appreciate you, man. This all started with me and Rico. So, man, I definitely appreciate Rico. Love a good alcohol fuel fuzzy moment. He can go get some sleep. Now, listen, Yella, I appreciate you, but I'm gonna tell you, don't start nothing right now. Just be easy. Let's get our final words, my guy.
I'll be cool, man.
Yeah, be cool.
I'll be cool. I'll be cool, man.
Be cool, man.
I'll be cool.
Be cool, man.
All right. I can go. I'll be cool.
Stay, go ahead.
Okay.
I'm gonna say you said you must want the big face cam.
I meant every goddamn word I said tonight. Good night, everybody.
I can't stand people. Can't stand people. Listen, y'all. Next week, because I put in so many hours this week, you're probably not going to see me next week. Not even going to lie to you. Up front, probably not going to see me. If you see me, it's probably going to be one. It's probably going to be one stream. I might do the Come On Man next week. I don't think Brie will be back for ISM. So if y'all see me, it'll be one time. If was a fifth. So don't look for me next week. It may happen, it may not. I'm just letting you know. A lot of hours. I know y'all didn't see all of them. Go back and catch up on the hours you missed. That's all I'm gonna tell you for next week. Just catch up. But I really appreciate all y'all. I really appreciate all y'all for coming through, for rocking in the chat, man. The chat today, and Tuesday, and yesterday, man. Y'all was popping. I appreciate Vic for popping up. I know y'all may not like it, but I appreciate the challenge. I know somebody told me we don't. Somebody else told me, you know who you are, that we like echo chamber. No, I need disagreement. But I definitely be disagreeing with Yella and Bree quite often. So I do get that pushback from them quite a bit. I thank all of y'all again one more time before I get up out of here. What's today's show? Come On Man. I can't even think what that. I'm not gonna do the Come On Man exit. I'm gonna do the Come On Ma'am outro. I mean the Come On Ma'am. I want to hear the Come On Ma'am.
That shit's awesome.
Yeah, I think we're gonna do Come On Ma'am on the way out. Yeah, but appreciate all of y'all. Bree said, leave me out of this shit. Hey, I was just saying, hey, thank you, Conscious, thank you, Reckless, thank you, Ine, thank you, everybody came through. I'm not going through all the names. I promise you I'm not. But I saw all of y'all. I appreciate all of y'all. I did have that start. Oh, tomorrow, 1 p.m. Oh, I do have a stream. My fault, y'all. I know a few of y'all done left already. I'm going to be here tomorrow, 1 p.m. Because AR wanted to have the conversation for whatever reason. I'm not sure. Fair warning. Anybody who wants to come tomorrow, 1 p.m. I don't like wasting a lot of my time. And AR is one of those people that's very stubborn and mule-headed and doesn't take in any information. If he just wants to have a battle, I'll probably only be interested for about 10 minutes. Then I'll get bored. And then the live will be over. And if it's just a bunch of disrespect, I don't do a whole bunch of like back and forth. I'm not back and forthy. I'm just not that guy. I might do it with him. I might not. I'll hear what he has to say. I'll say what I got to say. I'm not really invested in that conversation. So again, if you want to come back tomorrow at 1 p.m., be having a conversation with AR about whatever he wants to talk about. I do think his ideas are stupid. I'll tell him to his face. I'll tell anybody that wants to know. If you ever ask me if your ideas are stupid, I'm willing to tell you. But I do need to know that you're capable of taking that feedback.
Oh yeah, and so you don't miss that stream and any other stream, so you can be present to these streams and get the full information that we present to you. Make sure you hit the notification button as well on the channel so you can get the notifications that come to your phone. So then you won't miss out on certain important content that we try to bring to you over here, because our brother Rashawn work hard. And I wouldn't want nobody to take any information they saw out of here out of context. So
Ninjas.
Well, I was just saying hit. All right, man. Bye, man.
Hey, you going live soon? Today, tomorrow?
I'm actually supposed to be doing this panel on Twitch tonight.
It's on Twitch.
Yeah.
Did you send the link anywhere in Discord or anything?
Yeah, it's in Discord. It's gonna be on Skylight Candles. So
Cool. I'm already subbed. Cool. So I'll get the notification. All right, y'all. We can ready to get up out of here. Read Nooka. Oh, he said read Nooka. Hold up. Do I got it? I don't even have that one over here, do I? No, I do. I got to. Hold up, Big Rig. I know I got that in here somewhere. I don't. Oh, I don't have that one in here. I thought I did. I'm gonna have to add that over here too. But y'all, we can ready to head up out of here, y'all. Your boy tired. So let me find the outro. Again, I'm not playing the Come On Man video. I know. Hold up. Man, I know where it is, though. Hold up. I know where it is. Let me just go over here. Hold up. It's going to make me disappear.
Read, nigga. Read.
All right. I knew where it was, but I knew it was going to drive me behind. We about to get out of here and play this other outro. Peace.
What are you?
An idiot sandwich.
I don't think women should know. Huh? I don't think women should know.
Oh my God, you're an idiot.
I learned a lot. And I learned a lot. Anyway, Bo is associated here. Anyway, the point I want to make is I learned so much. Black, white, all colors, all backgrounds, but I mean, come on, man. Men, women, gay, straight, everyone deserves a shot, you know. Come on, man. You know the thing. You know what I mean? You know the thing. You know what I mean? Come on, man. What I have to do is I have to continue talking about the things. Come on, man. Oh, I'm in trouble. What are we, nuts? Dead. You know. Come on, man. Give me a little break here. Get a life. Taking cocaine or not? What do you think? Huh? Come on, man. Black, white, all colors, all backgrounds, but I mean, come on, man. Men, women, gay, straight, everyone deserves a shot, you know. Come on, man. You know the thing. You know what I mean? You know the thing. You know what I mean? Come on, man. You have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black. Come on, man. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids. Come on, man. I mean, come on. Take a look at the record. I know a lot of weed smokers. Come on, man. Black, white, all colors, all backgrounds, but I mean, come on, man. Men, women, gay, straight, everyone deserves a shot, you know. Come on, man. You know the thing. You know what I mean? You know the thing. You know what I mean? Come on, man. Why the hell would I take a test? I am, come on, man.
She's actually hurt.
No,
there.
I think she is.
Yeah, she's
Ouch.
hurt. She took a hard fall off there.
Okay.
Boy, gosh, I hope she's okay.
The aunties gotta chill.